once in a lifetime opportunity to witness the presence of the Honorable Vice President of India and Mrs. Sudesh Dhankar at our institution. I request the dignitaries to kindly grace the dais. I request President ICAI, Shri Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, immediate past President C. Aniket Talati, past President C. Devashish Mitra, Central Council Member and Program Director C. Prakash Sharma, Chairman ICAI Jaipur Branch C. Naveen Sharma to kindly grace the dais. And ladies and gentlemen, hereby we start the inaugural session of this program with National Anthem. So may I request all of you to kindly stand up for the National Anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you very much. May I request Honorable Vice President of India, Sir, Mrs. Sudesh Dhankar Ma'am, and all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly formally inaugurate this conference with lighting of the lamp and ICI motto song.
य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Thank you, Honorable Vice President, Sir, respected Mrs. Sudesh Dhankar Ma'am, and all the dignitaries on the dais. I, CA Dr. Abhishek Sharma, co-director of this conference, on behalf of Team Pragyotsav, welcome you all in this two-day mega national conference. Vidya Dhanam Sarvadhan Pradhanam. Knowledge is the supreme wealth that grows with expenditure, cannot be stolen, and holds no burden. Yes, we all are assembled here at the Festival of Wisdom, where in next 2 days we will learn some new things in our field and will get ourselves update in our skills and approach towards profession. Now, in the spirit of Rajasthan's hospitality, Atithi Devo Bhava, we shall honor our guest. So may I request C. Naveen Sharma, Chairman Jaipur Branch, and C. Vikas Yadav, Vice Chairman Jaipur Branch, to kindly present a bouquet to our chief guest of the conference, Honorable Vice President of India. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now may I request C. Ashok Kumar Jain, C. Mukesh Gupta, and C. Narendra Mittal to kindly present a shawl to Honorable Vice President of India. ताली आपकी गड़गड़ाहट बजती रहनी चाहिए. Now, may I request CA Veni Thapar ma'am and Mrs. Meenakshi Sharma to kindly come on the dais and extend our appreciation to Mrs. Sudesh Dhankad ma'am with a bouquet and shawl. Thank you. I invite President ICAI Shri Ranjit Kumar Agrawal sir, past President ICAI C. Aniket Talati sir, C. Devashish Mitra sir, and Conference Director C. Prakash Sharma sir to kindly present a memento to Honorable Vice President of India and to Mrs. Sudesh Dhankad, please. Thank you, sirs. Now, we would also like to felicitate our President ICAI, Shri Ranjit Kumar Agrawal, and may I request C. Sunil Moore and C. Dharmender Vyas to kindly come up on the dais and present a bouquet to President ICAI. Thank you, sirs. In the series, may I request C. Jinendra Kochar and C. Kuldeep Sharma to kindly present a safa and shawl to President ICAI. They will present shawl to President ICAI. Thank you, sirs. May I request C. Rajkumar Sharma and C. Naresh Motwani to kindly present a memento to President ICAI. Thank you, sirs. Now the conference souvenir crafted with the dedication by our editorial team will be unveiled. I request C. Rajneesh Singhvi and C. Tarun Modi to join us on the dais with the souvenir. To release the souvenir by Honorable Vice President of India and Mrs. Sudesh Dhankad ma'am and with the other dignitaries on the dais. Thank you, editorial team, for your hard work. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President, sir, and respected Jagdish Zanka madam, and all the dignitaries. It is being really a matter of privilege and honor for us that Honorable Vice President of India, sir, is writing a message on our souvenir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now may I request Chairman, Internal Audit and Management Accounting Board and our Program Director, Sri Prakash Sharma, sir, for his welcome address. He is a leading force and motivator behind this conference. Prakash, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग जयपुर। सबसे पहले तो मैं आप लोगों का धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि हमारे लिए बहुत चैलेंज था कि मॉर्निंग में आप सब लोगों को उठा के यहाँ पे बुलाना है, तो आपका तहे दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। रेस्पेक्टेड आवर ओन वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया धनखड़ जी, मिसेस धनखड़ जी, प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ आवर इंस्टीट्यूट Ranjit Agarwal ji, immediate past president of ICI Aniket Talati ji, past president Devashish Mitra ji, chairman Jaipur branch Naveen Sharma ji, Jaipur branch other colleagues, my central council members, sponsors, knowledge partner, our Sogani and company, our mentors, Rajiv Sogani ji, Parik Sahab, Sanjay Jamar ji, Ravindra Manoj ji, our one of the most important person whose 100% team is involved in this conference, that is Anil Yadav ji. Friends, मैं आप लोगों को बताना चाहूँगा कि जो ये कॉन्फ्रेंस है, ये बहुत कम टाइम में ऑल ऑफ सडन हमने की, और इसमें दो लोगों की टीम का बहुत बड़ा रोल है, आर सोगानिन कंपनी का और अनिल यादव जी की पूरी टीम का, इनका बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट रोल रहा है। हमारी कोर टीम के 4 मेंबर्स जो कि इलेक्शन लड़ रहे हैं, इसलिए एक्टिवली पार्टिसिपेट करते हुए स्टेज पे नहीं आना चाहते, आ सकते। अंकुर गुप्ता जी, रुचि जी, विष्णु जी, विजय अग्रवाल जी, मेरे सेंट्रल काउंसिल मेंबर्स जो बाहर से आए हुए हैं, रेस्पेक्टेड स्पॉन्सर्स, अवार्डीज, स्टाफ ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट, मेरे सीनियर्स एंड कोलीग्स, आप सब लोगों का इस 2 दिन की कॉन्फ्रेंस में बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। सर, लास्ट ईयर अहमदाबाद में हम लोगों ने आपकी जो स्पीच सुनी थी वो बहुत मोटिवेशनल थी। आप खुद एक पेशे से वकील हैं और हम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हैं। हम लोगों का दुख दर्द आप जैसा दुख दर्द होता है। हमारे प्रेसिडेंट साहब की बहुत इच्छा थी कि प्रकाश भाई हमको एक कॉन्फ्रेंस करनी है जिसमें कि वीपी सर को हमको वापस बुलाना है अपने मेंबर्स के लिए, तो उस अपॉर्चुनिटी को मैंने लिया और जयपुर में ये प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया। तो जयपुर के बिहाफ पे, सबके बिहाफ पे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया को और हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट के प्रेसिडेंट साहब को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि हमको ये परमिशन दी कि आप इस प्रोग्राम को यहाँ कर सके। थैंक यू, थैंक्स अ लॉट। फ्रेंड्स, स्टेज पे अपने साथ में अपने इंस्टीट्यूट के इमीडिएट एक प्रेजेंट और 2 पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट हैं, और तीनों एक डिफरेंट रिकॉर्ड बना के जा रहे हैं। देबाशीष दा जो कि 2022 में प्रेसिडेंट थे, इन्होंने वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑर्गेनाइज की, वो इस लेवल की है कि 75 साल में पहली बार यहाँ हुई थी, और ना तो आज तक कभी आईफेक के प्लेटफॉर्म पे भी कभी इस तरह की कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है, और ना आगे लगता है कि कभी इस तरह की कॉन्फ्रेंस हो पाएगी। अपने साथ में इमीडिएट पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट अनिकेत तलाटी जी हैं, जो कि उनकी डाब करके जो कमेटी है वो और इंटरनल ऑडिट बोर्ड दोनों ने मिलके इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को ऑर्गेनाइज किया है। अनिकेत जी वन ऑफ द यंगेस्ट प्रेसिडेंट बने हैं हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट के, और जितने ये यंगेस्ट हैं उतने ज़्यादा डीप हैं ये हर चीज़ों में, बहुत मैच्योर है, और इनको सब लोग हम याद रखेंगे, जो कि लास्ट ईयर इन्होंने 1 जुलाई को प्रेसिडेंट मैम के साथ में जो नया कोर्स इंट्रोड्यूस किया, जो कि यह ध्यान में रखते हुए किया कि ग्लोबल कंपटीशन किस तरह से होना चाहिए, उसके लिए हर कोई इसको इनको याद रखेगा। और हमारे प्रेजेंट प्रेसिडेंट रंजीत जी, जिनको कि हमेशा हर लोग जान रखेंगे, जो यूडिन कंसेप्ट है वो कंसेप्ट रंजीत जी लेके आए थे, और इन्होंने इस साल बहुत बड़ा मेजर चेंज किया कि फाउंडेशन और इंटरमीडिएट इन दोनों में जो एग्ज़ाम 2 बार होते थे वो 3 बार किए हैं, तो बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। सर, ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है इसमें हमने एक भी टॉपिक ट्रेडिशनल नहीं रखा है, सारे के सारे टॉपिक्स वो हैं जो कि नॉन ट्रेडिशनल हैं। मैं आशा करता हूँ कि आप लोगों को ये टॉपिक्स सारे 2 दिन की जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है बहुत अच्छी लगेगी। इसमें एक सेशन मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज़ उसको मिस नहीं करिएगा। कल डॉक्टर नरेश त्रेहान का सेशन है। हम लोग देख रहे थे कि कोविड के बाद में बहुत लोग यंग एज में उनकी हार्ट अटैक से दूसरे रीजन से डेथ हो रही है, तो हमने एक स्पेशल सेशन रखा है कि हम प्रोफेशनल्स की लाइफस्टाइल कैसे होनी चाहिए उसके लिए। तो मेरी सिंसियर रिक्वेस्ट है, 11 से 12:30 डॉक्टर नरेश त्रेहान का सेशन है, जो कि अनिल यादव जी की डिमांड थी कि सर एक सेशन अपने मेंबर्स के लिए होना चाहिए, हेल्थ के लिए, पहला सुख निरोगी काया, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए इसको रखा है मैंने। सब मैं मेरी ड्यूटीज़ में फेल होऊंगा यदि मैं जो पूरी टीम लगी हुई थी हमारे जयपुर की, यदि उन लोगों की मैं धन्यवाद यहाँ प्लेस नहीं करूँ। इवन जयपुर से बाहर के जो डिफरेंट ब्रांचेस के सुनील मोर जी, धर्मेंद्र जी और दूसरे जो डिफरेंट ब्रांचेस के चेयरमैन हैं, पूरे राजस्थान से जो लोग लगे हुए थे, उन सब लोगों का तहे दिल से बहुत बहुत स्वागत है और धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स का धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, और स्पेशली अनिल बाफना जी, संजय झमर जी, राजीव सोगानी जी, मुकेश गुप्ता जी, अशोक जैन जी, जो कि इनकी पूरी टीम लगी हुई थी, इनको सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, जिन्होंने कि हमारा बहुत एक्टिवली रोल प्ले किया। थैंक यू, थैंक्स अ लॉट।
Thank you, Conference Director C. Prakash Sharma sir, for your inspiring words. May I now request C. Aniket Talati sir, immediate past president ICI, for your energetic and insightful address.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar ji, and Madam Srimati Dr. Sudesh Dhankar ji. A big round of applause for our chief guests who have joined us today morning. And sir, I am personally grateful and indebted to you, sir. Last year, when I was the president of the institute organized its international conference, calling it the GLOPAC, the Global Professional Accountants Convention. And on that day, in November, we had none other than the Honorable Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar sir, come along with Piyush Goyal ji and inaugurate that conference. And usually, when any chief guest comes and addresses, he will speak by his mouth and we will hear by our ears. But that is one conference where, sir, you spoke from your heart and entered the heart of every chartered accountant. So truly grateful to you, sir. To our Honorable President, the leader of our profession, Ranjit Agarwal ji, past President, Sri Dr. Debashish Mitra ji, two other Honorable past Presidents from Jaipur, Sunil Goyal ji, and from Mumbai, Nilesh Vikamse sir, the man behind this conference who has worked tirelessly. Yesterday he was there to receive us, morning he was there, who has been putting in efforts for the last few weeks to ensure that we have this wonderful galaxy of members of Rajasthan all assembled in this hall. C. Prakash Sharma ji, the entire team of Jaipur led by Naveen Sharma ji, my two colleagues in the council who are not able to be here on the dais because of the code of conduct, Anuj Bhai, Rohit Bhai, other former colleagues of mine who I've spent time in the council and who are here, Satish ji, Pramod ji, all other members of the regional council and branches. A hearty welcome to all of you on behalf of the Digital Accounting and Assurance Standard Board, the board which is also organizing this conference along with the Internal Audit Standards Board. Friends, as you are aware, last year, as I mentioned, the Honorable Vice President Sir was there at LOPAC. One thing, of course, Prakash ji mentioned that we had the privilege of having the new course launched last year on 1st of July. But what was also specially launched, and sir, you will also for that reason remain in the hearts of all chartered accountants, is that for years, हमारा जो CA का logo था, उसमें green tick, जो हमारे auditors की tick है, उससे CA का logo 15 साल तक हमने use किया. But उस दिन सर के हाथों से एक नया logo, the new CA India logo which you see in front of you was launched, and now we proudly wear the tricolor of India on our logo and call ourselves CA India, and that was launched by Honorable Vice President Sir. Sir, our President is going to speak, so by protocol I will not speak about the institute. I will only say that as the Digital Accounting Assurance Standard Board, sir, we do a lot of activity today, because today chartered accountants are not just expected to work in the physical environment, but we are auditing in the digital environment. And the Digital Accounting Assurance Standard Board, along with, of course, the Committee on Artificial Intelligence, has been organizing various programs across the committee and across the country to ensure that our members are at the forefront of technological advancement. It may be artificial intelligence, blockchain, cyber security, data analytics. In all these areas, we have been at the forefront. And sir, one thing which we are extremely proud of is that today, world over, forensics is recognized not just in science, but in commerce because of forensic accounting. And our institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, is the first and only institute across all 180 countries and 190 plus accounting bodies of the world to have 20 full dedicated forensic accounting standards. So this is truly an achievement of India and ICAI, where we have been able to develop these standards for the growth of the profession. My best wishes to all the participants who have gathered here. Rajasthan and Jaipur has been definitely a center of chartered accountancy, and as I see it growing, the central region is growing in numbers, and Jaipur is truly the center of attraction. I am also seeing my other colleague in the Central Council, Gyan Mishra ji, who is here at the back, so I would like to recognize him and all others who I might not have been able to take their names. But all of you together are ensuring that the wheels of the profession keep moving forward, the economy of India keeps moving forward, and sir, we are all dedicated to ensure that the dream of the Honorable Prime Minister of building a Viksit Bharat and a developed India by 2047 is truly accomplished. Jai Hind, Jai ICI.
Thank you, Aniket sir. Your deliberation address the innovative work under your leadership. Thank you. May I now request President ICAI, Sri Ranjit Kumar Agrawal sir, to kindly come here for a special address. President ICAI, ladies and gentlemen.
विश्व के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति, विश्व की सबसे बड़ी अकाउंटिंग संस्था आईसीआई में आज उपस्थित हुए हैं। हम उनका स्वागत, वंदन और अभिनंदन करते हैं। हमारे साथ मैडम धनकर जी भी हैं, और इनको जान के खुशी होगी मैडम कि आज हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट जो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट इंस्टीट्यूट है उसमें 4.25 लाख चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हैं, और सबसे अच्छी बात जो है बिना रिजर्वेशन हर तीसरा चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट विमेन चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट। हमारे साथ में 2 पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट हैं, अनिकेत तलाती जी एंड देवाशीष मित्रा जी। They have contributed a lot to the profession. Prakash ji Sharma, under whose leadership this entire show is being witnessing by all of 2,500 delegates. Naveen Sharma, the chairman, and I can see one of the council colleague from Jaipur, Rohit Rewati is also here, and since because of election code of conduct, he cannot come, but he also contributed a lot in the profession. When he was the career counseling chairman, lot of new students joined the profession of accountancy, and he organized one program in Jaipur, and for that the institute got the Guinness Book of World Record. We have Anuj Goyal ji, Preeti Savla, two past presidents I can see, Goyal Saab and Nilesh Vikamse, and Bhandari Saab, thank you very much, and all the very respected delegates for coming in the morning. My compliment to all of you for coming in the large number. Bharat, if you see today, जो growth momentum हम देख पा रहे हैं, जो rate of growth है, जो GDP हम देख पा रहे हैं, जो वर्ल्ड की यंगेस्ट एंड लार्जेस्ट टेक से भी पॉपुलेशन आज भारत में है, और आज जो 15, 20, 10 सालों में जो भारत जिस मुकाम पर पहुंचा है, हम जब 4.25 लाख चार्टर अकाउंटेंट में जो 42,000 चार्टर अकाउंटेंट देश के बाहर जब काम कर रहे हैं, और उनको जो मान सम्मान और अभिमान जब मिलता है उस कंट्री में, तब हमें गर्व होता है कि हम सब भारतीय हैं। और इसीलिए आज जो इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट इंडिया है, जिसने 75 सालों में, जब 1949 में ये संस्थान बनी, 75 सालों में जो इस संस्थान ने अपनी क्वालिटी, क्रेडिबिलिटी और कंसिस्टेंसी के कारण जो देश में मुकाम पाया है, आज हमें गर्व है कि जितनी फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन इस देश में होती है, जीएसटी के द्वारा जो इनफॉर्मल इकोनॉमी फॉर्मल इकोनॉमी में कन्वर्ट हो रही है, डिजिटलाइजेशन जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी ने जो डिजिटलाइजेशन जो इस देश में करके दिखाया, उसके कारण जो ह्यूमंगस डेटा जनरेट हो रहे हैं, उन सबको एक ही प्रोफेशनल लास्ट 75 सालों से सर्टिफाई करता है ट्रू एंड फेयर, और वो प्रोफेशनल है चार्टर अकाउंटेंट। और हमने 75 सालों में बहुत कुछ पाया कि किस तरह ये प्रोफेशन आगे बढ़ा। आज देश की सबसे बड़ी संस्था, विश्व की सबसे बड़ी अकाउंटिंग बॉडी बन गई 75 सालों में, आपके और हमारे अथक प्रयासों से। और सबसे बड़ी बात जो इस प्रोफेशन में हुई है, पिछले 20 सालों में अगर आप देखें तो देयर इज ए ह्यूज रिडक्शन इन द विमेन फोर्टिसाइड इन आवर कंट्री। पहले लोगों को लगता था कि लड़कियां पढ़ के क्या करेगी, जो घर का खाना बनाना है, लेकिन आज जो 20 सालों में मैं देख पाता हूं, हर संस्था के, हर कंट्री के, हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में विमेन्स आर इन द फोरफ्रंट, दे आर टेकिंग द लीडरशिप रोल। और हमारे प्रोफेशन में भी, आज हमारे प्रोफेशन में न कि 1/3 विमेन चार्टर अकाउंटेंट है, जो 9.5 लाख बच्चे हैं, उसमें 44% बच्चे गर्ल स्टूडेंट्स परस्यूइंग चार्टर अकाउंटेंट्स। और इस संस्थान ने पिछले 75 सालों में जो पाया, लेकिन आगे के 25 साल ये देश जो विकसित भारत की परिकल्पना लेके बैठा हुआ है अंडर द लीडरशिप प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी, कि ये देश कैसे विकसित भारत बने और उसमें चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट की भूमिका क्या हो। इसीलिए दो चैलेंज जो सबसे बड़े आज हमें अपने आप को देख पा रहे हैं, एक है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और दूसरा क्लाइमेट चेंज। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और क्लाइमेट चेंज, इस दो क्षेत्र में भारत एक लीडरशिप रोल लेने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ चुका है। और उसीलिए आज हमारे संस्थान में जो चार्टर अकाउंटेंट है, जो फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन को सर्टिफाई करते हैं, कैसे नॉन फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन को भी इनकॉर्पोरेट करें। आज कोई बैलेंस शीट बनती है, वो सिर्फ फाइनेंशियल डेटा पर ही नहीं, नॉन फाइनेंशियल का भी उतना ही बड़ा रूप होने जा रहा है। चाहे आरबीआई की गाइडलाइन हो, चाहे सेबी की गाइडलाइन हो, हर चार्टर अकाउंटेंट को नॉन फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग भी करनी पड़ेगी, ताकि जो फैक्ट्री चलती है, जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चलती है, वो इन्वायरमेंट को कितना डैमेज कर रही है, कम कर रही है, ज़्यादा कर रही है, उसमें हमारा बहुत बड़ा रोल होने जा रहा है। और ये संस्थान चार्टर अकाउंटेंट इंस्टीट्यूट 2019 में बिफोर कोविड एक बोर्ड बनाया, फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्ट सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्टिंग स्टैंडर्ड बोर्ड, और उस बोर्ड ने कितने सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्टिंग के स्टैंडर्ड चालू कर दिए। हम हर जगह सर्टिफिकेट कोर्स कर रहे हैं। और आज मैं आपको बता दूं कि सबसे ज़्यादा अगर सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्टिंग में कोई अकाउंटिंग बॉडी बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा ले रही है तो वो आज हमारी बॉडी द इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ऑफ इंडिया है। और लास्ट जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, जिस तरह से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस हर देशवासी या हर जो आज 8 बिलियन पीपल इस प्लेनेट पर हैं, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एक इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के जैसे आपकी जरूरत बन चुका है। आने वाले समय में देयर विल बी अ टाइम व्हेन द आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस विल बी अनकंट्रोलेबल। द वे थिंग्स आर मूविंग in that direction, we have to be very, very vigilant. How we have to report, how we have to include all these things in the artificial intelligence in our curriculum, in our reporting, in our standards, that will decide the fate and disha of this country. And इसीलिए इस इंस्टीट्यूट ने जो चैट ChatGPT बनाया, जो आपको हर चीज की जानकारी रिंग फेस्ट में इंस्टीट्यूट की बैलेंस शीट की आपको देता है, उस दिशा में जो इंस्टीट्यूट काम कर रही है। और मेरा ये मानना है कि इस दो एरिया में जो इंस्टीट्यूट काम कर रही है और आगे इसको और 5 से 10 सालों में आगे जाके, ताकि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और क्लाइमेट चेंज में, सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्टिंग में अगर भारत विश्व में लीडरशिप रोल लेने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ चुका है, तो मेरा ये मानना है कि जो हमारी कैपेसिटी एंड कैपेबिलिटी है, इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंट्स ऑफ इंडिया अगले 15-10 सालों में इस दोनों क्षेत्र में नंबर 1 अकाउंटिंग बॉडी बनने जा रहा है। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग इन द लार्ज नंबर। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Ranjit sir, President ICAI, for your visionary approach that continues to motivate our members and shape the future of the ICAI. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to now introduce the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankad, who hails from Jhunjhunu, Rajasthan. He holds a BSc Honours in Physics from Maharaja College, Jaipur, and now a law degree from the University of Rajasthan. A distinguished legal professional, he has practiced law at the Supreme Court and various high courts. And now, देवियों सज्जनों, अब समय है ऐसी महान शख्सियत को सुनने का जिन्होंने अपने उच्च आदर्शों, कुशल नेतृत्व क्षमता एवं तेजस्वी व्यक्तित्व से न केवल राजस्थान प्रदेश बल्कि संपूर्ण विश्व पटल पर भारत का नाम रोशन किया है। मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं भारत गणराज्य के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय को।
वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। धर्म पत्नी बैठी है इसलिए आवाज़ थोड़ी कम है, ठीक होगा। I have a long association with your fraternity. I am one of you. But ये कुछ खास है, ये जयपुर में है। प्रकाश शर्मा जी, आपने प्रकाशमय कर दिया सबको। आपके उद्बोधन से पता लग गया कि चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैव टू चार्ट द पाथ ऑफ द नेशन। रंजीत कुमार अग्रवाल जी, बल्कि सभी से मेरा बहुत पुराना नाता है। यह तो नहीं कह सकता कि पिछले जन्म का नाता है, क्योंकि उसको प्रूव नहीं कर सकता, पर जरूर है। रंजीत कुमार अग्रवाल जी, नवीन शर्मा जी, अनिकेत तालाती जी, डॉक्टर देवाशीष मित्रा जी, नमस्कार। I must recognize the presence of a very distinguished parliamentarian, a great legislator, who has been in politics with unimpeachable credentials and now a very senior member of House of Elders, the Upper House, Council of States and Rajya Sabha, Shri Ghanshyam Tiwari ji. सुनील गोयल जी, बाइबल में कहा था लव दाई नेबर या नेबर्स। नीलेश विक्रम से जी, और जब राजस्थान में हैं तो भंडारी जी को याद कर लेना चाहिए, बहुत लोगों से जुड़ाव हो जाएगा देश दुनिया के। जैसे भंडारी जी हैं, बापना जी हैं, इनकी बात ही कुछ और है। I am absolutely delighted to be amongst you all. I take it as a great privilege and honor to address such a powerful group that is destined to shape the destiny of this nation. Respected dignitaries, esteemed members, and everyone present here. To be at the inaugural session and to connect with you is like generating a connect with the economy of the nation, with industry of the nation, with trade of the nation, with commerce of the nation, with professionals of the nation, and anyone and everyone who matters. Thank you for this rare opportunity. Chartered accountants are unsung heroes. Yes, chartered accountants are unsung heroes, but now their presence is being felt. And the past unsung stories are getting louder and louder in high decibel, resonating in our ears for larger good of the nation. You make stakeholders in our growth trajectory more relevant and accountable. In an era of rapid globalization, economic interconnectedness is imperative. By virtue of your training, your intellect and experience, you are a real bridge. You are watchdogs and guardians of financial integrity. When that book was given to me, what I wrote, I will reveal. Be a beacon of transparency and accountability, and you are one. This transparency is not just a statutory requirement, a ritualistic formality. It is the very foundation of trust in our financial systems. By providing sound financial advice and strategic insights, and I am aware you alone are capable to do it by hand-holding young entrepreneurs who may have, but you have to show them the way that you are doing it. You enable businesses to make informed decisions, sometimes innovative decisions. You generate in them futuristic outlook, and thus you act as catalysts for growth, innovation, and both are good pillars of governance. India's remarkable economic journey has made impact globally. We have exponential economic upsurge, taking the nation to be the 5th largest global economy, on way to becoming the 3rd one ahead of Germany and Japan. But our target is very different, and the Prime Minister has unfolded his vision. And the vision is, we have to be a developed nation. No one knows better than this category of people here what is meant by a developed nation. The challenge is daunting, but achievable, given our expertise in human resource. And we will have to undertake a journey by making our per capita income eightfold. A challenge we will surely meet, क्योंकि पूरे देश में एक बहुत बड़ा हवन हो रहा है. वो हवन है विकसित भारत के लिए. उसका लक्ष्य है 2047 में भारत का विकसित होना. उस हवन में हर किसी की आहुति की आवश्यकता है. पर मेरे मन में कोई शंका नहीं है, पूर्ण आहुति यदि कोई देगा, आपकी फ्रेटर्निटी देगी. We have made remarkable progress in the World Bank's ease of doing business rankings, and this is a testament to the collective efforts of various stakeholders, important amongst them being chartered accountants fraternity. Dear friends, we are the only country in the world that has civilizational ethos of 5,000 years. Ethics is in our blood. Ethics is our DNA. And you know it more than I do, that ethics in accounting and auditing are cornerstone of trust and demands unwavering commitment to ethical practices. There can be no calibration of it. It has to be 100%. It is not optional. It is the only way. In this digital age, the landscape of accounting and auditing is evolving rapidly. As was indicated, artificial intelligence, blockchain, machine learning, analytics, data analytics, and the other technologies which we club as disruptive technologies. You'll be happy to note that India is amongst the countries in single digit who are bestowing attention on this critical aspect. Only yesterday, the governor of the Reserve Bank of India has cautioned what has been indicated here also. We have to keep artificial intelligence in captivity rather than being its captive. Artificial intelligence and the kind are challenges and opportunities. We have to convert the challenges in opportunities. I have no doubt that the organization will take all steps in this direction. The harmonization of Indian accounting standards with international financial reporting standards is a significant step for which I congratulate you. Chartered accountants are just not numbers. I remember a situation when I was a lawyer. They used to say anecdotally, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंसी में पास होना मुश्किल है और वकालत में फेल होना मुश्किल है. एंड फ्रेंड्स, देयरफॉर आजकल हालात बदल गए हैं और लीगल एजुकेशन भी आपकी तरफ बहुत प्रोफेशनल हो गया है. और मेरे ज़माने की बात कर रहा हूँ. Chartered accountants are not just number crunchers or compliance officers. Your job is not mechanical. I would go to the extent of saying that your job is emotive also. Because we know sometimes industrial houses, and in our country they are normally partnership driven or family driven. Someone labeled to me when I was member of International Court of Arbitration at Paris. It was indicated to me that India has a unique concept of corporates, and that is family corporates. You have a challenge to keep it in harmony, to see it doesn't become dysfunctional. It doesn't get into disruption, groove, and I'm sure you know it more than I do. more often than not, is behind the scenes. It is crucial in building a strong, transparent, and vibrant economy. And now for us, challenge is very different because we are on the rise as never before, and our rise is unstoppable. Our rise is on incremental trajectory. And when you are in such a flight for economy, you have to be extra careful. That can be done only by your organization. First, and I would urge, a collective nationalistic outlook is the very basis of economic prosperity, which I assume all of you are primarily interested in, because it doesn't require much explanation. We cannot be pyramidical. We have to be Plato. That's our culture. We take everyone along with us. And that is why in G20 we gave the world a motto: one world, one family, one future. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Our national discourse needs more conversation about this nationalistic outlook, because today, more than ever, we need our citizens to be nationalistic. How can in this country we can ever imagine that we will have partisan interest, personal interest, fiduciary interest, self-interest ahead of national interest? That we see it quite often. You can take a great lead very successfully in this direction. After braving many challenges, we have come a long way from a ship-to-mouth country to the world's fastest growing large economy in a few generations' time. With this rise, internal and external challenges grow. I was elected to Parliament in 1989, and I know the situation then. Our foreign exchange reserve, with which you all are concerned, was around $1 billion US. सोने की चिड़िया कहलाने वाले देश का सोना स्विट्जरलैंड के 2 बैंकों में गिरवी रखना पड़ा. It was shipped by air to sustain our credibility. And what a proud moment at the moment. Our foreign exchange reserves are more than 700 billion. That's a great accomplishment. And therefore, the greatest challenge I must advert to, a challenge that is growing day by day. The challenge has taken menacing proportions. It is alarmingly worrisome. And that is, narratives and efforts are afoot to upset our social cohesion. We therefore all have to work with passion and in missionary mode to build a cohesive society that thinks in nationalistic terms and is not ridden by factions of caste, creed, color, culture, conviction, and cuisines. We are all absorbing. Let me describe the scene. We as a majority are all embracing. We as a majority are tolerant. We as a majority generate soothing ecosystem. And we have a counterpoint writing on the wall. The other kind of majority, that is brute, ruthless, reckless in its functioning, believes in trampling all values of the other side. The difference has to be noticed. Friends, when you think as a citizen of this great civilizational state, Bharat, home to 1/6 of humanity, and a place known in the world for incredible human genius. We will have to leave behind the narrow parochial divisions. A citizen with nationalistic outlook will have no difficulty in embracing diversity. He or she celebrates this country's glorious past, regardless of his or her faith, because that is our shared cultural heritage. हमारे shared cultural heritage पर कुठाराघात हो रहा है. उसको हमारी कमजोरी बताने का प्रयास हो रहा है. उसके तहत देश को ध्वंस करने की योजना बनी हुई है. ऐसी ताकतों पर वैचारिक और मानसिक प्रतिघात होना चाहिए. And the people before me are nerve center and epicenter of this wholesome narrative. Such unity and cohesion is the very basis of economic prosperity. Economy may rise. We are having exponential growth. Our developmental journey in infrastructure, the world is stunned. Global institutions, the IMF, the World Bank, are accommodating India for a variety of reasons, digitization in particular. But this economic rise becomes fragile when social unity is disturbed, when fervor of nationalism dies, when anti-national forces within and without generate in this country divisiveness. We have to be mindful of that. Our society is known through centuries to handhold the challenged, the marginalized, the vulnerable, the weaker. It is soothing to note that number of governmental schemes have generated an ecosystem where everyone now can exploit his or her potential, realize dreams, and fructify aspirations. But your role is also enormous in that, and I'm sure, like all you have done so far, this too will be addressed. No one has a right to take law in one's hands. That's universal. There was a time when some people thought they were above law. They were privileged. कानून का कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकता, कानून के हाथ उन तक नहीं पहुंच सकते. उन हालात में बड़ा बदलाव आ गया है. जब बदलाव आ गया है, तो भी आज के दिन हम देख रहे हैं जिम्मेवार लोग, संवैधानिक पदों पर बैठे लोग कानून की परवाह नहीं करते हैं, देश की परवाह नहीं करते हैं, कुछ भी बोल देते हैं. और वो ऐसे नहीं बोलते. This is emerging as a sinister design, well structured by forces that are inimical to India. तो आप जो इतना कर रहे हो और जिसके नतीजे हर भारतीय आज के दिन सुखद तरीके से महसूस कर रहा है, उसको चकनाचूर करने की जो योजना कुछ लोग बना रहे हैं, हमारी प्रगति उनको पच नहीं रही है. We can't be crazy for political power. Political power has to emanate from the people. It has to emanate from the people through democratic process that is sanctified. आपको इस ओर ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. I will make an appeal to you in particular, because that is the brief you alone can handle. And that is economic nationalism. Imagine the fate of this country. Billions of foreign exchange is being drained out every year by engaging in avoidable imports. shirt, trousers, shoes, carpets, furniture, kite, diya, toys and whatnot. We are inflicting three things. We are depriving our people of work. We are draining our foreign exchange. We are blunting entrepreneurship. Now, imports are being done by whom? Of avoidable items, those who place their fiscal gain ahead of national interest. I urge all of you, I appeal to you. No fiscal gain, irrespective of quantum, can be justification for avoidable imports. Your fraternity can play a big role. It will be great service to the nation. Second, no one knows better than you do when raw material is exported outside the country. Iron ore, for instance, go to Paradip port. We declare to the world we are not capable of adding value to it. Why should our raw material go beyond the shores of this country without value addition? If we add value, we will certainly be generating employment. Entrepreneurship will blossom. You have a great role to play. No one can play that role more than you can play. Because you have to handhold the entrepreneur. That what you are making in your cozy rooms, you will make much more. Get sublime satisfaction. And you'll be contributing for national welfare. I am sure this must be handled by you, by brainstorming. Friends, optimum utilization of natural resources. You know it. You have to curb it. Our economic prowess, our financial strength cannot be a determining factor as to how he or she will utilize natural resources. We are trustees. Let us focus on that. Friends, I am happy that this outfit is at par with global standards, and in some areas in the lead. Speaking of change, we must embrace the growing demand for ESG audits as a significant opportunity for our profession, with the stakeholders increasingly prioritizing environmental sustainability. Auditors could assess a company's ESG performance and ensure compliance with regulations. I have no doubt, and everyone will agree, and young girl chartered accountants will agree immediately, अपने पास रहने के लिए धरती के अलावा और कोई planet नहीं है. We have to pass it on to future generations, at least in some repairing mode. We have done enough damage to it. I am before audience that has a huge potential to generate and sustain economy, give it cutting edge through innovation and research. Global economies have prospered because they engaged in research and development. CSR has to be in motivational groove. You have to nurture research that will give the entire nation a greater respect in the world. And when in research and innovation we are ahead of others, that gives cutting edge to our soft diplomacy also. I have said all this because the organizers have very wisely, thoughtfully given a theme of this conference. Synthesizing the profession. That is need. We have to be in sync, we have to be in synergy, we have to be in synthesis. We have to work in tandem and togetherness. We all are stakeholders because we swim or sink together. That feeling has to come. Chartered accountants, I have no doubt, are nerve center and epicenter of big change. You can bring the change which you believe. I have no doubt, no legal transgressions can take place. There can be no dilution of transparency and accountability unless the chartered accountant looks the other way. We have seen global giants in chartered accountancy collapsing for ingratiating with the client management. Management and stakeholders, shareholders, the difference has to be understood. The trust of the stakeholders, the shareholders, is in your hands. It is your mandate, your ordainment, your obligation to see that the management is kept close to ethics, optimal utilization, and giving best to the shareholders. Your role in combating corruption, uncovering malfunctions, and detecting corporate frauds is much beyond any investigating agency. They have to learn it. You know it. You know it so seamlessly that you are like a duck taking to water. Investigating agencies have to learn. They learn through you. That is an area we must focus on. Tax evasion and financial frauds, they may help some. And these days, they don't help anyone. The long arm of law is working in overzealous manner to serve the country, to see that such kind of people who seek to monetize fraud, corruption, scams for fiscal gain are learning their lesson the hard way. You are custodians and watchdogs, and therefore you cannot even for a moment take reprieve from this duty. Because this is not a duty emanating from your statute. It's a duty emanating from you being the citizen of this country. And therefore, please engage into this area. In a country like ours, ethics is non-negotiable. घर के अंदर भी देखिए, बड़े बुजुर्ग पहले कोई गलत काम नहीं होने देते थे। अचानक घर के अंदर कोई ज़्यादा संपन्नता आ गई, पूछते थे कैसे आ गई। अब उन बड़े बुजुर्गों का काम तो आप लोग करते हैं। I am sure you will do it. Friends, I will be availing this opportunity because I take you to be beyond chartered accountants. I take you as very responsible citizens of this great nation. And India, Bharat, is a stabilizing global force. This force has to emerge. This century has to belong to Bharat. And that will be good for humanity. That will contribute to peace and harmony on the planet. And therefore, it will be national disservice of extremity if we turn Nelson's eye to the dangers of demographic upheavals that are taking place in this country. Organic, natural, demographic change is never upsetting. but a demographic change brought about in a strategic manner to achieve an object offers a scene that is frightening. Analyzing this menacing development over the last few decades will turn out to be an eye-opener. Take any state and you will find demographic change has a pattern. That pattern offers a challenge to our values, to our civilization ethos, to our democracy. If this challenge, which is alarmingly worrisome, is not addressed in a systemic manner, it will graduate to existential challenge. It has happened in the world. I need not name countries that have lost their identity 100% because of this demographic disorder, demographic earthquake. Demographic disorder is no less severe in consequences than even a nuclear bomb. And mind you, young boys and girls in particular who are chartered accountants, mine is a moderate statement. You look at the global landscape and you'll find the devastating consequences in the shape of loss of human rights, human values, democracy being the last option in some countries. Even the developed world is feeling its heat. But in our country, when we seek to address this draconian problem, there are voices that talk on a different level. Every one of us and each one of us has to be alive 24/7 to ensure this does not happen anymore. There is a proverb that says, if you are going in the wrong lane, you are not on the right path, the first thing is you must immediately stop and then contemplate about taking a U-turn. The more you delay in taking U-turn, you are creating your problems, not arithmetically, but geometrically. Look at our culture. Our inclusivity and unity in diversity are facets of affirmative, positive social order. Very soothing. We are for all, with open arms. And what is happening? This is being shaken and severely compromised by these demographic dislocations. Evil design, divisiveness on the plank of caste and the like also. Let me slightly elaborate. Demographic dislocation is turning out to be fortress of political impregnability in the democracy when it comes to elections in some areas. We have seen this change in the country. So much is the demographic change that the area becomes a political fortress. Democracy has no meaning. Elections have no meaning at all. Who will be elected turns out to be a foregone conclusion. And this area in our country, unfortunately, friends, is increasing. We must be alive to this danger. We owe it to our future generations that this civilization that has ethos of 5,000 years, its essence, its sublimity, its spirituality, its religiosity cannot be allowed to be destroyed before our eyes. And therefore, please think about it. I would say this is a monster. This monster is unregulated. This monster is being propagated by people who we take as wise people. Some in politics have no difficulty in sacrificing national interest for next day's newspaper headline or getting some minor petty partisan interest served. Friends, I have no doubt that you all will share my sentiment that all these misadventures to change the landscape of this land have to be neutralized by exemplification to preserve our roots and basics. We see all around there are some champions only of grammar of anarchy. They do it as a design, as a strategy. They orchestrate a narrative. Wings are given to the narrative. It is unregulated. I will appeal to you. Time for all of us to be aware of it. India's 5 trillion economy, we are close to it. There will be more in the line. That's what you are going to do. And I don't want to take more time. I have taken more than I should have. But I thought, if I don't share my mind with people who have capacity to change, and the only constant in life is change. But we must not be allowed by involuntary change. We must be architect of change. We must script the change. Let us have the change which we believe. Let us aspire for a change that fits in our civilizational ethos. I am grateful for your time. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Vice President of India exemplifies humility and kindness, embodying the values of hard work and patriotism. Thank you, Honorable Vice President of India, sir, for your motivating words and blessings. May I request to kindly stand for national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
With this, we conclude the inaugural session of PRAGYOTSAV 2024. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President, sir, respected Mr. Sudesh Sinha, ma'am, and all the dignitaries and all the members to joining us. I hereby acknowledge the presence of distinguished guests present here, C.S.S. Bhandari, sir, C. Veni Thapar, ma'am, Independent Director, Bank of India, C. Anil Agarwal, sir, Managing Director, NAV Back Office, Shri Vijay Kumar Jhalani, sir, Central Council Member, ICAI, C. Rajiv Gupta, sir, Director, Professional Softech Private Limited, C. Dharmendra Shekhawat, sir, Independent Director, State Bank of India, Shri Prateek Jain, sir, Director, HEM Securities, C. Ashok Holani sir, Holani Consultants Private Limited. C. Shankarlal Agrawal, Independent Director, Punjab and Sindh Bank. C. Pankaj Joshi, Independent Director, Punjab National Bank. C. R.C. Sharma, Vidyasagar Career Institute. C. Priyavit Sharma, Independent Director, Central Bank of India. I have been informed that due to security protocol received from the Vice President Office, the award program cannot be organized in this session. We will now commence. Dear colleagues, I request you all to be seated. We will now commence the first technical session, and I hand over the microphone to CA Pawan Bhatia and CA Radhika Gupta to take the proceeding forward. Thank you.
We request all our delegates to please take their seats. We will be starting our session shortly. We request all our delegates to please take the seat as we will be starting our session shortly.
We request everyone to kindly take their seats. We are about to start the session.
We request you to please take the seat as we are starting the session.
The status quo and spark meaningful deliberation that propel us forward. It's all about understanding how technology is reshaping us as professionals.
Radhika, do you know, as per a report by World Economic Forum, every 6 out of 10 professionals across industries needs upskilling. ESG norms will become inevitable in the next few years, and India is fastly turning into a global hub for accounting and financial ecosystem.
Oh, that's wonderful. और इसी कड़ी में मैं सेशन की शुरुआत 2 पंक्तियों से करना चाहूंगी। जब आंखों में अरमान लिया, मंजिल को अपना मान लिया, फिर मुश्किल क्या और आसान क्या, बस ठान लिया तो ठान लिया. So with these lines, it's time to invite our esteemed panelist and moderator to kindly grace the dais.
Starting first with the moderator of our session, please welcome esteemed CA Dr. Debashish Mitra Sir, past President ICI. Sir, we request you to please grace the dais. Sir, we welcome you, sir.
Next up, we would like to invite our panelists. We please welcome respected CA PR Ramesh sir, Independent Director Nestle India. We request you to please grace the dais.
We welcome you, sir. Next up, we would like to invite respected CA Nilesh Vikamse sir, past president ICAI. We request you to please grace the dais, sir. We welcome you, sir.
Finally, we would like to welcome esteemed CA Aniket Talati sir, immediate past president ICAI and chairman Digital Accounting and Assurance Board. So we request you to please grace the dais. We welcome you, sir.
A huge round of applause for all our eminent panelists and moderator. Taking this session forward, now it's time to felicitate our esteemed panelists for this session.
We would like to invite C. Ashish Sugani and C. Akhil Pachori to present memento to respected C. Aniket Talati sir.
A huge round of applause, guys.
Thank you.
We would like to invite CA Milan Parikh and CA Kuldeep Sharma ji to present memento to CA Nilesh Vikamse sir. Please give a huge round of applause for all our panelists.
Thank you. We would like to invite CA Manish Jhantani and CA Tushar Agarwal to present memento to respected CA PR Ramesh sir. Thank you.
We would now like to invite CA Raman Sharma and CA Divya Gupta to present memento to CA Dr. Debashish Mitra sir. Thank you. We now request CA Naveen Sharma sir, Chairman, Jaipur branch of ICAI, for the welcome address.
Thank you, Amusi, Pawan Bhatia ji, and Radhika Gupta. Respected President of the ICI, Ranjiv Kumar Agrawal sir. Respected immediately past President, panelists of this session, Aniket Talati sir. Respected past President ICI and moderator of this session, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra ji. Respected past President ICI, panel of this session, Nilesh Vikamse sir. Respected Chairman, Board of Internal Audit and Management Accounting and Program Director, my mentor, Prakash Sharma sir. Respected Independent Director, Nestle India, and panelists of this session, PR Ramesh sir. All the other Central Council member, all the Regional Council member, my seniors, Vice Chairman, Jaipur Branch Vikas Yadav ji, all Management Committee of Jaipur Branch and other branches, and all the respected professional colleagues. A very, very good morning to all of you. I, CA Naveen Sharma, Chairman, Jaipur Branch, welcomes you in the two-day National Conference, PRAGYOTSAV 2024, Synthesizing the Profession. Friends, I find the right quote to hear the value of words of Swami Vivekananda. When an idea exclusive occupies the mind, it is transformed into the actual physical mental state. So the idea was, and not idea exactly, the dream was to organize an exclusive program for our members at Jaipur with the presence of live blessing of our Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar sir, and today the dream come true, and we all are the witness of the esteemed presence today. Respected colleagues, it's my honor to appraise your good self that the more than 2,500 members are attending this conference across the India, and whose number of members are watching live on YouTube. Then there are the rapid changes in the law and continuous basis, so we need to update ourselves and cope up with these changes. And this conference gives platform to all of us are attending this conference to enhance the skills and update the knowledge. Apart from discussion, the various congressional topics related to income tax and GST, this conference also includes various non-conventional and futuristic topics, such as the CA role in the next decade. This session is going on, artificial intelligence, fraud prevention and detection, global opportunities, which enable the Indian Chartered Accountant to prepare themselves to compete globally. Further, this conference to aware our members to various related health awareness. A special health talk show with the Naresh Tehan, renowned cardiologist, have been scheduled first time in the Rajasthan. Dr. Naresh Tehan enlightened us tomorrow about the healthy lifestyle. In the same line, as a part of this conference, tomorrow evening, we are organizing Recreational Fest 2024, in which a special session, Dr. Kumar Vish and their family members, so that the family manage and stress during the day-to-day working, followed by the family music event by the super singer Ravindra Upadhyay. Respected colleagues, we feel immense pleasure to our presence of the CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal sir, President of the ICI, who was kind enough to accept our invitation and are present among us. Thank you so much to spare the valuable time, sir, and with your tight schedule. We are too fortunate and blessed with the presence of the Aniket Talati sir, Debashish Mitra sir, Nilay Vikram sir, for the past president, who have been a guidance force not only for this conference, but also the profession as a whole. Thank you so much, sir. Further, we as a team, Jaipur branch, are extending our warm thanks to the core of our heart, our own Central Council member from Jaipur, C.A. Prakash Sharma sir, conference director, who have been the key person to visualize the idea of this conference and work hard to day and night for the successful implementation of this idea. We are thankful to you, sir, for giving the Jaipur branch the opportunity to hold this mega conference, and without your guidance support, it was not possible to organize the whose event. Your 9 years of dedication as Central Council member, we never will forget. A whose round of applause, Prakash Sharma sir, for always faithing and trust to Jaipur branch. Friends, I cannot forget the efforts of my dear friend, Regional Council member Anil Kumar Yadav ji, who has visualized and documented theme of this conference and have always been helping force whenever we needed. I personally thankful to Anil Kumar Yadav ji for your efforts. I am thankful to my colleagues in the management committee for their wholehearted support, which allowed to us organize a 2-day mega brainstorming program. Further, I would like to assure you that the team Jaipur is dedicated to start the program on time, and in future, we will ensure you to follow the same. I am thankful to all our knowledge partner, this conference, R. Sogani Associates, team PRAGYOTSAV, and CA conveners, and student volunteers, and my ICI staff, who working untiredly since the last month from the success of this conference. I am thankful to all the sponsors for this conference for extending their financial support to organize a mega conference. Once again, thank you to all the attendees. This Festival of the Wisdom, PRAGYOTSAV Synthesizing profession. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai ICI.
Thank you, Naveen sir. Now, we would like to hand over the baton of this session to CA Debashish Mitra sir, our session moderator, to take this session forward. Over to you, sir.
A very, very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. A great pleasure on my part to be here with all of you this morning. And, the Vice President of India speaking so well of us. I have with us my council colleague, Rohit Ruatia, sitting in the front row. Then my former council colleague, Pramod Boob, sitting in the front row. I don't see Prakash Sharma ji. And then I have an excellent panel today, right? Excellent panel. Can you believe it's three past presidents in the panel today. Nilesh Vikamse to my extreme left. Then we have Aniket Talati, the immediate past president. And then, of course, PR Ramesh. You see, all of us, we know PR Ramesh. You see, and, the way we shall go, this is about an hour session. We're going to discuss how the profession will look like in the next decade, right? To what extent AI is going to dominate the profession. Just picking up from what the Honorable Vice President said. Is sustainability and non-financial reporting going to be the future of the profession? To what extent fraud reporting will hold center stage? What is going to happen to the test checking? Will the sampling standard go because AI is coming in and 100% checking will be mandatory? Will that standard go? What will happen to ICI role vis-a-vis NAFRA? To what extent there is a regulatory overlap, right? There is a perception gap that are we investigators or are we auditors? To what extent, you see, we can minimize that perception gap as we go ahead. And then, will the institute be a think tank of the government of India? Are you going to be a think tank of the government of India? And as we go ahead, so many of us are small and medium practitioners. What's going to happen to them? In the next 10 years, to what extent the small and medium practitioners will survive? To what extent the protection that we get by law? For example, Section 44AB of the Income Tax Act, tax audit. You see, we have protection under the Companies Act. To what extent that protection will still remain in 10 years' time? Difficult questions. Some of them are very controversial. So the way we are structuring this session is 5 minutes each, initial remarks. First of all, Nilesh Vikamse will speak, and then Aniket Talati, then PR Ramesh, right? They will speak for 5 minutes each. And then for 20 minutes, we'll have a discussion on the various topics, the issues that we have raised. And let me tell you, all the speakers here, all the panelists here, they have said that, it should be a no holds barred, right? They're being encouraged to express their viewpoints. And then for 15 minutes, we have a session with the audience. You can ask questions. We'll try to answer them, right? See how you feel about the future of the profession, future of the institute, etc. NAFRA is going to come up for discussion as we go ahead. We have been having circulars and things like this. But many of us, we are not really aware of what is 132 of the Companies Act, right? So I would request now Nilesh Vikamse, past president, who has seen the institute, who has seen NAFRA come. You see, I'll request him to explain to us in 5 minutes' time his perception of the introduction of 132 and its impact on the profession. So, Nilesh bhai, please. Would you like to say? All right. Nilesh bhai, you are already so tall. You don't require this. Right. Okay, all right. Okay, all right.
Esteemed colleagues on the dais, respected past presidents Devashish Mitra, Aniket Talati, and the very respected PR Ramesh, who has been a fantastic professional for last so many decades and went on to chair one of the largest firms of our country, Deloitte, just retired few years back. So it's an honor to be part of this panel. I think Rohit ji, past Central Council members, Pramod Boob ji, Parik ji. One person I want to recognize today, she is not in an official position, is Veni Thapar ji. You saw her recognizing the the Honorable Mrs. Vice President of India. I remember the year when I was the president. I'll just be off the cuff for a minute and how our professionals are working. She is very closely associated with the largest party of our political party of our country, the BJP. Prakash Sharma ji, I just recognize you, organized a fantastic event, and kudos, all the topics are super. I wish I'll be here 2 days to listen to all the topics. So Veni Thapar ji is closely associated with the largest political party of our country, BJP. The Election Commission sent the accounts of the political parties to the Institute for Review, the Financial Reporting Review Board. And as it happens, first time review, all the parties, not only BJP, it was Congress, it was the Andhra Pradesh parties, the communist parties, name it. Lot of observations were there in those first review. Then Piyush Goyal ji called me up that Nilesh, there are so many observations, just see what can be done. So Veni ji came, we discussed, and I can tell you, almost 99% of the comments were addressed and rectified in the next accounts. Only one thing which was beyond the control of anyone was not done. So hats off Veni ji for, Coming to the topic of NFRA, the moderator requested me to speak. This is one section in the Companies Act 2013 which came without any debate. Almost all the other sections of the Companies Act, there was a J.J. Irani report, some other committee, some third committee, whatever happened. And so this section came without any public discussion, just surreptitiously came in one day. And as was bound to be, I just joined the council in 2010, and about that time, from 2009 till 2013, the Companies Bill was undergoing a change. And so Institute raised its objections on this section, was not heard, and it came in the Act in 2013. When it came, again Institute sort of worked with all the ministers, the bureaucrats, etc. Until 2018, though this was part of the Act, this was not notified. And I can share the words of Honorable, the late Finance Minister Arun Jaitley ji, with whom we used to interact personally one-to-one. He said to my presidents, Devraj Reddy and the earlier President Manoj Fadnes and so on and so forth, and to me, that Nilesh, this section I know should not come because I know how the institute is run, what are the various committees, etc. And we'll see to it, So till 2013 to 2018, this section was not notified. But come the Nirav Modi case that happened in February of 2018, and this was immediately notified. I think October 18, this was notified. The ball was put in motion. And what does this section, section 132 NFRA say? That notwithstanding anything contained in any other law for the time in force, the NFRA shall make recommendations to the central government on formulation and laying down of accounting and auditing, policies and standards for adoption by companies or class of companies or their auditors, as the case may be, monitor and enforce compliance with the accounting standards in such manner as may be prescribed, oversee the quality of the service of professions associated with the ensuring compliance with such standards and suggest measures required for improvement in quality of service and such other related matters as may be prescribed. And D, perform such other functions related to clauses A, B, and C as may be prescribed. So this is the very overreaching standard, and this has got a far-reaching impact on the profession. I don't know how many of you are doing audits of listed companies or even SME listed companies. I think the way NFRA is going about, unfortunately, I think again, the first cases which they picked up was ILFS, DHFL, all the problematic cases. And lot of the way it is developing, is based on this problem. The way the Companies Act 2013 was based out of Satyam, the disaster. And if you see, there's so many criminal provisions for normal violations. And after 5 years, they started decriminalizing. Unfortunately, the same roadmap is happening vis-a-vis NFRA. They're starting with the problematic cases review, and they're setting expectation based on that. Now, what are the things what NFRA has done based on these reviews? First and foremost is, friends, compliance with not only accounting standards, but auditing standards. See, most of us are from mid and small practitioners. We may be complying with the accounting standards because that has been the focus, but very few of us comply with the auditing standards. What I mean, our documentation is very low. We are like the Ayurvedic doctors. We go by the nubs. We are not like the homeopathic doctor who puri history likhte hain. And what is expected by NFRA? Each and everything has to be documented. It should not be in your mind. It has to be on paper. So there's the first thing. And friends, believe me, it's not only broad documentation, it is a line-by-line documentation. Assuming certain thing is not relevant to a particular company, even then you have to write, this is there and this is not applicable to the situation. If you use your judgment as a professional, that judgment is not enough. The judgment has to be documented. So that is the first thing which has come up. Second is, the challenge, the recent challenge, I think you must be reading in the press. I don't know how much you are fully attuned to the, is on SA 600 versus ISA 600. Now what SA 600 says is the old SA 600, which is the current law, that each chartered accountant is responsible for work which he does. Suppose I'm a holding company auditor, there's a subsidiary auditor. I am responsible for my work, the subsidiary company is responsible for his work, the auditor of subsidiary company. ISA 600 came somewhere in 2002, it was modified, post Parmalat scandal in Italy, which said a group auditor will be responsible for the work of a component auditor. Institute debated this matter number of years and came out with a very clear decision that in India we cannot adopt this because otherwise all the branch audits, all the public sector undertaking audits will go for a toss. And even private companies, we have got joint audits, we have got branch auditors in this thing. So in case we adopt that standard, there will be challenges. So what has happened recently is under section 133, again, I'll just read out for the benefit of all. The central government may prescribe the standards of accounting and any addendum thereto as recommended by the ICAI, considered under section 3 of the Chartered Accountants Act 1949 in consultation with and after examination of the recommendations made by NFRA. Now, huge changes happened in this particular section where NFRA has put up a draft standard without consultation of ICAI. And I think we'll debate more, moderator sir, with your permission. We'll pause at that. And one more section which is very important from NFRA perspective, friends, is section 143(12) of the Companies Act, where as auditors of companies, we are supposed to report on frauds. And I'll just read out again the exact section. Notwithstanding anything contained in section, if any auditor of a company in the course of the performance of his duties as auditor has reason to believe that an offense of fraud involving such amount or amounts as been prescribed is being or has been committed in the company by its officer or employees, the auditor shall report the matter to the central government within such time and in such manner as may be prescribed. The challenge here is, Institute came out with a guidance on this for the members, that you report frauds only which you has identified as the auditor. NFRA has come out with a circular some time back which says, even if it is not identified by you as a auditor, but even if it's identified by the company itself, the internal audit team, the management itself, even then you have to report. Now here there are huge challenges. I think many of us do audit of banks and NBFCs and all. There are frauds which are part and parcel of the system, and it is reported to RBI. Despite that, you have to report to the central government, to the MCA. And friends, let me share my personal experience. We have reported number of frauds with management after the circular came of NFRA. We have not got a revert in any of those cases, number one. Number two, only in one or two cases they have asked where the font wall, increase the font size, some more information. In one case of PSU, we have identified a fraud. We have reported a fraud 5-6 years back. Till date, there's no revert what is happening. So I think we are getting, as auditors, more and more responsibility on shoulders. We are reporting. But after that, what is happening is a question mark. I think I'll pause over here. I don't know, I've taken more time. But just to set up the ball rolling, we'll discuss more on these subjects as for the moderator as the program goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nilesh Bhai. You see, we are just trying to make you understand, lay down the ground for further discussions. NFRA, why did it come? He's talking about fraud reporting. He's talking about SS 600, ISA 600. All these have been in the newspapers in recent times, right? So many of us, we have read what is happening. He also said that the exposure draft was issued by NFRA. So all these areas we will discuss at some point of time or the other. Aniket Talati, since the time I know him, I have always thought that he was very good in technology. And today, he is also the chairman of Digital Accounting and Assurance Standards Board. You would have heard the president speaking and the honorable vice president of India speaking. They're all speaking about AI today. So my request to the immediate past president is, what is his view on the AI and this impact on the profession, number one? Number two, IPP sir, this I would have taken this as in the question answer, but I will ask you to speak on this now only. Do you think that the sampling standard will go with the AI coming in? That is, no test check, right? 100% checking. So please, IPP sir. Yeah, you start from there.
A very good morning once again, and matter of great pleasure for me to be in your midst in Jaipur. I think a very important city. As president last year, one used to look at the statistics of the membership growth and student growth. And of course, no surprise that besides the southern region, I think the largest growing region is the central region. And specifically in central region, it is Rajasthan and Jaipur and towns around Jaipur, which is seeing tremendous growth in the profession. So in that senses, we are in the hotspot of the profession, and delighted to be with all of you, which is a city of great history, but also with a lot of promise for the future. And as I talk about future, I think the session today has been titled Future of the Profession. Any crystal ball gazing and tell you what exactly will happen in 2025, leave alone 2030 or 2047. But what I will most humbly try and do is, with my limited experience of course, having led the profession last year, having worked in practice, having worked internationally and also representing ICI at certain global forums, maybe spot some trends. And through those trends, try and answer the questions which the Honorable Past President Debashish Mitra ji has posed to me. But what am I seeing in terms of the trends today? First, the positives. 100% skills, and especially accounting skills, are in a huge shortage across the globe. You go to IFAC, you go to the Confederation of Asia Pacific Accountants, both the bodies where I represent in some form or the other, or you go to any international forum. If you go to New York, the discussion is how do you make the profession, I'm sorry to use this word, but it is what IFAC says. It says, how do you make the profession sexy enough so that the younger generation gets attracted towards accounting? Because today, if you go to the United States, you go to London, you go to Australia, you just don't have enough people doing accounting. And therefore, when we have this discussion, 8 or 10 leaders from Australia, UK, US, they simply look at me and through me to India and say, how are you able to solve this? Because we sit with 400,000 chartered accountants, 1 million students, close to 1 million students actively pursuing chartered accountancy. So I think that is our biggest strength. And in some sense, when I'll talk about AI, maybe also a threat or weakness that we can look at. But definitely today in the world, I can tell you with total confidence, if there is one bright spot in terms of the growth of the accounting profession, it is India, and therefore, I am of the firm belief that the future of our profession has strength. And imagine if this is the situation with the big four and the larger firms, so is the case with other accounting firms. Their biggest offices will no longer be in New York, in London, or in Sydney or in Singapore, but they will have majority of the heavy lifting being done by their GCCs or the global capacity centers in India. And therefore, this provides a huge opportunity for our membership. But along with that, what I personally see in the future, I don't know how many of you use AI. My request and urge, because the younger generation I'm sure is using it, but to the seniors in this hall, please, 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 with folded hands, because I'm still in the council, and therefore I think it's the importance of your growth which is important to us. I would request you that adopt artificial intelligence. Today in Outlook, I was yesterday in Dubai and I've just come. There is a feature where when you click reply all, you can have a plugin that will read the entire email and draft the reply for you. I started using it for the last 24 hours, and I can promise you, what I would have replied to the email, the AI comes up with a better reply. That is the kind of understanding it has. And it keeps on learning. If you use it for a couple of weeks and a month, it will reply to your emails automatically. Your clients, your future clients, your internal communication. I'm giving you small examples. Yes, 2 days ago, a chartered accountant in the WhatsApp group asked me, there is a firm, I have that question right here in front of me in my chat GPT, which asks, there are 5 brothers, all equal sharing in a partnership firm. In the year 23-24, one brother with no family passed away. What should be the treatment of his share of 20% in the balance sheet? In the group, people were asking. I simply went to the ChatGPT and CAGPT and asked this. You know the answer? Under the Hindu Succession Act 1956, if a person dies without leaving behind a will that is intestate, the property is inherited by the legal heirs according to a set hierarchy. Since the deceased brother did not have a family and no other legal heir, his estate, including his 20% share in the firm, would likely devolve to the surviving brothers. Look at the answer in less than 5 seconds. This is the kind of replies a chat GPT is giving. And today, if you look at international tech conferences, people say this is only 9-year-old in terms of its maturity and how it speaks. It's like a 9-year-old child. Imagine 6 months from now, it's going to be maybe in its teens. And a year from now, it will be an adult answering your questions to almost full accuracy. And therefore, when you ask me, Dr. Mitra, what is the future and what AI will involve? It will involve reducing most of the manual work that we do. I have no doubt that compliances will be reduced because they will be automated and done by the system. It will also ensure that a lot of the work that today we consider to be manual in nature is going to be automated. But what is going to be extremely important in my view is that chartered accountants will never get irrelevant. But there is definitely a chance that chartered accountants who do not upgrade themselves and do not have technology and AI skills will definitely have the risk of getting outdated. But to all of you in the room, I say this, most of you qualified when we did not have Ind AS. You qualified when you had a different Companies Act. We qualified when probably some of you did not have service tax. I qualified when service tax was just picking up, but we today have GST. And today we are talking of a new income tax act coming 6 months from now. What is absolutely inbuilt in our profession and our course curriculum is the ability to learn, unlearn, relearn. And therefore, if we are able to adopt this technological change, sir, the AI, which the Institute has understanding, and therefore today we have a committee dedicated on AI in ICAI. You have looked at the GPTs that are being built. And let me tell you, one of the large GPTs which the Institute is building, and Ramesh sir, Nilesh sir, it is going to change it, the whole profession. We are today in the process of uploading all annual reports of all listed companies on our GST. Imagine, we have already finished it for BFSI. We are doing it for manufacturing sectors, sector by sector. And tomorrow, sir, if you have a client in the steel sector and you have certain questions that you want to ask, today you have to look at softwares. Within seconds, you'll be able to know what is the GP of the steel industry. For an entity with turnover from 500 to 750 crores, what is the NP ratio? What is the bad debt that is happening, or what is the provisioning that is being done by a company in the BFSI sector having exposure in MSME credit? Think or imagine the kind of output this is going to generate. And therefore, I think a humongous amount of effort is being done by the Institute. It is the first institute in the world which has created its own GPT. And we are ring-fencing it so that your answers don't just come from anywhere in the internet, but whatever reliable material we have within the Institute. It may be standards, guidance note. It may be the expert advisory opinions. The chairman of which committee, Dr. Debashish Mitra, is sitting with us. It will go dig into those expert advisory opinions and then give you responses. So, sir, definitely, I feel artificial intelligence is going to change the course of our profession. And on the aspect of sampling, I know, and I think I feel sometimes very sad, sir, when we talk about standards. If I was to ask what is the audit sampling standard, SA 530, put a hand to your heart and how many of you will know even the standard number. But if I was to ask you what is the rate of TDS on a contract payment, which none of you, I'm sure, or not majority of you, will not be deducting in your own firm. You learn it because it applies to your client. And you pay so much attention to all the sections, subsections, amendments in income tax, in GST, which apply to the client. But sadly, we don't understand our own standards and take the efforts of understanding where standards on auditing and what the expectations they lay out. Having said that, sir, I personally feel, and this also has a lot of resonance with what you and me have experienced during the World Congress, interacting with world leaders. We were in Singapore. Sir, we were talking to the president of the Institute of Singapore Chartered Accountants and the CEO. And the CEO very clearly said that sampling or selecting certain number of transactions is going to be a thing of the past. You could use it as something that auditors were doing because it was not humanly possible to verify everything. But now, you are not going to humanly verify. It's going to be verified through computer. And therefore, the expectation, I personally believe, in a few years from now, is going to be that you have at least processed, I'm not saying audited, but at least processed 100% of the transactions through some form of technology, so that extreme red flags, extreme variances, if which can be picked up by the system, at least those that are picked up by your audit tools and reported. Yes, if somebody was smart enough to create a fraud or to commit a fraud in a matter which cannot be even detected by an AI engine, I'm sure as chartered accountants we will have sufficient reasons to say why I couldn't detect it. But the expectation going forward, sir, to that question, I have no doubt in my mind that in the future, 100% of the transactions of the entity that we are issuing an opinion on will have to get processed through some form of AI engine, ML, or audit software in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aniket Talati. You see, if you have heard him, he was categorical, right? That you see, in the future, 100% checking is coming. He was categorical about it, right? So you see, we have to get ready. And he was telling us about AI, the kind of impact it will have. But he was also expressing a bit of sadness that we might know the TDS dates, but auditing standards are really, all the numbers we may not be very conversant with. And that is what, I'll come to P.R. Ramesh. We were sitting in the breakfast table in the morning. I said that, look, you can be controversial, but, a bit moderately controversial. That's what I was telling him, right? So, what he is saying. Here's this topic of perception gap and skill gap, right? And Aniket is telling us about skill gap. If you look at the NAFRA orders, or even the orders of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, you'll find that a lot of stress, especially the NAFRA orders, are on frauds. How many frauds could you catch? Is the profession going to become a profession of fraud catchers? What will be the future of reasonable assurance that we give today? Will the expectation be that, replace reasonable assurance with an absolute one? And you got to be a fraud catcher, right? To what extent we can survive without even knowing fully well the auditing standards? That's a skill gap. So the perception gap and the skill gap, these are the two areas in which I would like to have the initial reactions or the initial comments from P.R. Ramesh. Ramesh, sir, please. Okay, whatever you say.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to Jaipur once again. I first came here in 1996 when you had the All India Conference, and I'm back again after several times, so you can imagine from that how old I am. I've been in the profession from the time my article started. Today, it will be more than 50 years. And I have seen 2 Companies Acts, and maybe we'll also see 2 Income Tax Acts, maybe. I've seen enough of the profession, so if I speak to you, I'll speak to you from not only experience,
Pierre,
but
just
also,
1 second, Pierre. Can I request the audience there on top, if you are chatting, please you can go out and chat. You're disturbing everybody. The guys in the balcony, in the middle, can I request you, if you want to chat, please go out and chat. I think there's a lot of audience over here. And it's disturbing us as a, speakers. So if you please chat, please go out and chat. Please don't chat over here. Thank you.
Thank you. So, if I speak to you, it may seem controversial, but I've been part of you and I continue to be part of you. And therefore, I'm concerned I may not be able to give the same level of comfort as Aniket does. Aniket has several years ahead, and maybe he will definitely see sunshine. I have maybe a limited lifespan ahead. I may not see that same sunshine. But as I read the tea leaves and I smell the coffee brewing, the picture is not good. I'll try and sugarcoat it at the request, and you may wonder why I came here to speak. I was hemmed in by 3 past presidents, and I'm not a past president. And also, to my right was a doctor from Calcutta. And you know doctors from Calcutta are in the news, and he's Dr. Debashish Mitra. Having said that, if you sift through all what has been said, including by the moderator, Dr. Mitra, the issue is of relevance. We can be whatever we want. You can be a CA, you can be anything. Doesn't matter unless, or what matters is you have to be relevant. If you're relevant, you are wanted. If you're relevant, you will be paid for. If you are relevant, you'll be sought after wherever you are. So the core issue is of relevance. When do you become irrelevant? You become irrelevant when the speed of change around you is greater than the speed of change within you. So if everything around the world has changed and you don't want to change, you will be irrelevant. And if you look around what has changed, regulations have changed. Regulators have changed. You can say what you want. You can say, we are the most superior institute, we cannot have a different regulator. The speed of change around you will make you irrelevant. The speed of change in technology can make you irrelevant is exactly what Aniket was saying. Yes, sure, the large firms, some of them, including Deloitte, have 100,000 people in India. But will they have 100,000 in future is a question we need to ask ourselves depending on what technology will offer. Just to illustrate on technology, in the 50 years which I have seen, if I go back to 1970, take the IBM Cray computer then and compare it with this iPhone today. This iPhone is far more powerful than the computer which sent man to moon. This iPhone is 68 million times faster in terms of number of computations per second compared to the then computer of 1970s. And this iPhone is 1/30,000th the cost of a computer on the same currency in 1970. So, and if you divide computations per second by the cost, this will be 2 trillion times better than a computer in 1970. That has been the pace of change in technology alone. And this is, if I extrapolate this, and this is not stopping, you have a 16 iPhone, you have a 17, you may have more. You can imagine, and with nanotechnology, even miniaturization, where will we be? 18 billion transistors a MacBook has. 18 billion in that 8-core MacBook. Where are we heading? Wouldn't it affect the way we operate? Shouldn't we be asking, saying, we should change rather than saying, nothing should change, standards should not change, this should not change? Not possible. So this is this perspective. Now coming back to perception. I have now moved to the other side. I'm on boards of companies. You heard only one name, but I'm on several boards. And when I see, it has not only opened my eyes, but I don't see a great picture. Because of the perception of where accounting is frozen in time and auditing also is frozen in time. If you read the book, The End of Accounting by Baruch Lev, which is a great publication, he compares the balance sheet of US Steel in 1911 with the balance sheet of US Steel in 2011 and says nothing has changed. The balance sheet looks identical, barring the numbers may have changed. In the real world, everything has changed, but our accounting hasn't changed. And when I sit on boards and all the audit committee meetings, there is very little, and for all the accounting standards which we talk of, including all the disclosures and the 300 pages of financial statements, there is very little discussion of the disclosure, the line, the accounting policy, much less. Lot of things are not in the financial statements because they are not what, because people want to know what's our market share, how many new orders we have got, and the whole host of data which is not in the financial statements. They don't really look at financial statements which we take pains to audit. And the next thing is, in the real world, if a cricket batsman gets out, you know immediately. But if a business transactions happen, you don't know. You'll say, we have to wait for annual accounts and that to be audited, limited assurance, whatever assurance be it. Too late. The world has moved ahead. It will move further, faster, real time in everything. So much so that even in the biological world, you're having embedded devices in your body which will tell you real time whether your sugar level is high, low, your heart rate. Today when you wear an Apple Watch, it will tell you everything, right? Real time. Do you need to put your temperature in your mouth or check the O2? No. So accounting, the way we measure, the accounting standards need a complete revisit. You will find in future, people will want accounting information ahead. They're not going to wait for 1 month, 2 months and all that. That's the reality. If it can happen with you, if you have to use technology, so be it. Same with auditing. I see auditors come. I was an auditor. And why it opened my eyes? Because the auditor says, I am communicating to you in accordance with SA 260, communicating with those charged with governance. I have done my audit in accordance with accounting standards, auditing standards. I don't know. Who has written the auditing standard? The auditing profession itself, not the companies, not the boards. So you say, I have done an audit in accordance with standards I have designed, and I am comfortable in giving a true and fair view. And then we come to this issue of fraud. I am not responsible for. Nobody is asking you to be responsible for every fraud. But surely you can't miss the elephant in the room. You have to be relevant. Why have I appointed you? I have appointed you to give me some assurance, right? Which is important to me. And for me, if there is an elephant and you can't spot an elephant, I'm not asking you for the needle in the haystack, as the Secretary MCA once said. Surely I'm asking you for the elephant. We can't be ignorant of that. That is the expectation. Then we come to the skill gap. If you listen to Aniket and all what he talked of AI, and I can talk for length, the skill sets which will be required in future will be what we call, the whole thing about AI, GPT, is generative pre-trained transformer. So you will need people who will be able to frame the right questions and extract the right information. Everything is possible. And you will need those sort of engineers which are required. And that is a completely different skill set. Because as he himself said, press of a button, you get the answer. I don't need to know the standards. I don't need to know all of it. That is the reality. We can talk about it in the Q&A. I'll pause here. But if I've sounded a bit gloomy, all I'm saying is I'm as much worried. For me, the only silver lining is my remaining lifespan. But for those of you who are young, there's a huge opportunity ahead. And you need to, that real world which will be there 10, 20 years from now, just as when I look back 50 years back to what it is now, it's so different. But it's so exciting also. I can watch movies in Netflix. While sitting in a plane, I can watch movie. Sitting in a plane, I can talk to anybody, all which was never happened in the past. So thank you, and I'll be part of it.
Thank you very much, PR Ramesh. All of you, we have got the feel of things, right? 3 viewpoints. Now, at this stage, I'll make a disclaimer. 2 of us are sitting council members, past president, we are sitting in the council. Whatever we say from this stage onwards are not the views of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. It is totally our personal views. Because I have seen the president sitting there looking at me, so you see, I'm very apprehensive, so that's why, you see, these are not the views, these are all our personal views. Pick up from what PR Ramesh said, gloomy views or good views, whatever. He's saying that accounting has not changed. Now, Nilesh Bhai, I will come to you, picking up from what. He's saying accounting has not changed, accounting has remained same. You see, who is bothered about what you are doing? He's saying, who is bothered about your reasonable assurance? Who is bothered about your limited assurance? He's saying, go ahead, technology is there, go ahead. Now, one point I'm taking from him, Nilesh Bhai, would you agree when PR Ramesh says accounting has not changed? IFRS has come, the framework is changing. He says that accounting, and we are always this thing. For example, in India, Schedule 3 has come. It is evolving at all times. So would you, I'm sure, you see, PR Ramesh must have meant it in a bit different context, but would you agree that accounting has not changed? I think accounting has become quite dynamic. Please. Take mine. Right, all right.
Thank you, Dr. Mitra. See, what PR Ramesh said is the rate of change. Accounting has changed, and substantially, I joined the council in 2010, and let me tell you, till that time, I have felt for the last 30 years, which I was in practice, it was completely stagnant. Post that, looking at the change in the international accounting standards, so just to give one example, leasing, you buy an office on rent, we used to charge it off to the revenue. Now under Ind AS IFRS, you have to gross it up, right to use asset, and the lease liability. And it goes below the, it goes along with depreciation and all. So your profit, your EBITDA, et cetera, goes up. So huge change. And I think a lot of hair splitting, or a lot of, my belief was still, I joined the council, that hardly any research development happening in accounting. But to my, surprise, a lot of changes happening. And in those years, the global crisis, 2008, subsequently, a complete change of the financial instruments. So a lot of change happening. It's not static, but possibly the formats have remained some modified, tweaked a little bit. But I think what Ramesh has been saying is the rate of change in which accounting is changing. And from the user perspective, his more is, we are looking at the past, reporting after 60 days, 70 days, or 45 days for the limited review. What Ramesh, if I heard him right, is people will want more current information, not post-mortem information. For any decision making, I think there's speed. Accounting has changed, auditing has changed drastically in the last, at least from 2010, last 10, 14 years, but possibly not at the rate at which I think the technology is changing or the other aspects of the world are changing. I think that pace has to be kept pace.
Okay, all right. So you're telling us, I'll come to you, Aniket, next. What you're saying is the pace could be faster. I'll come to you. I can see PR Ramesh in a very pensive mood. So I'll come to him, right? So I can see him in a very pensive mood. Aniket, you have been, today I heard you speak about the forensic standards before the Vice President of India. You think in the future, as we go ahead, the audit that is there, it will be more of forensic audit, the stress will be more on forensic audit. These forensic standards that you spoke about, the 20 of them, they will hold the center stage rather than the 46 auditing standards that we have. Would you like to agree with me that that could be the future, where the forensic standards hold the center stage?
So I think an excellent example that PR Rameshji gave about the speed of processing in 1970 and where we are today with our iPhone. And I think the only difference, if there is one, that I have with what he shared about maybe the silver lining and why I see it as an opportunity is, that will the accounting profession and the opportunities, sir, in the profession remain same? I think definitely not. Just two small examples. If you look at the healthcare industry, because I generally try and compare our profession with other professionals, because sometimes when you look both sides, you know what is going to happen. You look at the medical profession. In the past, if you got sick, if you were not well, if you needed an operation, you would go to the doctor and you would visit the hospital. That's the only time you would probably go to a medical care provider. Today we live in a world where so many of us wear smartwatches. We get our heart rate measured live. You mentioned about invasive technology, which gives you your blood sugar levels, so many other things. And today, people are spending more on preventive healthcare than curative healthcare. Look at the legal profession. It was always considered to be a litigative profession. You had to litigate, you had to sue somebody, you went to a lawyer. You wanted to get a remedy, you went to a court of law. Today, if you go to the law schools in India, most students who qualify law are getting into law firms and not practicing law as advocates or solicitors, but working in chambers, drafting deeds, drafting agreements, making wills, succession planning, and doing so much more. So both the professions, which are again very revered professions, and I would consider ours to be one too, the medical and legal have changed from being curative to being preventive. Similarly, sir, and I go back to where your question, I feel the accountant profession, if we were to only remain auditors, giving an opinion, reasonable or otherwise, in terms of the financial statements and auditing historical data, yes, I think what I share the view that P.R. Ramesh sir says about the declining opportunity. But if I look at what all a chartered accountant can do, and probably that is where I drive my confidence, because I interact with a lot of young chartered accountants. They're into startups, they're into technology, they're into newer areas. I see members here who are practicing in forensics who have developed these skill sets. And I think the demand for these skills with chartered accountants is only going to increase. If you want an accountant to give you validation, probably the statutory auditor as a board member is not the right person you should be looking for to give you value addition. End of the day, he's not there to give you comfort as a board, but to external stakeholders, including minority shareholders. But appoint an internal auditor who has the skill sets to give you value addition, to give you cost redundancies, to tell you how you can explore newer markets, they will be able to do it. You talk about chartered accountants adding value. Sir, I say this a lot of times, these forensic standards which the institute has developed, yes, they will be used by forensic accounting subsequent to a fraud. But I don't see a reason today for boards, because the biggest challenge, if you talk to any regulator, it may be SEBI, sir, as you would have done during your term, the biggest challenge is related party transactions. The whole world says this. And how do you then make sure that they are happening at arm's length? And I think that is where the role of the forensic standards that we put in will not only be with the objective of unearthing the fraud, creating evidence admissible in the court of law for you to prove a fraud, but also preventive forensics. So that a suo motu board looks at a certain number of transactions and says, wait, I would like somebody with a forensic expertise to look into it. And I think as we go forward, forensics, the eye of looking things not just with the audit perspective, but with the investigative perspective is going to be very important. And that is why, if you look at how we have named these standards, sir, they are forensic accounting and investigation standards. And I think investigation is going to be a crucial part of the forensic activity that we do, having beyond the skepticism that a usual auditor has when you're looking at transactions, trying to spot whether this is just an aberration or there is a pattern to certain transactions that is happening, which may ultimately result to ciphering or to other aspects of financial fraud. But yes, as chairman of DAB, I would wish that these forensic standards definitely take center stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because he's the chairman of DAB. Mr. Ramesh, you will agree with Nilesh Vikamse that you are basically talking about the pace of change in the accounting? Not necessarily. All right, all right. But I will take you to a, partly right, okay. Now, we are going into a more controversial area. SS 600, ISA 600, which you have been reading in the papers. I have just asked him that, can I ask him? He said, all right, go ahead. You know, you have seen what's happening, right? And Nilesh Bhai has just now told us what is SS 600 and what is ISA 600, right? Over a period of time, Mr. Ramesh, we have said, you know the history, right? The institute has said that, hey, you go for ISA 600, what happens to these banks? The bank branch audit goes, the ECG said. So you see, there are problems. The institute has now recently taken a stand that let us upgrade SS 600 and not adopt ISA 600 altogether. That's the stand of the institute. The council has taken a decision. Would you be happy with the stand of the institute? Or would you still say that no, the solution is ISA 600? What would be your opinion on this? We are Ramesh in his individual capacity, of course. Basically, right, please.
Yeah. First question. I suppose whatever I say is not part of any DC, will not be part of any DC proceedings, right?
I can see the chairman of DC sitting in front of me. So you may seek reassurance from him, the president of ICI. He's sitting in front. Right, okay.
Okay. You asked this question on expectation gap. You also asked this question on the perception gap, etc. But let's put the clock back. Take the Companies Act. Section 129(4) of the Companies Act says that all the provisions relating to accounting and audit, which apply to standalone financial statements, also apply to consolidated financial statements, mutatis mutandis. I was at a NFRA conference a few days ago in Mumbai, where I publicly said, as directors, and I was in a capacity as independent director, as directors we should be held accountable for consolidated financial statements because that is what the Companies Act says. I can't say I'm a director of company A, but I'm responsible only for standalone results of company A. I don't know what's happening in my subsidiaries. I said we need, as directors, to rethink our own governance mechanisms, saying what is a subsidiary, an entity you control? What is an associate, an entity you are able to influence? And you are rolling, the whole accounting principle is on that basis that you need to present a picture of all entities you control. Whether wholly owned, not wholly owned is not debatable, is not the issue. The issue is you control them. And you need, therefore, as a group. Now, when we sit on boards of companies, I can tell you this, we look only at the group picture. I concede that dividend is paid out of standalone because that's the law. Tax is paid on standalone results because in India that is the law, not necessarily in some other countries. But we are all there for the group, and that is the group, that is the entity. And therefore, if that should be applicable to directors, I don't think there is any other excuse for the auditors to, when they sign group financial statements. I'm not saying how you should go about it, that's a different matter. I am not here to say that you should, and particularly I would like to say, don't mix audit concentration with audit quality. If you want to sign off on group financial statements and saying this is my assurance on the group, then you can't say I'm not responsible for A, B, C, D. It is like going to a hotel and ordering a thali meal and saying that somebody is responsible for the beans curry, somebody is responsible for the paratha, the hotel is responsible for that thali which you are eating from a customer point of view. And that's exactly what is the expectation.
All right. One comment that you have just now made, that audit concentration and audit quality, right? You should not mix up. I think that is the stand of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India today. Let me tell you, the president is here. I see we have said that, look, audit quality is paramount to us. There is no compromise on audit quality. Right, so we have said that's audit quality is this thing. But in the example that you have just now given, a hotel, owner of a hotel, and you see a thali is being served, and the owner of the hotel, you expect the owner of the hotel to take full responsibility for the thali that is served. If I have understood well, right? Now the owner of the hotel can say that, look, I did not prepare that whole thali. The thali has 10 dishes. Maybe there are 5 or 6 cooks who have prepared that. How do I control all the 10 dishes of the thali that you are talking about? Right, so that's what the owner of the hotel could say. I'm just
He
arguing with you.
cannot say that. Because you are running the hotel, otherwise you shouldn't be in the business. The moment you take on a task, saying I'm running a hotel business to serve the thali to you, that's all. It doesn't matter if there are 10, 15, 100 people involved in it. An airline cannot say that, look, I don't care for anything, baggage is picked up by somebody, ticket is issued by somebody, check-in is done by a third person, airport operator is different, engineering is different. I don't, so if tomorrow if the plane crashes, I am not responsible because it is something.
Yes,
Not
on this, and by the way, let me just intervene here. I'll just seek both of, that's owner of the thali example that he has given. We see both of you maybe. By the way, when you spoke about section 129 of the Companies Act, there's a gentleman who is sitting in the front row who had a smile on his face. Our leader of the profession. Oh my God. How much research he has done on section 129. Every day in the morning, Ranjit Agarwal says, section 129 says this. What is your view on this? Right? So you see, he has gone into the depth of section 129. And because of us, so many of us have applied our mind to section 129. It has become a center stage,
Before
right?
anyone responds, I just want to say, cut out all interpretations and go on to the spirit and expectations. Because today, if you defend something based on a letter of law, that will be amended soon. So understand what is the expectation, try and walk few steps to meet the expectation, then I'm sure that whoever has a different view will also walk 2 steps forward. But if you want to stand where you are and say, this is my stand, I'm not sure that's going to work in any situation across the world.
All right. Point taken. Before we go forward, Aniket, the thali one you picked up, if you still want to say something or if you change your mind, no problem.
Very briefly.
I have already confronted him.
No,
the thali one, that example that he has given.
So I think it more than confrontation, I just maybe, and again, so that is why we have a panel, so that we have different views.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate,
Yes.
and I totally endorse what Ramesh sir said, that audit quality and audit concentration have to be delinked. There can be no question about it. But 2 short examples, just to compare the thali example, and I think he very rightly himself said and considered that today dividend cannot be paid from a consolidated financial statements. I may have a subsidiary which is making tons of money, but if my holding is not having the money and profitability, I will not be able to give dividends. So though I may declare to the world my EPS on a consolidated basis to be X. He also gave the example of the responsibility of auditors of the director should be on the whole and not just on the standalone, and also on the tax laws. Sir, similar to the example of the thali, let's say there is a surgeon who has to conduct a operation, and the anesthesiast is the person who makes a mistake. Can you hold the surgeon responsible for the mistake of the anesthesiast? Because he is also doing a component or a part of the process of surgery. Second, I think let's give the example of the union today, because when we talk about responsibility, today what is India? It's a union of all the states of the country. Today, if one state was to do something which is not appropriate, can I hold the union and say you are wrong? It is a separate government. It has a separate elected representation. And therefore, I have all right to fault the state which has gone wrong. I will never stand in defense of any chartered accountant auditor who at that component level has done something which is unpardonable. But can I hold and put a gun to the head simply because the one regulator wants that I need one throat to choke, and therefore let me give one person responsible and make him responsible for the acts which he doesn't have the capacity to do. And a country like India, where there are components which get audited, unlike various parts of the world where they're not, I would say that it requires a nuanced approach. I think that's what the council discussed. And I think Ramesh sir in the end gave the answer. It is about you walking 2 steps and then the regulator or the expected government agencies to walk those 2 steps. And I think as the council, I think president is here, I shouldn't be speaking this, but we have, sir, in the council discussed this at length. And under your leadership, we have as a council approved and passed a resolution that we will upgrade SA 600 and bring it as close to what the international practice is, however retaining the essential aspects of what is unique to Indian auditing and accounting profession. And I think if we are able to, in this manthan of thoughts which is happening, come up with something which is acceptable to all parties and make it a win-win, I think that should be the aim that we all have, sir.
Please. And after this, 10 minutes Q&A with the audience, right?
Dr. Mitra, the
Yeah, certainly, 2 minutes, right, okay.
The question is of audit quality. The question is the cases, the case, specific case which NFRA has, used to discuss SS 600 is Coffee Day, Coffee Day Enterprise. The issue is under SA 600 itself, there were provisions which the firm had not adopted, and NFRA itself has held guilty the firm and levied a penalty of 10 crore for one of the, amongst the various challenges, one of the challenges was SA 600 not for, that is number one. Number two, whether it needs an upgrade, fully agree it needs an upgrade. Number three, whether ISA 600 should come, whether ISA 600 is the solution for this problem. Now, despite ISA 600, 2 years back, there was a Wirecard fraud in Germany where huge balances were shown in, I think, some Asian countries. So is ISA 600 solution? It's just like the Companies Act. What happened? Satyam happened, the whole Companies Act became what, based on Satyam. So all criminalization, this, that. Because of that Companies Act, the company's registration fell substantially, and the government and the MCA was forced to decriminalize. There were a committee set up, huge now, I think 70, 80, 90 provisions were decriminalized, and still, I think the process is on. And now again, the company formation is improved and all. So is ISA 600 the only solution? No, I think that we need to think innovatively. We need to upgrade. So I think we have to strike a balance. It cannot be, either my way or highway. It has to be a midway, and I agree with Ramesh. Like, we need to walk few steps ahead. Possibly, we'll have to discuss with NFRA and come to a mid-path somewhere. That's fine.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ramesh, before you start speaking for 2 minutes, Aniket said manthan, right? Manthan means getting together. I think you are talking about churning, C-H-U-R-N-I-N-G. Am I right in understanding the difference between what he's talking about? He's like saying that let us, go to, get everybody together and let us have an exchange of ideas and try to do this. You say that, forget about the exchange of ideas. This is time for churning. This is time for change, right? And you adopt change or otherwise you perish. Would you like to agree with my viewpoint?
Well, even the Vice President said change is the only constant. Okay. So let me come back to this issue where things are bothering me. As I said, I have been an auditor, so I have my fullest sympathies. I also know what difficulty. Having handled some of the largest audits in the country, where the teams can be even as high as 100 or 150, do you think when I signed that standalone financial, leave aside consolidated, can I take an excuse saying I didn't check every voucher, I didn't supervise, I didn't do capital work in progress myself, I didn't do cash myself, therefore hold me responsible only for what I did? That is not acceptable. I have signed the audit report. The buck stops with me. Similarly, when so how different it is from a single entity doing an audit of a single company and a single entity signing the balance sheet of a consolidated financial statements of all entities which it controls. Just like I control every member of an audit team, it is important for me to be satisfied that every person who's involved in the work which has developed this consolidated financial statements has done the work to my satisfaction to enable me to give an opinion. That's all I'm asking. I'm not going, so there's no difference between standalone and consolidated in my view, insofar as my responsibility is concerned.
Okay, all right, point taken. I've been sent a note, 5 minutes more. All right, so see, first one, sir. Can you get a mic? You can stand up. Yeah, we'll hear you. Tell us.
You see, I must tell you this, quite apart from this whole, I don't want to take sides in the debate of ISA 600 because I am neither this side nor that side. I am neither in the profession nor in the regulator.
No, but
Quite
but
apart from that, I am addressing that. All I'm saying is, whether a regulator's views are biased or tainted, again, is a matter of perception. Similarly, whether we are different from the rest of the world is a matter of perception. This issue, as rightly Nilesh Bhai has said, came up when Parmalat happened. Parmalat was, in Italy, was a failure in a subsidiary, where the subsidiary's auditor, which was one of the big six, failed, perhaps had failed, and the whole issue of bank confirmation and bank balances were there. So the parent company auditor was held responsible and and was punished. Okay. Coincidentally, the parent company auditor was also Deloitte. I can tell you that also. There is no such thing. At that time, the world realized that it is falling between several stools, several cracks. Therefore, we must have one person accountable if it's consolidated financial statement. That's how the whole standard evolved. Now, the story we have in India about components, about this, is no different from if you are signing a Microsoft balance sheet globally or if you're signing anything else. They're completely different auditors in different countries could be having. If, for instance, France has got joint audit. There are lots of ifs. Our story cannot be very different. All I am saying is we need to listen to the voices and say, how can we move ahead? And I have just heard that that is also the approach, saying that we need to move ahead in some manner. At the same time, understand what is the local situation, if it is possible.
Right. Okay, all right.
Dr. Mitra, yeah, just one sec. Just to address Rajnishji's question, I will say the regulator is not biased. They are working in a certain environment, and I'll give a real-life example where Ramesh also was part of it. The same regulator, there was a lot of discussion going on whether auditors should report on frauds. This was about a year back. There was a closed-door meeting in Bombay, in Trident, organized by CII, where Ramesh was present, myself, Nihar Jambusaria, a lot of the people were there, and where the chairman NFRA did mention that why should the audit profession not report on frauds. And so at that time, Ramesh spoke, then I spoke, and I told the NFRA chairman that, sir, currently our level is skepticism, but if we want to report on fraud, we have to increase our level to investigation, and we as a profession are ready. We'll have to reskill, we'll do that. But the question is, today, despite knowing fraud in Satyam, in ILFS, in DHFL, and the works, the amount of time it has taken the specialized agencies, CBI, ED, SFIO, name it, to prove that it's a fraud. I know it's a fraud, but to prove it, evidence gathering is taking years and years together. Does Indian industry, Indian corporate, Indian business have as much time for an auditor to confirm, which specialized agencies are not, sort of able to do in a small while, and where we need to report in 60 days, 45 days, how will we do that? And whether Indian industry which wants to raise capital, etc., whether they can do that. And believe me, at that point of time, the NFRA chairman rebutted me in some manner. He gave some rationale. But after a few months, there was a clarification which said he expects the audit profession to follow the standards of auditing. And during the course of following the standards of auditing, whilst doing an audit, if he finds fraud, he has to report on it, which is a fair ask. So I think it is the environment which is working. They don't know, so we need to discuss with them. We need to, I think this, so it's not a bias. It's the environment which they are coming from a certain point of view. We have to express our point of view and come to, the solution.
Right. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. I know so many of you. I can see the silence with which all of you are listening. I see, when you have so much of people interested in the discussion, it's fantastic. I know so many of you would have liked to ask questions, but then there's a session coming up. Let me tell you, whatever you see here, many of us, we feel, you might feel that we don't debate these issues maybe long enough. Let me tell you, sometimes the debate takes place for days in the council, right? On SS 600, ISA 600, fraud reporting, so much of debate takes place. Some of the best minds, they participate, right? So you see, we are, as he is saying, we are always trying to move ahead. Till now, the council's attitude has been always collaborate. Never compete. Always collaborate. Join hands and let us go together. Right? So you see, at the end of the day, the institute, let me tell you, is all for the well-being of the profession. And today, before I conclude, please note two lines that the Vice President had said, the Vice President of India. He said, you all are powerful people shaping the destiny of the nation. I think you heard him, right? That's number one. The number two was more important for me. He said, you all are unsung heroes whose time has come. And ladies and gentlemen, I personally believe on behalf of this panel that our time has really come. Thank you very much for your patience hearing. Okay, please.
With the world continuously changing around us, the underlying message shared by our panelists is to stay relevant. I'm sure the insights shared by our panelists must have had an astounding effect on our audience.
A heartfelt thanks to all our esteemed speakers for such an engaging and insightful discussion in our last session. And audience, it's amazing to see energy and participation from all of you. But hold on, my friends, the excitement isn't over yet. Before starting the next session, we would like to take a moment and celebrate excellence and dedication of all our stalwarts. And moving on in this journey, we would like to invite CA Abhishek Sharma sir to take over the podium for the award ceremony.
Thank you very much, Pavan and Radhika. Respected members, we are having some distinguished present here, and we would like to felicitate those guests for their special and extraordinary achievement in professional and social field. So, may I request President ICAI, Sri Ranjit Agrawal, to kindly come on the dais, please. May I request Sri Prakash Sharma, sir, Conference Director, to kindly escort our President on the dais, please. A huge round of applause for our President, please. And I also request dignitaries on the dais, Sri Aniket Talati, sir, Sri Devashish Mitra, sir, Nilesh Vikamse, sir, and PR Ramesh, sir, to join on dais. I also request Chairman Jaipur Branch, Naveen Sharma, to kindly join on the dais. Thank you, sirs. In the series, it is my honor to invite. I also request respected Vijay Dhalani, sir, to kindly be on the dais. It is my honor to invite, for taking the award, it is my honor to invite respected Shri S.S. Bhandari, sir, on the dais, please. Shri Bhandari, sir, is a practicing chartered accountant since last 54 years. And apart from other contribution to the society, most important contribution is construction of state-of-the-art, quick, pollution-free cremation powered by gas at Lal Koti Jaipur Cremation Center. A huge round of applause for respected Shri S.S. Bhandari, sir. I request to kindly bring memento and request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly present memento to Shri S.S. Bhandari, sir. Thank you very much, sir. May I request C.A. Veni Thapar, ma'am, Independent Director, Bank of India, to kindly come on the dais. Veni ma'am is having more than 25 years of rich experience and presently having position of Independent Director at Bank of India and member of IPFA. Earlier, she also served as a board member of Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Thank you, ma'am. Now may I request C. Anil Agrawal, sir, Managing Director, NAV Back Office IT Solutions Private Limited. NAV Back Office is India's one of the leading KPO It is the first company in service sector which is based at Rajasthan and employed more than 3,000 persons from Rajasthan, and out of which more than 500 are chartered accountants. So he is one of the leading employer of chartered accountant in Rajasthan. Thank you, sir. Now our next awardee is already on the dais, respected Shri Vijay Jhalani sir. Shri Vijay Kumar Jhalani sir is a Central Council member and is a chartered accountant from Delhi. He is a presently Government Nominee Council member of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India and have already been served as a Central Council member of Institute of Company Secretaries of India and Institute of Cost Accountant of India. I request all of you to please put your hands together for respected Vijay Jhalani sir, Government Nominee Council member of ICAI. Thank you, sir. It is our honor to present award to you. Next, I request C. Rajiv Gupta, sir, Director, Professional Softech Private Limited. Shri Gupta is a practicing chartered accountant since last 35 years and formed one of the first tax compliance software company of Rajasthan with the name Computex. Hundreds of employees are employed in Rajasthan. Thank you, sir. Now may I invite C. Dharmendra Shekhawat, sir, Independent Director, State Bank of India. Sir is presently Independent Director at State Bank of India and earlier have served Board of Directors in Indian Oil Corporation Limited, and sir is having vast background of practicing in the field of finance and accounting. Thank you, sir. Next in the series, I invite C. Shankarlal Agrawal, sir, Independent Director, Punjab and Sindh Bank. Sir is having more than 35 years experience in profession and presently serving as Independent Director of Punjab and Sindh Bank. Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite C. R.C. Sharma, sir, Managing Director, Vidyasagar Career Institute Limited. Sir is having vast background of more than 35 years to teach and guide CA students and to motivate them. Thousands of students till now have become chartered accountant with the blessings of R.C. Sharma, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, I invite C. Priyavrat Sharma, sir, Independent Director, Central Bank of India. Shri Sharma is a practicing chartered accountant and having a vast experience of more than 25 years in the field of finance, accounts and taxation. He is also a consultant for funding. He is also the State Coordinator for Economic CSL, Rajasthan, and National Executive Member, Viprasena. Thank you very much, sir. Friends, we are also having presence of two esteemed guests. I will request them to kindly be on the dais. Shri S.S. Murthy, General Manager, Central Bank of India, and Shri J.S. Sahani, Field General Manager, Central Bank of India. I request both the dignitaries to kindly present on the dais. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all the dignitaries on the dais. Hereby we complete this felicitation session. And for starting of next technical session, I hand over the mic to MOC. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek, sir.
So now it's time to move on to our next session, where we have a power-packed panel deliberating on GST 2.0. What next in GST? Now, change is the only constant, a phrase which truly mirrors the situation GST Act is going through in our country.
That's right, Radhika. With GST constantly evolving, especially in the areas of technology, compliance, this panel will explore the latest developments, challenges, and future outlook in GST 2.0.
Yes, Pawan, our expert panelist will be covering pressing issues like alignment of GST ecosystem with ITC provisions, future of compliance with AI and automation, and most importantly, the role of chartered accountants moving forward.
This session promises to touch upon a galaxy of topics and will offer us a deep insight into how sectors like real estate and others which are getting impacted as the law is evolving with. So dear friends, fasten your seatbelts and hold on to your nerves as the session is going to be a session par excellence.
Exactly. So without doing any further delay, let's call upon the stage experts who will help us navigate this journey of GST.
साथियों, तालियों की मधुर गड़गड़ाहट से स्वागत करिए the moderator of our session, respected CA Yash Dadda sir. We request you to please grace the dais. A round of applause for our moderator, please.
We welcome you, sir. Next, we would like to invite our esteemed speaker, CA Jatin Christopher, sir, from Bangalore. We request you to please grace the dais, sir.
We welcome you, sir. Now, please welcome respected CA Sunil Gabawala, sir, from Mumbai. We request you to please grace the dais. We welcome you, sir.
We would now like to invite on a dais respected Shri Mahendra Ranga, sir, Chief Commissioner CGST Rajasthan. So we request you to please grace the dais.
We welcome you, sir. A huge round of applause for all our eminent panelists and moderators, please. It's time to felicitate our esteemed speakers for today as a token of respect and adulation.
We would like to invite CA Sunil Gogra and CA Shailendra Agarwal to present memento to Shri Mahendra Ranga, sir.
A round of applause for all our speakers, please.
Thank you, sir.
We would like to invite CA Nitin Sharma and CA Vivek Chatar to present memento to CA Sunil Gabawala, sir.
A huge round of applause for Sunil Gabawala, sir. We would now like to invite CA Gaurav Maheshwari and CA Shubham Agarwal to present memento to CA Jatin Christopher, sir.
साथियों, तालियों में कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए.
Thank you.
We would like to invite CA Pooja Agarwal and CA Garima Jain to present memento to CA Yash Dadda, sir.
A big round of applause, sir.
As the stage is set, we would request our session moderator, CA Yash Dadda, sir, to take this session forward. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, MOC. Good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, first of all, I would like to thank the committees and the branch for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be part of this August panel on a very interesting and a futuristic topic, that is GST 2.0, what's next? And when this topic was being discussed and deliberated as to what what should we discuss in this panel discussion, a thought came out that now 7 years of GST have passed. All of us are coming from a regime of excise, service tax and VAT. We have seen a regime where there were multiple rates, more than 15, 16 indirect tax rates were there. Approximately 36, 37 divergent practices across states or the practice in excise and service tax which was prevailing. And then this thought of bringing all of this together into GST, it certainly seemed a very novel concept, or concept which all of us appreciated. And that is why in the history for the first time, I think Parliament was open at 12 o'clock at night where we saw GST being introduced into India. And all of us were very happy. All of us had positive sentiments about it, and all of us were excited to contribute to it. And chartered accountants, as all of us know, have contributed a lot in bringing the law into proper compliance. However, in this background, as a concept, I think all of us have agreed that this is a novel concept. But in terms of implementation, I think all of us have been through that route, or all of us have seen that wherever in terms of compliances, there were certain gaps. In terms of technology, the way it was envisaged and the way it came in, there was a gap. And then with constant changes, which was definitely required, but so much of the changes that at some point of time, a tag of complexity got added to GST. Now that 7 years have passed, this law has faced the scars of humongous challenges before the honorable courts, lot of advanced rulings, clarifications, and the technological background which we have. It makes sense for next 55-60 minutes to deliberate upon that wherever we stand today in terms of changes which have taken place, is this law matured enough where we can think of now synergizing the benefits out of it and taking it to a next leap. So the plan for the session is that we have 3 August panelists before us. Mr. Sunil Gabawala from Bombay, chartered accountant, very renowned, and I think an idol for young people like us who have seen him, who have read his books in service tax regime. C.A. Jatin Christopher, a name which is very popular, at least in the North India, in the social media circuit specifically. If you're very active on LinkedIn, you're active on social media, you would see his post, you would see his commentary in terms of law, and you'll get motivated by his path-breaking research. And we have Mr. Mahendra Ranga, who is Chief Commissioner Jaipur Zone, CGST, and when we had this privilege of meeting him yesterday, he was very clear in his thoughts in terms of when we discuss about the structure of the topic. So I'll go to the first part of the session, sir, and I'll go to Sunil, sir. And sir, the question to you would be, or before going to Sunil, sir, I'll first go to Jatin, sir, and I'll ask a question in terms of law, sir. So initial years 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20. In terms of input tax credit was already there. We had conditions to claim the input tax credit. Before GST had come, we were told about GSTR 1, 2, 3, but it did not see the light of the day. Then we had that stopgap arrangement, and this question came up, how to do this 2A, 3B matching? Is the technology enabled to look into the provisions of the law accordingly? Then the changes have taken place. Now we have e-invoicing, GSTR 1, GSTR 1A is now there in place. We interestingly have a new system applicable from next month written called IMS. We have a new thought process where negative liability can be carried forward in GSTR 3B. So can we say that whatever was envisaged in the law, specifically with respect to input tax credit, has now been incorporated in the GST portal, which is the backbone of the compliance? Or do you still see certain things which are still not there, or there are gaps there? Would you like to highlight some of them, sir?
Good afternoon. As far as the portal is concerned, it is a ship that we started to build after we set sail. And in the last 7 years, with great attention to feedback from trade, government has been promptly attending to those change requests, and we see a number of changes being incorporated to reach the objective of the government, to ensure that compliance is a non-event in business. Data should be accumulated by a central repository. Everyone should work in a compliant ecosystem, suppliers, customers, what have you. So therefore, it is still a work in progress. What is more important for us to understand is that implicit faith in the data extracted from the portal is not unimpeachable evidence. Let's be very clear about it. Books of accounts itself are not a reliable source of evidence, says evidence law. Because books of account are an interpretation of the actual transaction. To make certain inferences based on what is in the books of accounts is an interpretation of the interpretation. And then when you get a show cause notice, it is three-tier interpretation. It's an interpretation of an interpretation of an interpretation. So therefore, portal is what it is. It's a repository of data put together by all the actors involved in a transaction. So that's all it is. And as long as we are able to contribute accurately our portion of the data, then I think we should have something to work with, but not treat that as unimpeachable evidence.
Fairly understood. So what basically we understand from this is that still it is a work in progress, sir. Now from that background, if I come to the compliance side of it, sir, and Sunil sir, I have known it personally that in your guidance, your office has been taking care of compliances of the largest of the multinationals to MSMEs also. We already have a session on AI post-lunch. And AI is the buzz, sir. Because the manner in which the portal is moving, does it look like that now going forward, compliance through MS Excel was the days of past, and now compliance can only be done through artificial intelligence and machine learning languages? And if that being so, because generally one would say that larger corporations would definitely take care of it. But having said that, we have majority chunk of the people who are doing compliance which are MSME. And MSME do not have that infrastructure ready where they can invest too much into automation. So what is the message for them in terms of compliance, considering the way portal is behaving? And then to the larger audience who are there right now, there's chartered accountants who have been the biggest supporters in terms of compliance management and support for the government administration. How do they look into it in the times to come?
So it's a very interesting question, Yash, and this really brings me back to 2017 and when GST was being implemented, and in the initial days of implementation of GST, I think quite a lot of us highlighted this emphasis on the phrase which Jatin just highlighted, that what we are building up is at GST and is a data repository. Now, your question has two major facets to it. One is the role of automation and AI. And I think it's important for us to distinguish between these two words. When we look at automation, we are using the systems as a tool to comply with the requirements. As far as my understanding, limited understanding goes, is that most of the organizations, including MSMEs, have already adopted automation in some way. Today, a very popular software like Tally would permit an automatic filing of GSTR1. That is an example of an automation, and I'm sure most of the MSMEs have graduated to that level. They have adapted and very nicely transitioned. Maybe there were hiccups to start with, but when you go from 17 to 2023, that challenge of adopting automation was there in 17. As of today, I think to a large extent, I may stand corrected, but to a large extent, we are no longer in a zone where a person prepares an invoice on paper or maintains books of accounts in that red Bahi Khata which used to happen, decades ago. We have graduated and we've come a long way from there. So that is automation. when GST was introduced initially, a lot of things were expected from the GSTN portal, but because it was being built on the way, we had interim course corrections. And those course corrections required a lot of reconciliations because there was a rupture in that entire system's flow. And these reconciliations meant that there was a need for an AI. That's where AI steps in. So what we are looking at, automation is a system which just facilitates computation or compliances. When you go to AI, we go to things like, okay, now my invoice is there in the books but not there in the system. How can I match it? Can I use some artificial intelligence of computers to decipher whether it's just an invoice number mistake? And things like that. And yes, over a period of time, we've seen that, people have faced challenges. People have done it in Excel. There have been third-party tools available. Some of them have been able to use them. Some of them have been able to do it in Excel. So I think there the question basically from an MSME perspective is that when you're looking at automation, you have to look at availability and do a trade-off between labor and automation. And certain pockets, depending on the type of the errors, if there are minimal errors or there's a discipline in the accounting and the recording of transactions, perhaps these types of AI may not be required. So the message is, yes, if there is a clarity at the time of data entry and a correctness of data entry, it's not that rocket science to really be worried about how am I going to handle it. And cost, according to me, is really not a factor. And we've seen that over a period of time. Even the GSTN, for example, has provided offline utilities. There are 3 or 4 free accounting softwares also available, which will help you with the invoicing along with the accounting and all the compliances. Of course, there will be certain limitations, but when you look at an MSME sector, to some extent, I think they could be able to cope up with that type of limitation. So, yes, it's, I think, a fear in our mind somewhere, but to a large extent, I think a lot of people have actually overcome that fear. Those who have not, my message to them is very simple. It just takes one small step. It's not going to be crores and lakhs of rupees of cost. That's definitely not the fact matrix. Maybe you are looking at a wrong direction if you're looking at that. Today, cheap automation tools are easily available. Even free automation tools are available. It's just a little bit of effort which you will need to do to find those relevant tools suitable to your businesses. If you are going to have a proper discipline of recording and correctness of recording, I think it's not that big a mountain that sometimes we fear it to be. Let me now take you to the next. So there were 2 questions which you have merged into that entire discussion. The second question, which again is coming up and which is a valid question, is what is the role of a chartered accountant, especially when you're looking at a compliance type of a practice? Because traditionally as professionals, most of us have always understood that yes, compliances are a bread and butter of a practice. So, and today with so many things happening, somewhere I am hearing that there is a challenge on this front that what is going to be, let's say 4 years down the line, am I going to do GSTR 1? Am I going to do GSTR 3B? Especially when you have invoice management system which will automatically populate everything into GSTR 3B, and maybe your e-invoicing will automatically populate into GSTR 1. And with this type of an automation, do you really see a role of a practice in compliance? I think that's the question which was being headed to, we are heading towards. And that's where I think as professionals, we need to understand the entire role of a professional in the compliance domain. I think that many a times we do a lot of things, but we do not understand. Somewhere we do it, but it's somewhere hidden within us. So for example, when you place yourself in the client's shoes, why does the client want you to do a compliance? It's not that he can't fill in those data himself. Some of them may not be able to, but many of them would be able to put it themselves. But yet they want it to be done by a professional because there is a level of assurance which comes along with it. That yes, when I'm sending data to him, if there are some errors, it would immediately come out. So that's where I think when you're looking at compliance and developing and thriving in the role of a compliance, you will have to make sure that a compliance activity is not merely a courier activity where a client sends in a data and you use some ASP, GSP or a software and upload that data. There has to be an intellectual role of review of data. I think if that is there, that review of data role will be valued by the clients even if lots of things are automated. That is the first part.
So that's the key word here. One is automation, which I think all of us have to embrace. And second, value addition. And in fact, Honorable Vice President also in his inaugural speech was talking about the value addition there. And I think rightly that has been put in perspective in terms of GST compliance by Sunil sir.
There's just one or two
Yes,
smaller points which I think are relevant because these are softer points which many times professionals do not realize. Second important thing which a professional brings in a compliance practice is continuity. With today's situation, employee attrition is at a very high level. And therefore, in an organization, there will be just like we face problems, even organizations face problem in retaining their tax talents. And therefore, and as we all know, the notices always come in a rear view mirror, 2, 3 years, 4 years down the line. And that time we've seen many times the employee has left the organization, there's no data available, so there's no supporting based on which the data can be tracked. So that is a second important facet which a professional offers. A continuity in terms of a data repository, the basis on which the workings were done, the basis on which you are going to do the entire, calculations. Some positions would have to be taken. Let's say if you're looking at cross charge or input service distribution. So continuity in those positions. If there are multiple entities in the organization because of the distinct person concept, ensuring uniformity across all those places and consistency in the positions. So I think it's an entire package. And just to conclude, I would say that you will have to really see what all is the value which you are offering and be confident of that value.
Right, sir.
Then there's no self-doubt.
Right, sir. Rightly pointed out. Now, from this compliance perspective, sir, we'll go to the person sitting at the other side of the desk, sir, and we'll go to Ranga, sir. So, sir, when 2017 GST came in, advanced ruling as a concept was very fascinating to all of us. And specifically because this was a monumental change, so confusions were bound to be there. And that is what, as an advanced dispute resolution mechanism, advanced ruling was looked at as something which would help us and both the trade and the government side of it to reduce the litigation. From an industry perspective, I think people sitting here would echo to what I would say, but advanced ruling, according to us, has not lived up to the expectation the way we envisaged it, for a reason that the majority of the decisions that the way have gone, either they are contradictory, or in a sense to say that in some cases, they have been tilted towards at the one side of the spectrum, sir. From your perspective, we would like to know, sir, whether government, what thought process you would see that government would have had when the advanced ruling mechanism was placed. Do you think from a government perspective, it as a body or as an institution, it has delivered for which it was made? And then going forward and taking a cue from what has happened and looking at the practices for future, sir, we have regional advisory committees across all commissionerates, sir. In fact, we have in Jaipur also, where we have representation from trade and professional bodies. So earlier there was a concept of issuing trade circulars, sir, where on some of the routine issues, the commissionerate would give a view and then it would be given so that at least in terms of practices, there would be standardization. Post GST, we have seen that the trade circulars, at least from the commissionerate side, they have not been there, sir. Any specific reason for it? And can we consider as one of the options or as an alternate where the multiple practices which are in place, they can be brought to certain SOPs, which may not have a policy decision, but at least in terms of certain standard practices, sir. So two aspects to the question, sir.
Two questions have been posed to me. Before moving to the questions, like a good Babu, I would like to issue a disclaimer that I am not sitting here as a representative of the government of India or of the department. My views here are my personal views, but my views stem from the different perspective that I have sitting on the other side. So with this disclaimer, now I move to your posers. The first poser is about the advance ruling mechanism. The advance ruling mechanism has been there in the pre-GST times as well. In fact, we had very high hopes from this mechanism. When we meet people from the trade and industry, one of the repeated questions to me has been कि साहब आप पहले हमें बता दें तो कम से कम अपना उसी हिसाब से चार्ज कर लें. आप बाद में आते हो, बाद में आके गलती बताते हो. You come with a fault finding approach. So, and if a duty is demanded with a gap, a indirect tax becomes a direct tax. And even some companies, some entities may not be in a position to pay and they may have to close down. So how do we tell them in advance? So advance ruling is one mechanism. So initially the mechanism was at the national level, a Supreme Court judge was sitting, and even the coverage was limited. Only some foreign companies and companies with a big turnover, only they were covered. So then we thought, why not take it down? Why not take it to the field? Why not take it to the lower level so that we can tell people in advance what is the right thing to do? And who can tell? So there has to be a mechanism and there has to be a sanctity to that. A lot of people have objection to several clarifications issued by us where we issue a disclaimer that this is not an official position. So therefore this advance ruling has been brought downwards, and I have very high hopes from it, and I think we need to learn from it and we need to make it more useful. Perhaps we should have a full workshop, a full seminar on the advance ruling itself where we can thresh out various ideas and thoughts, how can we make it more useful. And the blame is that most of the advance rulings are tilted towards the government. I have been a member of the advance ruling appellate authority, and based on my experience, I feel that to the extent of 80–90%, it has been a fair call. And if trade should not expect us to give something in their favor when we feel that it is not in their favor. A practical thumb rule for most people is that where the issue is in favor of the taxpayer, you grant it to the taxpayer. But where it is two views are possible, we tend to go for the revenue. So that is how the practical side of it is. But we need to deliberate more on it. We need to think of more suggestions how to make it more relevant, how to make it more practical. There can be an all India compilation of various rulings that have been there. And perhaps once the National Appellate Authority is launched, then there may be a better usage or application of this method. Maybe we can think of applying it across sectors, or maybe we can have more national level taxpayer education guides that we had in the past. So I think we need to deliberate more on it, and we need to have specific sessions dedicated to advance ruling authority itself. But I think as a mechanism, this is a helpful mechanism, this is a positive mechanism, and we should make use of it for benefit of trade and industry. Your second
question was regarding trade circulars, sir.
Regarding trade circulars, we used to issue trade circulars in the past, but then it was felt that some of these circulars are leading to divergent practices across India. Then the board said that you avoid issuing trade circulars at your level and only issue the circulars that have been issued by the board. And now we are into a much more complex situation where a board circular, now we get it approved from the GST Council because it may apply to states also. There is no bar on issuance of circulars as such, but I think there is not much demand on it. We
For
have
certain procedural things, sir, there are divergent practices. If I make one small instance, sir, we have one circular 183 which talks about a CS certificate in case of a 2A, 3B mismatch situation, sir, for the period up till 1920, sir. So at different adjudication levels, there have been different practices about the acceptability of those circulars, sir. Whether only a circular of those certificates, whether a certificate by a chartered accountant would be sufficient in case of differences beyond 5 lakhs, or there will be certain additional investigation that needs to be done. So regarding those issues which are not policy decisions,
sir. The acceptance of a CA certificate is not such a open and close issue as you think it to be. There has been a lot of litigation and there have been many pronouncements on accepting CA certificate. The problem is that when you issue a certificate, you yourself issue a disclaimer that this certificate is being issued on the basis of information placed before me. Now I don't know whether full information has been placed before you or not, whether I can rely upon it fully or not. But as you have mentioned, a circular has been issued by the board themselves. So where is the need of issuing a further circular if a circular has been issued by the board? But so far as the adjudicating authorities taking different lines, I think there was a challenge in the structure. We were giving very little time to the adjudicating authorities, and this was leading to a lot of routine adjudications and routine confirmations where people didn't have time to apply themselves and even to look into the replies. And this made us very unpopular, and we had no way to go. Now the time limits have been changed in law, and I expect the situation to improve much better. But in the grievance redressal committee, such issues don't come up to us.
Okay.
If the issues are brought to us in the grievance redressal committee, we can issue clarifications, or if need be, we can refer the matter to the higher authorities for a clarification, or we can even send suggestions.
Right,
and
sir.
the suggestions from the feedback from the users is the best way to evolve. The maximum wisdom is in the feedback from the users.
Right.
So I think we need to work more closely, we need to interact more intimately, and we need to deliberate more often than we do.
So that's a very positive message, again, from somebody sitting at the other side, that if the grievance is being put through a proper mechanism before the appropriate authority, then at least in terms of whether it is taken to the correct forum or not, that positive message comes from here. From this, I'll take a cue from the word which Sir said, litigation. And I think recently there has been a judgment from the Honorable Supreme Court in case of Safari Retreat. I'm sure all of us who are even not directly practicing into indirect taxes, but are advising clients specifically who have some sort of an infrastructure development going on, be it construction of a warehouse, construction of an hotel or a mall, or your own factory only. And GST being one of the very important components in terms of that construction cost. So this matter which arose from Odisha High Court went to the Supreme Court, where the decision of Odisha High Court was in assessee's favor, where if I have purchased goods and services for the purpose of construction, and that constructed resultant property, I am using it for the purpose of renting, then the court said that the manner in which the section is written, which is specifically 17(5)(d), that needs to be read down, and the credit should be allowed. Matter went to the Supreme Court, and as I pointed out, Supreme Court recently gave a decision. If you have read in the report specifically on the social media, I'm sure you would have had divergent views about it. And in fact, on the panel also, when we were discussing about it, they were, before this, they were that what has been reported and what is there in the judgment and what is the implication of it, all are three different facets of it. Because it has an implication in the times to come and the manner in which the structuring of the transactions would take place. I will pose this question to all the three panelists into different segments. I will first come to Sunil sir. So Sunil sir, in the Honorable Supreme Court judgment, what we understand has come out, that if I'm constructing a building, then it can tantamount to a plant, depending upon its functional test, if I apply the functional test, and if it satisfies so, then I am entitled to take the credit. Going by the literal interpretation of 17(5)(d), what has been coming from the revenue side of it. Does that mean, after reading of this judgment, it comes out very clearly that if I'm constructing a factory or a mall or a hotel, and if I am buying goods and services separately, I am entitled to take the credit? Is that a clear understanding coming from the judgment, sir?
A very important and a burning issue which is right now being presented. And just for some of you who may not be have the privilege of reading that decision, we need to understand that the entire decision concentrates itself only on situations governed by 17(5)(d). And that is the first point to understand, that generally whenever a construction is being undertaken, In a majority of situations, you will appoint a contractor and you will appoint him to say that please construct a factory for me. I am ready to pay you maybe 2,500 rupees per square feet. Please buy your own cement. Of course, I won't give you the technical grades and all those things. This is typically known as works contracts. As far as works contracts awarded are concerned, this judgment is not applicable. I think that we need to be very, very clear. It applies only to a situation where, as an entrepreneur, you are going to buy separately the cement, separately the steel, separately appoint a labor contractor, maybe a kadiya guy or maybe a mistri. Again, the timber will be bought by you separately. So, we are talking about a situation where you are identifying goods and services separately. Please note, just issuing 2 purchase orders may not be sufficient. There have been, works contract has been a litigious phase right since 1950s. And there have been a series of jurisprudence saying just giving 2 separate purchase orders or just entering into 2 separate agreements or having 2 separate prices does not mean that the transaction is not a works contract. If there are concomitant deliverables to the same party, then it would constitute a works contract. And my understanding to a limited extent is that a majority of the actual transaction structures are in the nature of works contracts. If that be the case, we are only looking at an isolated set of situations where goods and services are separately procured. Of course, Yash started with that as a question, but I thought that this background is important before I really go into the entire situation. So if at all you are looking at safari retreats, the first thing you need to pause and ask is, neutrally ask, and not as a colored thought process, neutrally ask whether the goods and services are separately procured for construction. Then only you look into an entry into the observations of the Supreme Court decision. That is a first aspect which we need to bring out. The second aspect is understanding what is this functionality test all about. The Supreme Court has never said that all buildings are plants. The Supreme Court goes into this fine distinction between the concept of plant and machinery as used for works contracts under section 17.5c and individual procurement of goods and services under 17.5d, where the word used is plant or machinery. There's a definition of plant and machinery which specifically excludes civil structures, and that's why the caution which I started with. Now the Supreme Court says that yes, that plant and machinery definition excludes buildings, but 17.5d uses the phrase plant or machinery, which is not specifically defined. I am not able to substitute the word or for the word and therefore I do not think that that Supreme Court decision will, definition of plant and machinery will apply. Then it says, therefore, plant has to be understood in the general understanding of the word plant, which is, plant is not defined, and therefore you will independently understand what is meant by plant. Then it says that a building generally is not a plant. And this, I think, is not being highlighted in most of the social media posts. They talk about decisions of Taj Mahal. They talk about decisions of Anand Theatre. In fact, the Anand Theatre very categorically says that a building which is constructed as a theatrical setup with all the facilities therein by itself does not constitute a plant. Therefore, it goes into all of that and says, in general, a building is a shelter for a plant, and a shelter for a plant is not a plant. But if the building is such that it is constructed with a very specific functionality in mind, and that functionality test is satisfied, then it can constitute a plant. And then they look at one more Supreme Court decision in the case of Karnataka Power, wherein there was a dam, there was a civil structure, there was an electricity generation substation, which were all in the nature of civil structures, and all of them put together constituted an apparatus through which you are generating electricity. And in that decision, the Supreme Court rightly held that just because there is a dam which is a civil structure, or there is an electrical substation which again is like a building, it does not mean that I will classify it as a building, it becomes a plant. So in those types of very specific situations where the structure is such that it is operating as a plant itself, only in those situations I would believe that the functionality test will get satisfied. Coming to the examples which Yash was highlighting, when we look at a generic type of a factory, again factories can be of multiple types. I'm now looking at a simple building, commercial building, wherein an entity will bring in machines and put the machines there. Now, and then start the manufacturing of some product. I would believe that building does not satisfy the functionality test at all. I'm very clear about it. Yes, you have a plot of land, you have taken a plot of land on buying it or leasing it, and then you have some thought process of a long, complex process plant in mind. And to do that, there are 5-6 different stages in it, and for each of those stages, you can either create a sort of, a normal plant, buy a plant, or you can specifically construct a plant for yourself. Then those situations, maybe yes, one might be able to take a call in a very specific type of a situation that type of a very complex continuous factory may satisfy the functionality test and may constitute a plant. So that is one important facet which we need to bear in mind. Please also bear in mind that in the Supreme Court decision, the learned ASG is on record to say that this is a drafting mistake. The distinction between plant and machinery and plant or machinery was never thought through by the legislatures, and this is just a drafting mistake which should be condoned by the Supreme Court. This has been the plea of the learned ASG. The Supreme Court has not condoned that thing. It says that no, what is written has to be taken into account. I believe that there can be a possibility that at some point of time there can be a retrospective amendment or at least a prospective amendment. So therefore, if we are looking at any structuring, we need to keep those things in the back of your mind.
So two important aspects which comes out from this answer is that one cannot apply this judgment blanket on all types of infrastructure developments which are taking place. And second, as sir in the end said that ASG has himself on record said that appears to be a drafting error. I'll come to Jatin sir. So sir, if this has from the judgment reading of it, when the ASG has said appears to be a drafting error, and the honorable court have said it is, even if it is a drafting error, it is an intentional error. That's the word which has been used in the judgment. After the Odisha High Court judgment, there are a lot of people who have kept the credits in their balance sheet into current assets. They have not charged depreciation on it. They were waiting for this Supreme Court judgment. Now, in this background, when sir says that you cannot apply it on a blanket basis, first, do you have any different thoughts on this? And then second, what should be the way forward for all those who have claimed credits and not used? And second, for all those who can claim credit for 23-24, and they have to file returns for the coming months.
Three things here. First, no new or authoritative jurisprudence laid down by the court. First, court did not say what people are making videos about. Court said three things it identified as questions for itself in para 24, and it answered those in summary form in para 65. It said, the provisions are constitutionally valid, and in each case, you have to examine based on the facts. As students of tax law, we have read many judgments that don't. This judgment laid down the law and left the interpretation to the facts. Now, the test that Sunilji mentioned about how to make this determination, whether it is a plant or not, has to be examined in each case. So I won't go into those. Those who have already taken credit, you are safe from any allegation of malefides under 74. So 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, anyone who has taken credits, you are safe because of time bar. Those who have not taken credits, today if you want to take credit, please consider two aspects. One, in each case, examine whether your building is a plant or not. Now, whether your building is a plant or not, usually everyone knows the answer. In fact, someone even said this, the prosecution knows who's guilty, the defense knows who's guilty, the one on trial is the judge. So therefore, is your building a plant or not? You need to answer. Is it the means of production or is it the place of production? We used this immovable property argument in central excise and found great success with it. Now it is biting us.
Right.
Those who have not availed credit, don't avail credit if your building is not a plant. If you don't know whether your building is a plant, then it's most likely not a plant. See, the confusion is only for those who want to be confused. Everybody is clear. It's the judge who's on trial. You know you're not entitled to credit. Don't take credit.
Right.
But if you are the adventurous type who wants to take credit, we want your name in a famous case law. Please lend your name. For 23-24, you have time till November 30. For 24-25, you still have time. So therefore, evaluate first whether your building is a plant. If it is a plant, take credit, but be sure that this is something that will be contested by revenue, because the question of whether it's a plant has to be examined in each case. If you go back to some of the decisions that Sunilji mentioned, it goes back 40 years. I mean, the disputed tax period was 40 years before it was actually, it reached some sort of clarity. So therefore, it's a long drawn battle. If you're prepared for it, then it is one thing. The last aspect is, consider that if you don't capitalize this with a building, sometime later you decide to capitalize it, will it not be hit for that? The next part I'm sure you'll go into whether it is on own account or not. We'll address it at that stage. So therefore, if you're really sure it is a plant, take credit. If you're in doubt, then don't take credit.
Okay. So in terms of input tax credit, it is being said otherwise. If you are in doubt, always take the credit. But I think Jatin sir, in this context, has taken a reverse view, and that's because that's how, when you hear both the panelists, which it comes out that there is this judgment cannot be applied direct. And that's what tempts me to come to you, sir, somebody who's sitting at the other side of the table. Now, because this has huge revenue implications, both from the trade perspective and from the revenue perspective, sir. And in one of the arguments, the ASG have said that because the tax chain gets broken when you actually construct a building and give it on rent. And that was the policy decision due to which they said that the credit should not be allowed, sir. Now, in this background, the facts which we have, the judgment which is there, and it appears that there is no direct implication to it. Any information from that side of it? What is government contemplating on this issue? Because there is no clarity, sir. As such, after coming this judgment, we can't say that we have reached to some clarity, sir. So any comments on that side, sir?
I think though it's a Supreme Court judgment and law of the land as on date, a lot of questions are still open, and perhaps we will see a lot of developments. Number one, I would like to inform you that there is a discussion within the department about some of the restrictions that were brought in Section 17 when the GST law was brought in, whether they are still required or not. And as you know, that the purpose of a taxation law, the primary purpose is to garner revenue for the government. While the expenditures are fixed, revenue is in doubt. So when we frame the laws, when we frame the procedures, we want to be sure that government is not short of revenue. So some of the restrictions are brought from a revenue perspective, and Supreme Court has held those concerns valid. And as the ASG, as Mr. Sunil has mentioned, has argued that it was a drafting error, and if it was a drafting error, then we may see a change in law, whether there will be a change in law, whether it will be prospective, whether that will be retrospective. These are questions only time will answer. But so far as the issue of ITC is concerned, we need to go into the background a bit. When moderate credit was there, So initially we brought in credit only for the inputs. And then initially there was a one-to-one relationship. Then we removed the one-to-one relationship. Then we made a pool of inputs and there was a pool of outputs. And rather, there were certain sectors where there was accumulation of credit and someone with a multi-product unit with one product where there was a accumulation of credit and one product where it was not, was a beneficiary. And then we came with the concept of capital goods. Even in the inputs, there is a class of goods which we call consumables, and there have disputes been there whether they are inputs or they have been capital goods. Fortunately, now we are past that stage. And then we came with capital goods. We started giving credit for capital goods. And when the idea of capital goods was there, the building, etc., were kept out. Buildings, cars, and even some of the services which are of dual nature, they have still been kept out. So far as buildings, etc., are concerned, there is revenue is one aspect to it. There is another aspect that in most situations we don't charge GST on the final product, which is a mall. Right. If the mall is not sold prior to receiving the completion certificate, we may not be getting any GST. So if we are not getting GST, why should we give grant ITC there? So this is, I think, still an evolving issue, and I don't know where will, but I think the future will be towards a situation where value addition will be taxed and
So conceptually, sir, you're saying value addition would be taxable?
Yeah.
But I think, sorry, I'm interrupting.
So the direction will be in the, I think, I can guess, I can hope. My expectation is
Right,
that
sir.
we will be moving in that direction.
But caution is a very important word which is coming from the panel here in terms of claiming that credit and not to rely on what you generally see in terms of the summary of the judgment. I have the instruction of concluding in 5 minutes. I'll extend it to 5 more, so we'll take 10-12 minutes more, sir. And then come to one more, another important aspect which is futuristic, but it is problematic today for a lot of people who are doing transaction again in terms of infrastructure, sir. So, like every state would have a development, industrial development corporation. Here also in Rajasthan we have RICO. There are 3 types of plots, industrial and commercial. Generally, in terms of commercial plots, LICO, which is giving a leasehold land to somebody who wants to take it, it is charging GST. And then subsequently, if let's say I am that person who has taken the land on lease and I want to give it further, the question which comes is whether that transaction is still taxable under GST as a lease transaction, or is it a sale of land. Now, why this becomes very important? Because from all those again who do not practice directly into GST, the general understanding is all of this is nothing else but sale of land which is happening, be it a 30-year plus lease or a 99-year plus lease. So in a common parlance, the thought process which comes is when I'm going and taking a land, and specifically when it is not an industrial plot but a commercial plot, it is loaded with a tax of 18%. And all subsequent transactions are accordingly being seen from the same lens, sir. This issue arose from Mumbai. Bombay High Court gave a negative decision, then went to the Supreme Court, and unfortunately there is no decision which favors the SSC. So in the given background, sir, how do you see this law shaping up in terms of long-term leasing? What is the situation today? And one, if somebody has to take a call, what that should be done? I would request if we can do it a little crisp, sir.
See, we have to bear in mind the principles flowing from transfer of property law and not look at common sense. Most of the tax treatment that we are applying here is ignoring the provisions of transfer of property law. There's a principle in transfer of property law that talks about he who does not have cannot give. The lessee does not have the right to sublease. If he had the right to sublease, then he should have been given that sublease by the one who had that right also. Secondly, the lessee has an obligation to return the property, not further give it to someone else and so on and so forth. So therefore, from the provisions of transfer of property law, what is commonly called sublease is not sublease. It is either an assignment of the benefits of an executed contract and not really a sublease. Therefore, assignment is not supply in GST. Commercially, if RICO has charged GST, in the next leg of the transaction, not charging GST will cause cost escalation. Those who are mindful of costs will agree to pay tax so that they can get credit. So now this is a play between law and economics. My reading of the law is that sublease is an assignment because there is no such thing called sublease. Assignment is not in any of the 8 forms of supply.
Any comments to this, or would you agree to
No,
this?
it's a wonderful point which Jatinji is highlighting. For want of time, there are multiple lines of arguments which one will have. But for want of time, I don't want to go into that. I only want to highlight the audience to the fact that there is a stay granted by the Gujarat High Court. Yes. And that I think, just to correct that, there are no, though it's not a final decision, it does give some thought process of the judiciary on this point. I think at some point of time, one can go through those situations in more detail.
Right, sir.
The fundamental point is, many a times as professionals, we loosely use the word sale. What is important is we need to distinguish and stop using the word sale, but start using the word transfer. While there is no sale in these types of transactions, there is definitely a transfer. And then it goes back to the larger question, whether something which is a transfer can be a subject matter of interpretation of the word service. Because it's nobody's case that it is goods. Right. So if I'm transferring something, can a transfer of something be considered as a service? And that's something which again, someday the Supreme Court will have to sit and discuss on that.
Fairly taken, sir. We'll take last 2 very important questions and a little futuristic, sir. So I'll first come to you, sir. Sir, in income tax, faceless assessment has been well received, sir. In fact, now, for all those practitioners like us who were, let's say, earlier practicing in income tax, scrutiny assessment was something which kept all of us very busy during those deadlines, but now all of that is faceless. This GST has at least unified the tax in terms of indirect taxes in India, sir. In fact, in one of the surveys which have happened on the eve of 7th year of GST, the question was asked to the industry that what would you like to have, a faceless assessment or an assessment going before the assessing authority? And by a thumping majority, at least that survey agency gave a view the view which came out that it should be faceless, sir. However, now we understand we have center and state both, sir. So from your perspective, we would like to know that is that a possibility? What are the challenges, sir? So that at least as tax professionals, we can equip ourselves and be ready about it.
I think there are areas where we can think of faceless. In any case, the endeavor of the department has always been to decrease the interface between the taxpayer and the tax administrator. It has both plus and minus sides. In the faceless system, the issue is whether we will get better orders or we will get worse orders. I leave it to you whether in the income tax the quality of orders has improved or it has gone down. If the quality of orders has improved, only then the faceless system is better. But so far as GST is concerned, we are in the business of compliance verification. So we have 3 major tools. One is the return scrutiny, where we check the mismatches, etc. Then we have audit, and then we have anti-evasion actions. Anti-evasion action is typically undertaken where the information is not available in record, and it may be hidden and it may have to be secreted. So anti-evasion action, I see no scope for faceless. Audit, there is little scope. It has to be.
Not prior to adjudication stage, post show cause.
In adjudication, we are trying to minimize the issuance of show cause notices itself.
That's a very novel concept.
Much of the show cause notices are issued on mismatches, and I think it is possible to minimize these show cause notices. And we are toying with the idea that if the software issues list of mismatches which are there, why should I come to you with the show cause notice for the mismatches? In the times of, we are in the times of artificial intelligence, where even the replies are being drafted by AI. So why can't we simply get a list of these mismatches in advance? The taxpayer should have the list of mismatches, and then he should be able to correct the mismatches. So I think we need to wind up fast the rate at which the hall
because
is
we are
getting
close
emptied.
to the lunch, sir. Yeah,
We
that's
may
what-
be the last.
But I think for all those who are sitting here, sir, there is one very important question the answer to which they would like to have views of all three panelists, sir. So as I said that we are now considering leveraging the base.
In
which-
adjudication,
Yes, sir.
last line, in adjudication, I have always benefited by the presence of the counsels, and they're arguing the case with me, and at times they have changed my views. So a best adjudication is one where you get convinced, or you convince the person. But I think you are the better judge, whether in the faceless system the quality has improved or not.
But from your answers, we have been able to pick the cues, sir. So from last also, we were able to do from this also what we understand we are tilting towards, which is fair also.
When we started faceless in customs, there were importers which were running around, कि साहब हमारी consignment कहाँ है? And we ourselves were in the dark. And eventually we realized that in certain situations, the senior officers are out of the loop, and the junior levels are doing what they were doing. So that does not serve the purpose. Eventually the taxpayer should benefit by these measures. And we have to deliberate whether taxpayers are benefiting or they are not benefiting. And I look for an answer to this, to your side. How the faceless system has, so far as the income tax side is concerned, people don't want any scrutiny. So if you can reduce the scrutiny, if you can eliminate it, the better. But even if there is a dispute and if there is adjudication to be done, whether faceless has given better results or worse results, I don't know what the survey has. I have heard both kinds of views.
Right, sir.
But it must benefit the taxpayer.
Benefit the taxpayer, sir. Absolutely. We'll come to the last leg of the conversation, sir, and I'll take final views from all three of you. That when we're talking about leveraging, and the role of chartered accountant becomes very important, not only in terms of compliance support, but also in terms of understanding the law, communicating it to the trade, and also being a barrier, the bridge between the trade and the tax administrations. Now, in terms of compliance, I think we have fairly understood that the value addition has to be there. We just do not have to work like a courier, sir. But from an overall perspective, I'll first start with Sunil sir, then Jatin sir, and finally your words, sir. What role you see of chartered accounting? If let's say these first 7 years was GST 1.0, next 7 years GST 2.0, what is going to be the role of a chartered accountant, and how effectively we can basically leverage our position?
So it's important for us to really define what do we mean by GST 2.0. And I think I'll take the cue from the fact that today GSTN is a large data repository. GST 2.0 will flourish when this data is used. Today it's being used very extensively for ensuring compliance from the department in terms of getting ASMT notices and resolving those parameters. But when this data repository, which is a unique data repository existing only in India, when we are able to leverage it for business operations, and I don't see that is going to be very, very far off. Imagine a situation where you don't need to do an accounting because all your vendors have uploaded GST invoices. Those invoices, through some protocol like an API, directly flow into your accounting system. You have a banking where in banking there is one code which identifies the unique invoice number. Therefore, the settlement of the transaction in terms of payments and receipts, that narration code can capture that, and therefore the bank gets integrated with your system. Then accounting can become a pass. And I'm sure that is going to happen in a decade. And if that has to happen in a decade, chartered accountants will have a very huge role to ensure a smooth transition into that situation. So please be aware of the data points, the systems and the processes, and be hopeful of how it flows. and keep track of the developments. I think there is a wonderful future. Not to talk about litigation, today we took up only one situation and we said 40 years of litigation. So litigation is going to be there. Compliance with a bit of value addition is going to be there. I think the next, not a decade, but at least a few decades are there for professionals to really thrive and excel with a right type of an approach and a mindset.
Compliance came to GST and died. And with 2B getting auto-populated into 3B, e-invoice auto-populating, e-way bill auto-populating R1 and then 3B, compliance has died, or it will soon be a thing of the past. It is what we do with the information available in this repository. That is where we can bring our service to the taxpayers and to revenue. Litigation, of course, is a area by itself, but it is to interpret information because margins in business is in low single digits. GST is an attractive 18%.
Correct.
So the market is credit hungry. So there will be innovative devices, if not mischievous devices deployed to see how to take advantage of the GST credit. So it is that place where chartered accountants can add significant value. Classification, valuation are going, and input tax credits are going to be the area where the greatest amount of controversies are yet to be uncovered. Already it is afoot, it's just that revenue has been too busy dealing with data mismatch. Revenue believes that after having issued 2A, 3B, life is over, everything is perfect. I would, as chartered accountants, we understand when a trial balance does not tally, we know what to look for.
Correct.
But if a trial balance tallies, now we don't know where the damn things are hidden. That's where the value chartered accountants can bring.
Right, sir. Final word, sir.
I see a great future for the chartered accountants, and before talking about the future, let me compliment the CA fraternity for the past and the services rendered by them at the time of launch of GST. I was one of the resource persons at that time, and we had trained our staff based on the model law, and the final law was different in many aspects from the law on which we had trained the staff. The notifications were still being issued, and I feared that there may be a close down of business for a few days, but everything went on smoothly, and the credit goes to the chartered accountants who did not let anything stop, and the show went on. So full marks to the chartered accountants for having affected the changeover. Now, about the future, Government of India, as you know, has a Viksit Bharat mission. We are looking forward and we are working towards making India a developed country, and it will not be a developed country unless our economy grows by leaps and bounds by multiple times, and if grows by multiple times, then the chartered accountants have to grow that much even for simple compilation and for compliances. And in an ideal system, the entrepreneur has to focus his energies on the entrepreneurial work, on his production, on his selling, on his profits, on scaling the operations. And these are incidental matters for the entrepreneur, and they have to be left to the professionals and experts. And this is where the chartered accountants have to come. And they have to be by his side, telling him that you focus on your core work and we will take care of the rest. And if the industries, if the taxpayers have to grow, say, by 10 times, then the CAs have a great future.
Absolutely, sir. So I think
And one aspect which I would like to highlight, that the CAs have to play a more proactive role for entry of new entrepreneurs in the market. The new entrepreneurs have to do all by themselves, and perhaps the current system has to be a slightly more proactive, and perhaps you can have cells where you support them and the initial hand holding is done, and where they can set up their business. So this is one extra role that I envision for the CAs, and once they are in, then they will take care of it.
Absolutely.
So the entry barrier has to, the CAs have to play a role, more proactive role in eliminating the entry barrier for new and small entrepreneurs.
So I think the panel makes out very important two things, I think, which comes from both the chartered accountants. That is, data is definitely the new oil, and if you are able to master the skills to interpret the data and put it into right perspectives, our future is secure. No doubt litigation because of the different interpretation is going to be there. And I think one important facet which has been brought by Ranga sir, that is we can do a hand-holding for people to encourage them to converge towards the entrepreneurship. I would like to thank again the organizers for giving this wonderful opportunity. To all the audience who are sitting here, we know you have been sitting here since 9:30 in the morning, and being here due to delayed lunch, still being part of it. I think it speaks about the august panelists who are here. So thank you so much for your presence, and thank you for the opportunity. Over to you, MOC.
A big thank you to all our panelists for such an insightful discussion on GST 2.0. आज हमें काफी कुछ नया सीखने को मिला.
Especially about automation at compliance level and in accounting systems, an insightful take on availment on ITC, on construction of infrastructure.
Thank you everyone for your energy and participation in this session as well. Tomorrow, we have a very captivating cultural evening featuring esteemed poet Kumar Vishwas and talented singer Ravindra Upadhyay, who will grace us with their performances. Passes for the same are included in your kit, and additional passes for your family and friends can be purchased at ICAI Help Desk. And now, it's time to give our minds a little break and our stomachs a little treat.
We request you to head towards the dining area for sumptuous lunch, and we will see you on the other side of the lunch at 2:30 p.m. sharp with more engaging and mentally stimulating session. Thank you and bon appetit.
यथा दृष्टि तथा सृष्टि. So is one's experience. This timeless wisdom encapsulated within the verses of the Bhagavad Gita. Arthashastram, Dharmashastram cha, meaning economic principles, arth, and ethical considerations, dharma, which are central to the work of accountants. The entire world is deliberating about impact of climate change coupled with disruptions of artificial intelligence. India has given philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam to the world and successfully hosted G20 summit on this theme and also launched Global Biofuels Alliance. The accounting profession also has an enormous responsibility to guide the world, where accountability meets innovation so that vision can be converted into solution. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, being the world's largest accounting body after the successful hosting of WCOA 2022 and GLOPAC, proudly presents before the World Forum of Accountants 2025. Where accountability meets innovation for a sustainable planet. The world's brightest minds will exchange insights, explore emerging trends, and unlock the possibilities for the profession, where foundation will be laid to shape the vision for the future of accounting profession. Hosted at Yashobhoomi, the largest convention and exhibition center in the heart of India's capital, New Delhi, inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is all set to host the congregation of accountants from around the world. And while you're here, experience the vibrant culture and heritage of New Delhi, a city where history meets modernity, offering unforgettable memories.
World Forum of Accountants, an experience of 3 days, insightful discussion, groundbreaking innovations, and unparalleled networking opportunities.
With immense pride, we invite you to WOFA 2025, taking place, happening from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at the magnificent Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. Experience 3 days of insightful discussions, groundbreaking innovations, and unparalleled networking opportunities. World Forum of Accountants 2025 is where you need to be, where accountability meets innovation, AI for a sustainable planet. Join us at WOFA 2025 from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. For more details, visit wofa.icai.org. Yatha drishti, tatha shrishti. Meaning, as is one's vision, so is one's experience. This timeless wisdom encapsulated within the verses of the Bhagavad Gita serves as the guiding light for the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for the council year 2024-25. Assuming the office as 72nd President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal anticipates his vision on the theme Drishti.
I am privileged that I am assuming the responsibility of an institution which is not an institute, but over the last 75 years, which has become an institution in itself and which has become the world's largest accounting body, and I am the 72nd president of this institute, which is the world's largest accounting body.
Drishti, which symbolizes a transformative journey, pulsating with innovation across the 7 pillars DRISHTI. Drishti. One of the major focus areas this year is digitalization. Taking a lead in this area, I see
भारतीय संस्कृति में यह विषय पौराणिक रूप से प्रासंगिक रहा है।
पृथ्वी संतरणात् संतुनः पुण्या पुण्येन वातः पुण्येन अध्युष्ट पुण्या पृथ्वी पुण्येन संतुनः. The shlok highlights the importance of caring for the environment through good deeds, emphasizing on the interconnectedness of earth, water, and air. It reminds us that our actions today shape the world for future generations.
Paul Polman, former CEO of Unilever, once said, "We cannot close our eyes to the challenges of climate change and inequality, nor can we ignore the role that businesses must play in creating a more sustainable future." This perfectly captures the essence of our discussion today: ESG and internal controls, building a sustainable future. It's not just a trend, it's an imperative for businesses to build a better, more sustainable future.
ESG is a new and emerging field that is opening up exciting new areas of practices for professionals. The principle is that businesses must give back to the society as they benefit from shared resources.
Social emphasizes uplifting communities,
while governance ensures accountability, transparency, and ethical leadership.
And as professionals, we now play a key role in ESG reporting, helping companies meet standards and navigate this evolving landscape.
To begin with the session, we are honored to have CA Harsha Ramnani ma'am as the moderator. She will guide us through this insightful discussions, offering valuable perspectives along the way. Ma'am, we request you to kindly join the dais. Let's have a huge round of applause. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists to the dais. First up, we have CA Raj Malik Sir, Controller and Chief Business Performance and Financial Analysis, Reliance Industries Limited. We are truly honored to have you amongst us today, sir. We invite you to kindly join the dais.
Next, we invite Ms. Radhika M. Dudat, partner, Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas & Co. Mumbai. We welcome you, ma'am, and we request you to kindly join us on the dais. I now call upon Shri S.V. Murlidhar Rao, sir, Executive Director, Securities and Exchange Board of India. We welcome you, sir, and we request you to kindly grace the dais.
We are deeply honored to welcome all our distinguished panelists and the moderator amongst us today. Let us now proceed with the felicitation of our esteemed panelist and moderator. I kindly request CA Pooja Chotia and CA Paras Jain to step forward and present a memento to Shri S.V. Murlidhar Rao sir, Executive Director, Securities and Exchange Board of India.
May I request CA Subhash Yadav and CA Kartik Chaudhary to come forward to present a memento to Ms. Radhika M. Dudat.
Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone. I would now like to invite CA Abhishek Maru and CA Saurabh Sharma to proceed and present a memento to CA Raj Malik sir.
Finally, I request CA Naveen Bhagat and present a memento to CA Harsha Ramnani ma'am. Thank you very much. We now hand over the session to the moderator. Over to you, Harsha ma'am.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Hello. And I hope you had a good lunch. And I understand after the lunch sessions, normally we think that heavy to understand and listen. But we all will make sure that you will not feel bored, and this interesting topic will be, try to make it more engaging with all of you. So, topic of today is about ESG or sustainability, or maybe, many other names which probably you have heard. There are terms other which, climate risk, climate change, that we generally listen about, and many times we think, as a chartered accountant, what is the role of us in the climate change or maybe ESG when it's come to the environmental and social part. But I must say, as a chartered accountant, we have an important role to play, and it is an important area where our responsibility to guide business in a right spirit and right manner, and it's our privilege to have a distinguished panel with us today, where we have a regulator with us, where we have a ma'am, Radhika ma'am, who is a distinguished lawyer. We have a Raj Malik sir with us, who is from Reliance and who is going to guide us and going to, let us know about how business is taking care about the environmental aspect, social aspect, while running the business, profitable business, the largest business of country. So I'm not going to waste much time, and my first question will be with Murli sir. So, sir, first we want to understand about the basic questions. First of all, like what is BRSR or ESG? How this journey actually started in India?
I must first thank you ICI for inviting me to this session, and I know that ESG is a very difficult subject in it, and we are talking that difficult subject in a difficult session, that is the post-lunch. So let me see that what the regulator has to say, please you hear it out. And the way back 2012, we started with the BRR, that is Business Responsibility Reporting, started with 100 top listed companies. Then gradually we enlarged the scope and are now reached actually around 1,000 top listed companies by 2019 and 20. So basically BRR was a little light touch and all. So then we thought that after going into the consultation with the industry stakeholders and all, so we thought that it is we should change this and name to that Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting. So then post discussion, post elaborate thing and board approval, we came out with a BRSR requirement, and which is a little bit quantifiable. So basically now earlier BRR was a light touch, but it was a outcome oriented and quantifiable. So this is the main difference between BRR and BRSR. So again, when we say that BRSR for 1,000 listed companies, we made it actually optional from 21-22 because we said that this BRSR reporting will be part of annual report, and 22-23 we made it mandatory. So we saw that there is when it was optional for 21-22, around 200 companies had filed. So we thought that there is an interest among that, and we made it mandatory, and then it was more than 1,000 companies also filed, so around 1,200 something. So we saw that there is a growing interest of people coming forward and filing a BRSR. Then when we thought that BRSR is such a huge, that way you feel that some 800 key performance indicator, KPIs. And why not these? We should look at that to increase the credibility of the ESG disclosure and reduce the risk of greenwashing. We thought that this should be a BRSR core. So in the BRSR core, we have a 46 KPIs, that is key performance indicator, for which we wanted a assurance. So we made it applicable. Again, this is already implemented. 23, 24 it is already done. And we started with gradually 150 companies first, and we want to extend it to 1,000 companies by 2026 and 27. So this is what our glide path and roadmap. This is a very historical, I'm just giving that, but there are some questions. When it came that there is a value chain partners. So apart from the BRSR core for the listed entities, we thought that the value chain partners also should be looked at it. And we again made it actually disclosure of BRSR. So what you call it, that same limited KPIs, disclosure on comply or explain basis from 24, 25. So now it is an optional. And next year, the limited assurance of those things, we have made it again mandatory. This is the gradual path, something you are looking at that, how that should be into the Indian scenario. And all these listed companies are made it actually to look at that BRSR core. And why we have done that BRSR core actually for the assurance? Because we thought that there is another benefit apart from the reducing the chances of greenwashing and increase the credibility. We thought that is a compliance cost also can be reduced. So instead of doing for 800 KPIs for assurance, now we are confined to the 46 KPIs. Thereby it is a compliance cost is also to be reduced. So this is what I'm giving that. But if you have any other question that way, what is the, so I'm ready to reply.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. So that was, back of the mind in me, like why BRSR core is separately introduced for assurance purpose. Why not BRSR reporting directly introduced for the assurance? So sir already responded that, and I will get back to you, sir, with further questions. Meanwhile, when we have a now basic understanding about BRSR and ESG, I come to the Raj Malik, sir. Sir come with the industry background, and when it's come to the industry, as a CFO or as a financial controller, how you see this as a responsibility? How the responsibility has been changed with respect to when it's come to ESG implementation, or when we see business with respect to the environmental responsibilities or social responsibilities?
So thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Harsha, for this question. So let me tell you that today's CFOs are on crossroads. I mean, I used to attend I'm attending investors call for Reliance Industries for last many years now. So previously ESG was never a main topic with the investors call, maybe one or two questions. Now dedicatedly twice or thrice a month we have calls only relating to ESG, and investors are asking all difficult questions. What's your net zero target? What are the milestone? What exactly you are doing? What is the change of technology? And even if you give some data, they will try to understand and go depth and understand the rationale of those data. Okay. So it is not easy for the life of CFOs. I can tell you that anyway the CFOs are saddled with so many problems, and ESG being one more monkey sitting at their back. And they have realized that across the world, at least in India, that they cannot skip that monkey, it will be there. So now, but important thing is, why is ESG taken a center stage for the corporates? There are 3 or 4 reasons. First of all, the investors, analyst community, they are very serious. If you are not serious in your ESG, if you're not walking in the path of ESG, if you're not fulfilling your commitment, then you will not have funds. You will not invest in the company. So it's a very serious thing. Secondly, the perception. Today's generation have a perception of, build the perception of the company, and if you have to build a perception of a company, ESG is a very, very important aspect, and this is one of the top 5 aspects that's looked after on a company for perception building. There was a report by McKinsey that in top 10 agendas for board, ESG is one of them. So it means ESG has literally taken a center stage. Since I have been in this industry for 26 years, and I have seen the change in the mindset of young people. Now when we recruit a lot of young people, they are not interested too much of the profits, they're not too much into salary. Yes, they're interested, money is important, but they also want to know what is the quality of life. They're bold enough to tell in forums that what is the quality of life they're offering. Money is okay, I am very, very important, but quality of life is very, very important. So ESG aspect is there in all respects, and we have the regulator sitting in this panel. From regulator point of view also, they have done a fantastic job with come up BRSR, which is one of a kind. I think India is the only country in this world, and they have a lot of applaud we have to give in for them to come with such a thing called regulation called BRSR, which no other countries, mandatory, no other countries have that. And it's a very comprehensive document. So I think ESG has taken a center stage. And the last and most important, previously when you used to see our annual report, we used to always see those pages of balance sheet and financials. In fact, 20 years back when I started my career, people said the heart of the annual report is the financial statement. What else is there other than financial statement annual report? But today the annual report not only consists of financial statements, they consist of data which is non-financials, which is sustainable data. And my understanding is that if you see today's annual report including BRSR, or at least 30 to 40% are sustainability data, and the proportion of sustainability data in the annual report will only increase over a period of time.
Thank you, sir. So I think sir mentioned correctly. Now, annual report, I think you can also, find it very correctly. Pehle, in terms of annual report, we were only talking or thinking about the balance sheet, P&L, cash flow. Now, when it's come to the annual report, we also try to find the BRSR report, where it's a BRSR report or the sustainability report, isn't it? We try to find it, the BRSR report in the annual report. Yes, no, maybe, from the audience side. Yes. And I don't know whether you have seen or not, because I'm very much active on the LinkedIn. These days, I have seen all the advertisement, all the posts on the LinkedIn also on a sustainability. Recently, Ravan Dahan, the Dashera passed, and I was surprised that companies were posting the greetings of the festivals on the sustainability. How the sustainability is, incorporated in the Ravan Dahan. That was very surprising. Pleasing was also that. But yes, it is the thing that we are regularly seeing as a sustainability as a part of our life. So coming back to the ma'am, Radhika ma'am. So ma'am is coming from the legal background, having a very good experience. So ma'am, from a legal standpoint of view, how you see the Indian businesses adapting this new, legal requirement or evolving regulatory frameworks? Because what I understand, when this BRSR framework come up in 21-22, I was also in impression that it will take time. 5-6 saal lagenge, then next thing will come up. But regularly things are changing. Regularly on daily basis, we are seeing the new things. Just if I see my WhatsApp now, the RBI has come up with the depository, the climate risk depository on the 9th of October. So these are the changes regularly we are seeing. How you see these changes with respect to the legal point of view, and how businesses are adopting these changes?
Thank you, Harsha. Hello, everyone. Before answering that question, I'll just like to step back to speak a little bit about the sustainability part. Because if you look at ESG, everything centers around sustainability. And once we really understand that, then understanding how the regulator who is with us today and their vision and the implementations and how the corporates will see it an intrinsic part of their life, we will understand. So from a sustainability standpoint, as the word stands, although it was first used by Al Gore, the then Vice President of America, where he was talking about sustainability from a planet standpoint. because he said that, we are the custodians of the generations to come in terms of the environment. But very soon everybody understood that sustainability applies to everything. And the most important thing, if you really look at where the regulator or the investors are concerned, it is the well-being of the company, and through the well-being of the company, ensuring the protection of the capital and protection of the interest of the shareholders. So that is the key and the most critical aspect of the business from an ESG standpoint. What they realized is, as far as the companies were concerned and balance sheets were concerned, there was a lot of emphasis on accountability, the way the accounts were, how it was done. But there was a lot of data which was intangible and really not spoken about, which was having a large impact on the business. That large impact on the business was happening both from a company standpoint and impact on the finances, as well as it was happening through circumstances and situations which were not even contemplated. So what they said is, it's not really enough to look at whether balance sheets or information that we typically look at quantifying, which will affect the bottom line directly. But all of those situations, incidences, and factors which impact the present, future health of the company and the interest of the players. So from a company standpoint, what happened is, once the BRSR and BRSR core came in, and when the company started getting into the detail of it, to begin with, what was happening is, as the listing requirements were there already under clause 49, there were compliances there and which were reporting as compliances. So initially all the companies also and the clients also felt this is similar to that, where all the compliances, where there's a certification given to say that everything is there, and you tick mark and tick boxes and all of that. And if you look at even those compliances, they are normally Companies Act, Listing Agreement, SEBI, and few others, PF, and very basic few. But soon everybody realizes that this is really in-depth. Even core, if you look at it, it's in-depth. And as we were discussing a little earlier, none of this is really new. If you look at what is under ESG, it already exists under various laws. But what is done is, one, the distillate of that is brought about in BRSR and BRSR core. The second aspect of it is not only said, but it is also required to be assured, in the sense of saying that whatever you say, you mean it. And there is document and document trail to be able to prove it. And of course, the technology is also growing in such a rapid manner. So I think, Harsha, your question was quite right, that nobody really expected this to take on its so rapidly, as Sir just said. But I think it is because, given the time, everything came in the same way. One, the governments of the world were also forcing for it in terms of the being carbon neutral at a particular date. And through them, the different investor communities and others were also forcing it. So the companies today do take it extremely seriously and are looking to put together those different structures in place, essentially.
Please, sir.
So as I was saying that BRSR core is of latest phenomenon. So I think I wanted to focus on that, how the concept behind that and how we processed, we used that to create a BRSR core. We thought that there is this which is quantifiable and outcome oriented. In that process, the approach we followed for defining what are the KPIs for BRSR core. One example is that, suppose this is a female, what is the wages paid to the female out of the total wages. So we wanted to give that indication so that it gives a company's gender diversity of the company, whether they are going to retain or attract women workforce. So this is one of the things we try to do that. And the second approach, I can say that attributes, what are the relevance of the attributes. So what we did actually, there are some attributes which we will call it actually social, basically, as actually whatever the thing. But there we said that what is the job creation in the small towns? So that is also one of the, so we thought that we should create that. And another thing is that basically you will be, what are the, in respect to jurisdiction happens. We thought that this BRSR, what are the ESG are doing, it is different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Basically, India and emerging market, there is a difference. So we thought that even you take it that intensity ratios. So, and there is a waste generation, then water consumption, all this, there are some intensity ratio. We thought that we should use that ratio, that is what volume and revenue. And doing that, you have to adjust it with the purchasing power parity. So there is a nice example of paracetamol, which we explained that. So anyhow, but I'm not getting into that. But we thought that even, so what is reflected in the globally that way with the dollar match, but we can do it Indian currency that way. So our emission is actually intensity is very low. So we wanted to focus that. So that is the reason these three approaches what we followed. And more than that, we have a proof of concept. What you call it, before we finalize this 46 KPIs and all, we looked at some few companies and we did the back testing, and these data are quantifiable. So based on that only, we have started the BRSR code.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So partially, actually, you already answered my question, because when ma'am was closing, I was just, thinking about when I was, started my career, and I think Raj sir also, agree with me. Initially, the boardroom discussions were like the top line and bottom line only. There was only the revenue discussions, profit discussions. Now discussions has been changed. It's about triple bottom line. And when we are talking about triple bottom line, so obviously all these parameters, attributes, audits will happen. Sir was mentioning about how attributes have been decided, what was the reason, what was the purpose. So my question was actually the same, like how as a SEBI you are planning to, review these compliances, how we are, going to monitor these attributes, because this was the first year for 150 companies. Next year will be the 250 companies, and gradually we will cover all the listed companies in coming period.
Not all, we are considering only up to 1,000 top listed companies.
After 26,
yeah,
27.
We have to see that
Yeah.
our roadmap.
So, sir, just my question was like how we plan to monitor these compliances apart from like when we are reporting these attributes, how as a SEBI you see all these attributes?
As I said that we have now looked at BRSR already implemented, and there are some 800 KPIs, but BRSR core is just last year it is implemented. That is with the 150 companies. What we have done actually, instead of it is regulating SEBI to do that, so mainly it is to be filed with stock exchanges, and they look at that reports, which was 21-22 voluntary and 22-23 is the mandatory. So they looked at it. So there are certain deficiencies we had noticed, and now they have issued a guidance note so that these companies can improve their quality in reporting for the future. So I'll just a little bit give an example. There are 2-3 we thought, providing link to a website instead of the core issue. So what they did actually, there is a grievances redressal and social impact assessment, and the business continuity and disaster management. Instead of, they should, that document which is a part of BRSR, so instead of linking to that particular document, now they are linking to the web link of the company. So we are saying that that is one of the issue we did. Then we have come to that details of the total energy consumption. What we have energy consumption data in the units other than joules, but people started giving it the kilowatts, and somebody has not given actually any units only, what is the consumption of energy. Then we have said that there is a reference to the general complaints. But in BRSR, what you have said that any data breach is there, please focus on that. Instead of that, something they're linked to, talked about a general complaint and all. So this is one of the area. And one of the important area is that when you call it this resources, providing the disclosure on the waste management at an aggregate level, instead of that segregated manner. So like that e-waste, plastic waste, construction waste, hazardous waste, non-hazardous waste, all this they used to club it. So, but as per the requirement, it should be a segregated level. So these are the things we have noticed, and this is the way we want to monitor that, what their filing it is. And your question that way, so we don't look at that, it is a evolving stage, and we don't have that much looked at. Let that, it will slowly and gradually, it will convert into the compliance. And we look forward that, but not at any enforcement what you are not looking for it. So, but that can be a next step when you see that gradual, what is that doing 5-6 years and all that. If anybody is continuously doing that wrong filing or misstatements, so it can be, issue can be taken up. But this is the way we are monitoring. And another monitoring, what we thought that itself, that proxy advisors and ESG rating providers, that themselves, or other analysts, they also look at that, what are the data given by peer-to-peer comparison, they do that. And if they found that it is about beyond that industry average, so they point out and the scoring is less. So this is another way of a company making it a discipline, so that they should give the proper data. So thereby, they can attract the new investors and also giving a proper clarity on the what are the ESG disclosure to their clients. So this is one of the way also we thought that, and that's all actually I can say that.
So like SEBI is also looking for compliance, ESG credit ratings are also coming for compliance. But what I understand, because I work closely with all these reports and compliances part, handling all these data is not easy, because these all data is not in a structured manner right now. And without digitization, I don't think that these reports can be prepared. So my next question to Raj sir, how you think that we should take care about all these reporting, regular compliances, when it's come to the data handling with respect to all these reporting aspects? What kind of the solution you think about that we should implement with respect to, when it's come to company and across the industry kind of manufacturing service? What is your point of view on that part?
Thanks. So, if you are in the corporates or on auditing side, and if you are used in handling ERP, okay, you will not find a single ERP in this whole world which measures the emission. You be the accountant of any company or auditing any company in India, if that company has the best of the ERP across the world, you will not find that ERP records source of water. Water usage is water is a utility, is considered, is configured in the ERP, right? Most of the companies do, but source of water, it is not configured. Source you don't have. You don't have what is the amount of recycling of water. You don't have all these things. So the fact of the life is that corporates do not have the data that is required to be reported in BRSR or GRI, whatever be it. It is not there. So now the question is, mandatorily are you required to report? Or previously also you were reporting in the sustainability part of sustainability report. Now how will you do? Take the example of, since I work for Reliance, which has 13 locations across India, huge plants, more than 500 plants or products, right? Take other big names, Tata's, Birla's, etc., which have a lot of big manufacturing units. Take companies which have a lot of offices across India. So is it possible to take the data, and there are more than 140 sets of data in BRSR that you need to tabulate, right? Is it possible to do at the end of the year data taken from such multiple sources? First of all, it's impossible. Secondly, even if you do end up doing it, you will end up in errors. So actually, the amount of data that you are required to report an annual report and all give the regulator now, it is very evident that if you want to, you need to have a systematic process, a digitized process where data will do. Now, I can give example of my company because I think it is one of the benchmark at this point of time. Our BRSR is automatically prepared. I mean, for emission, right? How does emission calculate? If people say that any big company, whether it's refining or petrochemicals or steel, 30-40 million metric ton emission is reported, carbon footprint reported, how it is calculated? It is very simple. It is not rocket science. You have various fuels that you consume. You procure these fuels or intelligent these fuels, you consume these fuels. For each consumption per metric ton of fuel, you have a standard for conversion terms instead of emissions. So you need to multiply, you take the particular unit, then multiply with the conversion norms and you arrive at the emission figure. That is how you calculate. So it is very simple mathematical process. So if you have a system which will extract the data of fuel consumptions from the ERP or whatever financial system you have, and then it will convert it into a particular unit, multiply with the norm, and arrive at the emission figure. It is as simple as that. The fuel consumption per se is part of your financial audit. Your financial auditors are auditing it, certifying it, because that is going as a part of expenses in your P&L, right? Profit and loss account. So that data is audited. After that, you just need to have a working sheet which will do a conversion, and then it will multiply the norm to arrive at the emission figure. It's as simple as that. It looks very simple, but when you try to do with hundreds or thousands of products, you will end up making a mistake. And that too, those products are across all over India, various locations, and at multiple point of times. Daily you are getting those figures, right? So you need to have a system of extracting data from ERP or financial system and a system of calculating it in a digitized environment. So you need to have the system established. There are many softwares, like we have built our own BRSR in-house, so it is there. Manpower data, like sir has given example of wage differentials, what are your retirements, what are your attrition levels, etc. Okay, all these data are available in some system, some HR system you have, but you need to have a digitized system wherein the data will come, it will come in BRSR. Secondly, as a good auditing practice, we are all auditors, we know, there we need to have 3 levels of checks and the maker and checker concept. So you need to have a flow of data that will come, there are people who will validate, it will go to HOD, he will further validate, and third level of check will be there, and then it will flow in your data. So you need to have this system implemented. Yes, you can say large companies have backbone, they have financial resources, they have manpower to do all these things, but I can assure you there are very simple and inexpensive software tools available in Indian market which you can use it. And unless you resort to that digitization, you will definitely falter. Even your auditors will find it very difficult to assure whether it's reasonable assurance or limited assurance.
Please, sir.
When I say that stock exchanges are monitoring that and looking at the, so what are the mistakes, common errors, what you have done actually now it is, we are doing this data validation through XBRL. So what happens what are the requirements are there, it is a drop down actually, as I told you, Julius, that way, that is the unit for the consumption of energy. And if you do kilowatts also, it will not accept. So that is why we are putting that. And if you don't put any units also, it will not accept. So this is the data validation, you are doing it. We slowly, gradually this thing. Our motive behind is that basically factual and authentic data should be in the public domain. And that enforcement is the next actually, but that is not in our priority right now. And for an example of our green debt securities, we have said actually what are the do's and don'ts. So we have explained that, and you cannot cherry pick data from the research which suits you that you are a green. So, but you should not stop it actually obscure that if it is any negative things are there, you have must to disclose. So the thing is that we are constantly with the industries refining these guidelines, and our view is that we should be proper authentic data should come to the public.
Okay, sir. So n number of datas, attributes, 800 plus KPIs. Already we have balance sheets. Balance sheet size is already a lengthy one. So much information in public. And then we know that business is something kind of, there are certain business secrets. So when it's come to on a legal ground, ma'am, how you see, like when there are, n number of information which is coming in public, and then you need to continue and you need to run your business as well with your business secrets. How you see this as, it will help your business rather than harming your business?
Right. So this has always been a challenge in terms of, how much to disclose and what is it that we put in. The first thing is trade secrets really are connected with the business know-how and information, which is connected with the growth of business, the manner in which it is being done, and very specific nuances which are peculiar to any one particular company. So there is a very fine balancing act between sharing information which is critical and trade sensitive as such. However, having said that, there are certain informations which are required legally to be provided, whether it is under the domain, under the Companies Act, whether it's SEBI, even sometimes Competition Commission, depending on the regulations, whether it's environment, so on and so forth. So the information that is required by law, in any case, one has to provide. There is no other way. But typically speaking, if you look at the information which is know-how and trade secret, like for example, client data, client information, or products which are being done, exact trends in the volume in terms of sales and others, to a large extent, what the regulator is trying to capture is really not so much, not at all actually, trade secret, but the impact of certain cumulative actions on very specific targeted information. Whether it is in terms of, as sir was just saying, sources from which certain raw materials are got, or what is the manufacturing, how much is the energy consumed, how much is the waste, how much is the release of maybe different emissions and others in the systems. So to a large extent, there is a very specific, and as we were just discussing here, it is very targeted. It's not general information. So your question, Harsha, is very important, because what is important is knowledge, to understand what is being asked. Because what happens is, otherwise we may be giving a lot of data. First, the regulator itself will not be able to use that data, because it's a data which is coming in a form which is not asked. So digitally, even to analyze the data becomes difficult. So first, the most important part and the role is going to be the internal companies, financial audit teams, legal teams, and the external teams to be able to validate a data which is very precise. So I think one of the things that as chartered accountants, as lawyers, to whatever extent we contribute, we will be doing is streamlining the manner in which data itself is provided and the precision of data. It is almost to the point of, and for that I would comment what Ms. Malik also just said, that unless and until we have those systems in place, and we have to understand systems have to be also operated by knowledgeable people. So I as a lawyer, frankly, as you know, as law, we always say as little as possible, but whatever you say it accurately. It is better to say very little, but it's step by step grow. There is no point of showing that everything is happening immediately. It is better that we grow in terms of the information that we provide, but whatever we provide, we should do it accurately. It makes everybody's life easier. The other thing is also, which you had asked at the back room, which is, at times what happens is we don't realize the same thing is being asked in different other regulations. And as a result of which, there are contradictions. In one report, we are saying one thing, in the other report, we are saying another. So, and it puts not just the company, but the professionals in difficulty, because they are relying on what the company is saying. So we have to be careful, yes.
Because like, ma'am, what you are saying, when, I generally work with clients for their BRSR reports and everything, they all are like, write very minimum thing. Don't try to respond as much. And when I try to explain them, this is the SEBI guidance note, they are expecting this to add in BRSR report. They said, okay, but don't write much. So then my response is always like, at least whatever is being expected by the regulator, we should write in our report. So that is something, and I also understand that whatever the trade secret, know-hows, that should be always taken care, and regulator is anyhow not asking for the same. But the information which is being asking is a true spirit that we need to present in a report. My next question to any of panelists, if you want to answer, it is with respect to MSME, because we are all only right now talking about top 1,000 listed companies, the BRSR applicability and everything. In BRSR report, there is two different questions which is being asked in different principles. One is about sustainable sourcing, and second is about how much you are sourcing from MSME players. So when come to the sourcing from MSME players, that I understand, we want to promote MSME players and how much business we are doing with the MSME businesses. Second part comes sustainable sourcing, where the spirit is the sourcing which we are doing is how much percentage they are, it is being compliant in terms of ESG. The suppliers, vendors whom we are dealing, the sir which mentioned like value chain partners, explain or comply, whether they are also complying with ESG requirements or not. How this we need, we can take care, like as a, business or as an industry, if sir, you can contribute something on that part.
So the reporting for the value chain partners, I think, is mandatory from the current year, although there are a lot of discussions, lot of representations with various forums, various bodies requesting the regulator. Sir is very much aware of that, Sir is smiling here. So requesting it to defer it or so. So now what is mean? It means that as per the rule, 75% you need to report whether the data of your value chain partners, means your suppliers and your customers, to the extent of 75%, okay, in terms of value. It means that, and those data needs to be assessed. So one of the very, since we manufacture a lot of chemical products which goes to a lot of industry, main feedstock of a lot of industries, so a lot of big companies will ask us, please provide us the data. So since we are publishing, reporting our BRSR, it is very simple. We will give the web link to a BRSR and that is done, because it is always there, already there. But we find it, when we do it, we find it very difficult, because a lot of our players are small players and they do not fall within top 1,000 entities, thus their data is not in public domain. So when we ask them to assess in terms of the 9 core principles of the BRSR, so data is not ready. So what you need to do is, how the industry need to take. I think first question is the industry is asking is, why this provision is given to the top players that you have to comply with that, because that the spirit is to not to walk alone, but walk taking people along with you. So if you're a top player, you have the muscles, you have resources, you have, we call the 3 Ps, process, people and power and all these things you have. So you need to help the small buyers and small suppliers, customers and suppliers, so that you can also ensure they are compliant, so that the country gets compliant and data quality improves. But at the same time, what we found is that it is very difficult, because then we have to provide a platform to them. So what we are trying to do is, we are trying to get some vendors, some systems who will interact with them, help them to get those data, compile those data and get it assessed, so that our reporting requirements are fulfilled. It is not easy, we have started it is not easy, but at the same time, I feel this is the only way to cover maximum of the population in terms of the industry of India. Otherwise, it is very difficult to medium and small scale industries to step up to have that much resources to compile with this data requirement.
So I will be reacting to that. So you are right that actually what the present, we had that regulation that 75% of upstream or downstream that the purchase or sales should be covered for the value chain. Now based on that representations and all that, expert committee was there for doing a ease of doing business. So we have floated a working consultation paper. So what we have done, actually we have done the break testing also. So now we got to know from the FICCI and the CI basically, saying that this is like a company called HUL and all, it will be something around 8,000 some people will be required to the value chain. But maybe that it will be 1,000 or something, but still it is a burdensome. So we in our consultation paper, we have a little bit looked at it. What we did that, the value, so downstream and upstream when we call 75, each one should have minimum 2%. So that we looked at, and also 2% then which will be converted into 75, it is a maximum 38 people. And again, the purchase another sale is the 38, so around maximum 76. So we thought that 2%, why we did that, a maximum 50 people, but we kept that not the 100%, now you have said 75% only. So we are limiting to the 76, that is what a consultation paper talks about it. Why we have come to the 2% and all that, because it will not even go to 76 also. We have seen that some data of some 9-10 companies, we looked at it is not even crossing a single digit. Even there are something, it is around 8 or 9 value chain partners they have to disclose. So we are completely reducing this burden actually for that. Another thing is that we thought that comply or explain, but when that expert committee said that, why don't it be a voluntary disclosure for that? But considering that we are diluting so much about that 8 to 10 people from the company and they will be doing it, they said that why don't you keep it a comply or explain again? So this is what a deliberation stage, and we look for that actually when we take it to our board. Actually, it is at a consultation paper stage. I can't commit that what we can do that, but right, he said that presently it is just 75%. It is required.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I mean, they have already said everything. The only one point I'll just simply say is that the fact of the matter is it's here to stay. So, you know, the biggest challenge in all of this is the triple P, which is said, with, of course, the funding that is required for it. But the good part of everything is, I'll give you a small example. Like, we all know that when POSH came, you know, prevention of sexual harassment at work, initially it was only implemented at at every organization level. Then it was implemented at all the value chain partners. It was difficult initially because people didn't even know what it was. But when the sessions were done, awareness was created, because, you know, initially everything will start with awareness creation. Data is the second part of it, because only through that awareness that there will be a little bit of receptivity. So the point is, it's a wonderful start, and it's difficult because, you know, you'll have to be disciplined and getting all the information. But I think India is amazing how we have adapted to all of this. Really, when I meet with colleagues from, or, you know, fellow lawyers from different jurisdictions, they are simply amazed with how India has shaped up and how much the regulator has done in this space of ESG, CSR. No other country has done that. They just can't believe it. And we are talking about America and Europe, and they don't understand how this country the size of India is managing to do all of this. Of course, our strength is digitization and our understanding of data collection. So I think, although hard, it is on a good framework. And as we go deeper and deeper into it, and once they start penetrating, last point, at the education and college level, it will make a big difference once students itself start understanding the importance of this.
So my takeaway for this always is like for MSME, whenever someone asks from an MSME side, like why this is for us, and this is a compliance cost for us, you know, burden on us. I always say them that if you want to continue your whatever business you have, 10 CR or 50 CR with Reliance, for your sustainability of your business, it is important to incur that 5 lakh or 10 lakh rupees, whatever it is required. So for sustainability of your business, it is important to incur. Yeah. So that is the reason I generally give.
Yeah. I just wanted to add one point. You know, apart from the regulatory requirement, recently I had a meeting with the sustainability officer of one of the largest banks, private banks, and they were quite amazed because they said at one level, yes, we have all the requirements from SEBI. RBI, as you rightly said, has come up with that regulation. IRDA from insurance regulatory has also come up with requirements in respect to this. So what they are feeling more and more is they need to implement this at every product that they're bringing out in the bank. So where you're looking at debt, where you're looking at insurance, every aspect of it is sustainability is going through. So whether it's smaller businesses, MSMEs and others, when they go for capital, it will be a core requirement. So so what is happening is, though it's not coming within the regulatory purview immediately, as sir said, beyond 1,000 it will take a little while, but they will require to provide that data in that sense from a capital necessity anyway, because without which they're not allowed to lend. So it becomes extremely important today.
The purpose of this value chain came into that, actually I must say that there was a fear of greenwashing. To avoid that actually, so we thought that value chain also should be covered. But the thing is that things should slowly grow up and all that. What we have done actually, we are very simplified. First is that disclosures, and that is from the 24-25. But 25-26 onwards, that is a limited assurance. We are not asking for any reasonable assurance. It is a limited assurance. So these are the things it is priorly, but we have to look forward whether or how best we can cope with this pressure. And thing is that the cost wise actually it will be as compared to reasonable, limited will be less, and it is a comply or explain basis. But if it is that also not required, it can be voluntary disclosure. There are many things which you want to do that. One more thing actually, even though we are also going with the word assessment versus assurance. So what we are doing that presently it is an assurance. Now we are allowing that you should go. That's again a board has to take a call. You have a consultation paper. So now you are saying that assessment or assurance. Why you are keeping that assurance? Because if there is some investors of the company that are asking for that assurance, they should continue with that. And because assessment is quite a new thing, actually this is a very lighter version of assurance. So assessment will be very economical and low cost, what we feel that. So that is also another thing you are looking at, and this all will help value chain partners. So now you are reducing the numbers, the 2%, whatever that it is drastically, it is very limited value chain partners will be required to do, and the worry for that costly and all that, it is taken care of it. So hardly anything that way but it is very easy to say that regulator is talking like this, but we should not take it that, but we did that back testing and all.
So now I think it's a time to understand, like, for the reason why we are sitting here, we all wanted to understand like what kind of the opportunities we can have in this domain, why this subject is important. Like subject, we all know that because of, for the business it is important. What is for us this, domain is having. So my question to any of you, if you want to, answer, like as an industry, if I see this domain, what kind of the opportunities we can find, or as a practitioner, if I see how I can see this domain for me, what kind of the challenges we need to face, or maybe, what upscaling or rescaling we need to do when we think about this domain. Any of you, ma'am? Okay.
I'll take it in 3 parts. The first is, of course, as we know, because of the regulatory requirement, as professionals, we have, there is a huge opportunity here in terms of creating the framework systems for the companies, clients, to be able to create awareness programs within the companies as well, to be able to have play different roles in the whole value chain itself, whether it is for the secondary players, whether it's for the clients itself, whether it's from an assurance, whether it is from the rating agency. So the regulatory framework is one aspect of it. The second important factor is in the commercial transactions. What we are seeing is, so we were talking about mainly the regulator, then we spoke about even debt to some extent, but even in equity, what is happening is wherever private equity transactions are happening, the requirement of the private equity players in terms of the ESG standards and sustainability is extremely high, because they themselves are responsible to their principals. And as a result, it is incumbent upon them to be able to deliver reporting on ESG and sustainability. Not just that, the tremendous green funding that is available, and very specifically, when I'm saying green funding, there is ESG funding and green worldwide. There is a tremendous amount of funding available for the companies. So just as there is a pressure on the companies, they feel, to be able to, put together these systems and all, once they have made themselves capable, eligible for this, they will also translate into huge benefits in terms of equity and debt opportunities in this area. Because companies which have credible ESG scores, which are authenticated and assured, will be eligible for both ESG funding, both in terms of equity. Then there is specific green financing for companies which are looking at green opportunities. Now, the converse of it is, just like with the regulator, there is going to be a huge area for chartered accountants and lawyers. Because what will happen is there is going to be great number of documentation, as always in debt and equity. Now, that will also lead to litigations. It will lead to litigations, it will lead to problems, because if there have been unreasonable asks on the part of either the equity players or the debt on one side, or maybe false reporting from a point of view of the borrower or the company, then there is going to be a dispute. Now, this is going to fall, in many, come up in various angles, and we are there. That's why advisory to the clients in terms of going slow, being very careful is very important. Last but not the least, from a consumer's standpoint, when you look at all of this, everything is going to translate into the services and products. So there is a whole range of work that will be there on the consumer side as well. So apart from creation of regulatory and framework, the training and awareness, the actual transactional documentation for M&A, PE transactions that will happen, in due diligences, in forensic aspects of ESG and assurances, there's going to be a huge amount of work, because we've been discussing a lot of an environment and social, but even from governance standpoint, when we look at various acts and details that are coming out, which have already been there, PMLA is there, you have Prevention of Corruption Act is there, there is related party transaction, on everything there is just so much of it that is there, that each one of it is a whole universe of opportunities for professionals, actually.
I would just like to add what Madam has just now said. So if you go to any large corporate, you will find there is an ESG team, that is ESG reporting team. Like I head, along with many other things, I head the ESG reporting for Reliance. So when you see the annual report or BRSR and other literature that goes out of the company in terms of for ESG, I head that. So we have a separate team. We are ESG professionals, and we also, and some of them also chartered accountants who actually work in that team. Then they are only reporting part of it, but at various parts of the organization, whether in the technology, research, manpower, HR, business, secretarial. I mean, there are a lot of professionals like chartered accountants, company secretaries, who are actually focusing on the ESG domain, or a part of their job profile is ESG. So what I want to tell you that ESG has already up there as far one of the skill sets that corporates are looking into it. And with more and more regulations coming in, more data to be reported, ESG is definitely one of the sought after skills for the corporate. When I go to the institute for taking interviews, and when I take interviews for rank holders, etc., I definitely test and see whether, well, he may not have worked or have huge or skills on ESG, but at least he should be awareness, simple awareness is there or not. In fact, in finals, one of the paper is also ESG, which is not a mandatory paper, that is optional paper is there in ESG. Secondly, if you do a dipstick survey and ask a young chartered accountant what you want to be, most of them will tell you that, I want to be a CFO, Chief Financial Officer. And if you want to be a CFO, then I will tell you that today and more in future, knowledge of ESG is absolutely essential. If you don't have, you cannot become a CFO, because as a CFO, you need to raise funds. As a CFO, you need to manage investors. As a CFO, you should be credible enough to create a positive environment or perception of the company. If you don't know ESG or you don't have the ESG mindset, you will not be able to do it. If you're on the other side of the table, because you're practicing chartered accountant, I mean, ESG is a very big area. You all know about the reasonable and assurances, etc., coming in, and more and work will be there on ESG front. So ESG is a new domain for chartered accountants and other professionals, and I think people will stress more in the ESG skills in days to come, and it will become very, very important.
Okay, that is what we are talking about, and I'm also said that the private equity investors. So that is not only the investors, they are asking for that ESG compliant and all that, but even the clients. If you are exporting something to the Europe, actually they also look for that ESG compliance. This is one of the area where it is growing up. So that's why a regulator has to keep a cope with this demand. And it can't be said that a regulator is increasing the compliance cost for the company, but at the same time it is creating the jobs opportunities for many people. As he said that there is a different department altogether for the ESG compliance. So, but what we thought that whenever this ESG you are doing it, the globally it is very, very, very asked for, much sought for the ESG compliance and all. So we have to keep a pace with them. And when you are looking at ESG, this compliance and all, we look at that whether we are equipped to that. So we are slowly and steadily, we are looking at that. And one more thing actually I want to talk about ESG compliance. We are really profession agnostic. We are not saying that it is only a chartered accountant, all that. You may be displeasure to that, but you are in shoot, but it is not that. We are saying profession agnostic, and anybody can be looking for that assurance of the BRSR core. But only that I just request that you people can look at our FAQs. What we have said that where you cannot do, where you can do. So that has been very clarified. Whatever the statutory requirement you can do, but at the same time you can do the ESG assurance. But if you are doing a consulting and all that, some examples are there, then you cannot do the ESG. So there is a restrict, actually we have the Chinese wall you have put it, and that I can request you to go through the FAQs.
Yeah, so in a whole business cycle, if we see from start to end, there is opportunities for us. If I say when businesses start, we think about how to start. Then we structure about business, the MIS is structuring everything. So now we need to think about how we will take care about data with respect to the environmental, social and other governance aspects also. So that is, again, we need to take care. The existing businesses, so the process re-engineering is again required now. So as a consulting or advisory part, that you can think about. Assurance aspect already being covered by the panelist, although it is not only for the chartered accountants, but yes, it is open, and we all know it's all of us that we can take care of assurance aspect very well. It's we can take up as engagements. When it's come to the internal audit also, so ESG is again being considered now being regular internal audit functions as well. Apart from that, regular filings are there, compliances are there. So there are many things that you can think about when it's come to the sustainability aspect, and you can, take up any of the area as per your interest. So now, when, we are on midway of the discussion, I can request any of the participant, if you have any query from any of the panelists, if you want to ask anything with respect to the subject. Yes, please. Excuse me. No, mic is coming just. If you can speak aloud, please. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the session, sir. I have a question, ma'am. Actually, there are different situations in developed countries and in developing countries. Now, India being a developing country, I wanted to really know, like, what is the balance point between ESG and the ultimate bottom line profit on the one hand? Because, I mean, I strictly believe I'm a definite protagonist of ESG, but somewhere a voice inside me also led me to believe that is there's a trade-off between ESG and profit. I mean, do you ultimately spend money on ESG, and how far do you went forward and decide that because ultimately, see, sir, no matter how we greatly and strongly talk about ESG, I am a strong supporter of ESG and environmental sustainability, but ultimately what matters, everybody we know, is the money, sir. So I just really wanted to know what is the exact fine point of distinction between ESG and the ultimate bottom line profit, and how far as a professional we go forward, or as a business person like, sir, you have been on the CFO side, how far you decide, sir, Reliance, I mean, sir, Reliance, I mean, sir, I definitely, money is not a concern, but I usually wanted to understand from a general point of view, how far one does go forward to create a distinction or a trade-off between, I wanted to do this on ESG, and plus I cannot compromise on my profit, which is my target, my expansion, ultimately leading to investors' wealth as well. Thank you.
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, I will answer. Before that, you spoke about India in global ESG situations. I want to tell you something that, normally we have the perception in India is doing very badly as far as ESG is concerned. We are the largest emitters and etc. etc. So if you go to Western countries, Europe, USA, people will say that. In fact, we are one of the top 3 emitters. That's fact of life. Okay. But nothing to be worried about. What people do not see, our population is 140 crores, wherein people in Australia and other countries, our population is very less. So if you see per capita, we are much lower than global average. Our per capita emission of carbon dioxide will be around 3-4 kgs, not more than that. Wherein in Australia maybe around 15, UK is around 9, Germany is 8, 9, all this thing, US is around 15 or something like that. So our per capita emission is actually very low, because someone, when start of the session, the lady told that, our ethos and etc. We are a country, or we have a culture of using very minimal resources. We are not very extravagant sort of thing. That helps us. In West, if you go the heat and the cold, etc. climate, for that, their travel that they do, the car they use, etc., their per capita emission is much more. So in the world terms, our per capita emission is actually lower than the world average, which is around 4. So we are doing better off. Secondly, ESG and profits. It is a very difficult question that you have thrown at me actually. I mean, but I will answer you. I will answer it with a straight bat. It is a chicken and egg story. Suppose if you don't take care of ESG, your profit will increase. How it will increase? You will not spend on employees, you will not spend on governance, you will not spend on emissions, you will not have higher technologies. Yes, your cost will reduce and bottom line will increase. But what will happen is, because of that, all your reporting will go for a toss. Your employees will dissatisfied, they'll leave, you will lose good employees, investors will not invest, you will get a bank loan at a much higher rate because you will not be able to issue green bonds and other things, cheap rates, etc. So it will affect you. So it's a chicken and egg story. So if you're not serious about ESG, not spending, it might increase your bottom line today, but it will definitely reduce your bottom line tomorrow. So to save tomorrow, you need to invest today. I think I've answered it.
For the long-term stability, I think sir already answered. It's important for all of us. Any other question from any of participants? Okay. Yeah, please, ma'am.
First of all, I want to congratulate the government and SEBI for really implementing this ESG and making India the pioneer in the world, right? Secondly, my question was that we have a lot of ESG mutual funds, etc. And these are all based on the credit ratings which are being provided. So which are the genuine ratings and why are they not public? Because for me, I would like to really research on whether the companies that are being invested into the mutual funds that are saying that they are ESG mutual funds, whether they are actually that good or not. So how do we see that and test that? Thank you.
There is a very limited response from the mutual fund having that ESG compliance scheme. So there are minutely, it has been described, there are schemes, some 15 odd schemes, I may be wrong and all. There is the scheme where we say that 80% of that corpus should be invested in those companies who are ESG compliant and who have a better rating of the ERP, ESG rating provider. So this is what slowly it is going up, and hopefully that it should go up. But so far so good. That's a mutual fund have that some schemes, that ESG compliance scheme, and our ESG rating provider also, there is a ratings that are disclosing, and we have that registered with SEBI, and this much I can provide that. It is not in public domain.
Can we write to a particular...
Yeah, please write to me that actually, that way I can look at that actually, why that is not in public.
Thank you, ma'am. So we'll not take much question right now because of the time paucity, and I request all the panelists to give your, just a end note for the today's discussion. Ma'am, please, if you can start with.
First, I'd like to say thank you to all of you for having me here, because this has been a wonderful discussion and very, it's wonderful to be here with the regulator and the leading company to get insights. It's wonderful. The only point that I'd like to just simply say is, whether it's ESG, sustainability, as a professional, I'm just simply saying, sometimes we don't have all the answers, but essentially I think the bottom line is, from my experience, the regulator is always looking at strong ethics and responsible action. So as long as one can show that, one is diligent in doing what one is doing and has followed due process, even if we are not always correct, some things may be missed, something is done, we can always be able to find a way out. So there are a lot of new things here, and not everybody knows it, but the essential element is credibility. So as long as we can establish that, a lot of it will be taken care of. So thank you so much.
Rao sir, from your side. Okay, Malik sir.
So I mean, from the corporate side, since you're a regulator and a leading lawyer in the both sides, in corporate side, from corporate side, I think the corporates have understood that ESG regulation is here to stay. ESG's commitment is a long-term commitment, and they have to all abide with it, like it or not like it. The CFOs have a long job in hand for doing the ESG compliance. From the professional's point of view, yes, ESG is a new domain, and it will further open up opportunities for them. And I think that's quite exciting for all of us.
So as you say that, you are gradually little moving towards up and up in the ladder of success for our ESG compliance. But we actually come across one of the challenges now, which is the ISSB, International Sustainability Standard Board. They have prescribed certain, so what you have to do, So basically S1, S2. S1 is a general disclosure, S2 is a climate approach. So we are going to get the challenge if you are looking at implementing that, but you are engaged with the industry association, you will do that, lot of consultation with the stakeholders, because there are certain challenges. Just to summarize that, 1 or 2 challenges, but it will take time actually. So, but we are looking at that because there is a vulnerability to transition risk. So that way, if we have, there is a vulnerability to transition risk. And the second thing, it talks about forward-looking profit and risk statement. Again, we feel that if it is implemented, then we have that subject to manipulation and misinterpretation. And the third one is talking that mandatory requirement of scope 3 GHG emission that reporting, which is very, very quite challenging in keeping in view of the value chain partners. And there is a scenario analysis to be built in. There are these challenges we want to deliberate upon, slow and steady that way, because ISCO has said that though it is giving a comfort to us, you can apply or adapt or whatever that you take it actually what is given in ISSB standards. So we are looking at a little bit, because it is not correct to say that it is applicable to all the jurisdiction. It should be clearly segregated at its jurisdiction. It should be left to the jurisdiction, but you have to see, look at that compliance, and it will take time, and you are working on it.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much to all the panelists, Radhika ma'am, Rao sir, Raj Malik sir. I hope my all queries are being answered. Thoughts are very clear now for the sustainability subjects, and you know, now things are now very clear that I am on right path, most probably. And I hope that all the audience also enjoyed the interaction that we had today. And thank you so much once again to all of you. And Jaipur had a great time with all of you three. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, everyone. As we conclude this insightful session on ESG and internal controls, building a sustainable future, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed panelists for their invaluable contributions. We are fortunate to have had the benefit of your knowledge today.
A special thank you to our moderator for guiding this enriching discussion and ensuring that we covered key aspects of this vital topic. Thank you, everyone. Before we move on to the next session, we have a small announcement to make. There's a car incorrectly parked outside, the number for which is RJ48CA3157. We kindly request the owner of the car to kindly park the car correctly. Thank you. Moving on to our keynote session for the day, it's our absolute pleasure to lead you into this exciting session where we will explore a subject that is transforming the world, artificial intelligence or AI. How can we adapt to create impact for businesses and professional services?
In recent years, AI has moved from being a futuristic idea to a present reality. And it's no exaggeration to say that AI is changing the world we live, the way we work, the businesses we do, and the professionals that we carry. चाहे वे प्रक्रियाओं को स्वचालित करना हो, निर्णय लेने को बेहतर बनाना हो, या भविष्य की प्रवृत्तियों की भविष्यवाणी करना हो, AI उन तरीकों में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है जिनसे उद्योग विकसित हो रहे हैं। रुचिका, आज की तेजी से बदलती दुनिया में जीना एक साइंस फिक्शन फिल्म का हिस्सा बनने जैसा लगता है ना?
बिल्कुल, यह सच में ऐसा लगता है। तकनीकी प्रगति इतनी तेजी से बढ़ रही है कि हम अक्सर सोचते हैं कि हम किसी सपनों की दुनिया में तो नहीं। AI is already around us in more ways than we may realize. From the voice assistant that helps us navigate traffic to the recommendation engine that suggests what we watch next on Netflix, AI is embedded in everyday life.
But its influence extends far beyond personal convenience. It is fundamentally transforming the business landscape. And when we shift our conversation to businesses and professional services, the stakes are even higher.
And here's the thing, AI is more than just a technology. It's a strategic asset. And today, it's no longer a matter of, will AI impact our businesses and professions? The question we need to ask is, how can we adapt to leverage AI in ways that create meaningful and sustainable impact for our organizations, clients, and industries?
To delve deeper into the importance of AI and to explore the topic further, we are honored to invite the esteemed speaker for the session, CA Anil Bhandari sir from Mumbai. With his vast expertise and insights, we are certain that this will be an enlightening session. Please join us in welcoming him to the stage with a huge round of applause.
Sir is a mentor at A&B, a leading risk advisory services firm. With over 25 years of experience in risk and governance, he has played a key role in shaping industry standards and cybersecurity innovation.
Sir has held significant positions, including past president of the Institute of Internal Auditors, India, and chairman of the ICAI Western Region.
We are truly honored to have you, sir. I kindly request CA Surendra Goyal and CA Jitendra Yadav to step forward and present a memento to CA Anil Bhandari, sir. Thank you. It's now time to hear from my esteemed speaker, CA Anil Bhandari, sir. Sir, the floor is yours.
Hello, a very good evening to all of you. I think an afternoon and early evening. It's always been a pleasure to come here, Jaipur. I think I've already spoken maybe at least twice, if not more, in your annual conferences. A fantastic teamwork here. Prakashji, thank you so much for inviting me. We'd been colleagues in the council for almost 2 terms, and I know he's a fan of technology and artificial intelligence. I don't know if you realize this or not, but the world is changing very fast. And I would want to kind of show you these examples through probably what I would have said 2 years back or 3 years back. I think I was here last year and last to last year where I probably showed you something. I want to kind of remember that and extend the discussion around it. So today what I'm going to do here is just try and demonstrate to you the changing landscape of technology and how fast it is changing. And then maybe we will try and connect back with what are we doing as chartered accountants, what is likely to be completely disruptive for us, and how are we likely to evolve or see ourselves in the very near future. I used to talk about future 5, 10, 15, but I'm saying it's happening so fast that you're likely to see this change come very, very quickly. I do know that in the morning you had a session on the future of the profession. I have no idea what this session was all about. But I do not see the future of our profession the way most of the people see. And maybe please bear with me, but I'm happy to open up this discussion, maybe happy to open up the floor for discussion. But I see a very, very different future. And there are a lot of people who, from my early days in 2014 to becoming the chairman Central Council, most of us, whenever I used to speak, used to give me a good smile, but never accept the fact that, things would probably go this way. Not that I didn't know about it, but finally I'm coming to a realization that what we were thinking through is happening, and it is happening very, very fast. So let me try and, can we have the presentation, please? So the topic that I wanted to kind of change, rather than saying keep yourself safe, is accelerate business and professional growth. See, eventually, however you look at it, whatever you do, I strongly believe that if there is chaos and things are likely to change and they're likely to change fast, then there is also a fantastic opportunity. Chaos always leads into opportunity. What is chaos? Chaos actually means not knowing what to do. So when you become a chartered accountant, suddenly you don't know what to do. You know, for example, when I became a chartered accountant way back in, I think what, 2019, 97. So I would have probably cleared it in 97 or whatever. I don't even remember the year. But I remember my mom and my dad went across 50 flats, 50 apartments in the society and distributed suites because they said their kid has become a chartered accountant. I realized that I became a chartered accountant just maybe a month later when a small kid in my building came and said, "Sir, can you please sign this document for me?" So I said, why do you require me to sign this? You know, students aate hain attestation ke liye. So chartered accountants were allowed to sign at that point in time. That time I probably realized that, wow, I'm a chartered accountant, my signature has a value. But the only thing that I could not think through for the next 6 months was, what do I want to do? There was a big hole. Literally, I had no idea what to do as chartered accountant because, you know, statutory audits, income tax, there were already a lot of people doing that. You know, वो बोलते हैं ना बड़ी firms थी already, big four, big internal audit firms. How do you compete with them? So the first sense of realization that you should always get is, what do you do? How do you compete with which is something there? Would you want to change something? And that was a time which was a very tough time for me. And I believe that, you know, this would be true to all young chartered accountants. I now believe that it is actually true for senior chartered accountants because suddenly you're seeing the skill gap and you're realizing that what used to do very well for you is suddenly not doing anything for you, right? And suddenly you realize, oh, what do we do next, right? We have a firm, we have an office, we have a running expense, but suddenly somebody's taking away the audit for maybe 20% less, 30% less. Suddenly something is set by NAFRA. Suddenly the institute comes out of the standard. Suddenly you have to file so much set of documents when you look at compliance, legal, whatever. And it's becoming too much of a mundane effort that you can't even peacefully have your dinner in the evening, forget about the drink. So I want to kind of impress upon you for the next 25, 30 minutes, forget for a moment that you're a chartered accountant. And let us imagine that we are engineers for a moment. Right? Let's just forget that we are chartered accountants, we are engineers, and we are enjoying what is about to come. So, how is technology making a difference? You all know about drones. Do you know the use cases of drones? You could use the drones for clicking photographs. The most that I have seen drones is during weddings. हम सब invest करते हैं, बड़ी शादी होती है, उसमें जयपुर में तो I'm sure बड़ी शादियाँ होती होगी, तो you know people will get drones, they'll click pictures. You have recently seen drones for the war that is happening, right, in Russia, in Israel. But what are drones capable of more and more? Any idea? Anybody can think through? Just give me 1 or 2 examples. Agriculture. Fantastic. How agriculture?
We lose an acre and a half of forest every second. There goes another one. There goes another one. It's 15 billion trees a year. This drone gives us a way to fight back. This was invented by a company called Biocarbon Engineering. They're in Australia. It is a tree planting drone. It fires a tree bullet into the ground, right? Biodegradable bullet container, soil, neutral, so it gets fired precisely at the depth it needs to go to in the exact position it should grow in. This drone can plant 100,000 trees a day. They're building an army of 10,000 of them. They can plant 1 billion trees a year.
So
Technology is
probably when they made the video, they thought 10,000 drones were too large a number for drones. Today, 50,000, 100,000 drones are just flying across when you're seeing war. Can you imagine the impact of this, which could be probably had on agriculture or anything else, with the artificial intelligence to understand where exactly what you want to do? And it could be on a height which actually human beings would not be able to even, go up. And it could change the complete landscape, right? And I could keep talking about the use cases of drones and how amazing it is likely to be. Let's try and take the next example. Space. I'm sure all of us here, I was too excited to see this. I thought, यार rocket को straight land करना ही बड़ी काम है. ये तो rocket land ही नहीं कर रहा है. इसको तो, it's coming back to the docking station. So for example, this just happened maybe 2 days back. It has gone and docked on the docking
The world's
station.
largest rocket.
What do you see is likely to happen in the future? What do you see? See, this is the end of the day. It's better that, we have a nice interactive session. And I think out of the interactive session, you'd probably get to know, or maybe I'll learn it better. But what is it that is likely to evolve because of this? Anybody? Because rockets are flying faster, rockets are flying on a daily basis now, rockets are reusable, rockets can land back on the dock from where they were flying. Any business that you think is likely to go through a change? Any business that comes to your mind, space, technology, communication, fair enough. Any other business which could be impacted because of this technological change? Very quick. Sorry? Sorry? Transportation? Medicine delivery? I think logistics, which is of course closer to transportation, would have an immense impact because of this technology. Today, if I were to buy or import or export something, it takes you a month, 2 months to send a huge cargo out to the United States, Europe, etc. You could actually be able to do that in 2 hours, and look at the scale at which you'll be able to do, which means the cost of sending the goods from A to B is likely to go out, right? And the goods would probably be available at a point in time when you want to do a demand and so on and so forth. Which means what is likely to change? Which means behind the logistics, what is likely to change? Delivery time, of course. Now it doesn't matter where you manufacture it. You can manufacture it in the corners part of the earth and you're still able to deliver it, right? For more or less the same cost. Because right now, the transportation, which was the huge cost of delivery, is suddenly gone out to 2 hours and it can cover the entire globe. So the biggest impact would be, would factories continue to remain where they are today? Maybe not. They would be probably in some corner of the earth, which probably we may not be able to visit today, but they would be able to do import and export sitting out there. Which means the smallest possible island in any part of this world would actually become far better than maybe a country like a China or India, assuming that they have some other things in places. Now, I remember very vividly that when I came here 2 years back, I actually showed you a video of me talking to a robo in San Francisco, right? And I said that it's so amazing to have a conversation with a robo because, there are so many artificial intelligence algorithm built into the robo. The moment the robo saw me, it started to speak in Hindi, and we'll see that in a minute. And let's see what has changed after that.
And I want to thank everyone at the Academy.
Hey buddy, can I have a selfie with you?
Hi, namaste.
Namaste, how are you?
Kya hai? Sab theek hai?
Ekdam sab theek hai. Can I have a selfie with you?
It's on my shirt. Aapka naam hai?
Can I have? मेरा नाम अनिल है.
Wow.
आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम Robot V.
रॉबर्ट वी है. आपके साथ एक सेल्फी खींच सकता हूँ?
Yes.
Now, this is what I spoke about maybe 2 years back, and look at what has come out today. Have you heard of Optimus? Optimus is a robo which is humanoid robo made by Elon Musk. And today, I think it's become a bartender.
Yep, it's on my shirt.
What can I get you?
I'll have the watermelon too.
Watermelon? Coming right up.
So are you being remote controlled?
How's your night going, sir?
Good. I said, are you being remote controlled?
Today, I'm assisted by a human. I'm not yet fully autonomous.
So are you being
Thank
remote
you. Here you go, sir.
controlled? The robo says today
Got it.
I'm being remote controlled, and in the near future,
I know, this
of
guy wants
course,
to go to Mars.
this can change.
Yep, it's on my shirt.
Now,
What can I get you?
I'll have the watermelon too.
Watermelon? Coming right up. And I want to thank everyone at the Academy.
okay. So just 2 years back, I showed you something that has transformed into so closer to humanity, it looks like a human being. And maybe 2 years from now, when I come back, it would probably actually don the entire aspect of a human being and be able to do whatever that you ask it to do. Now, why am I trying to talk to you about all of this? Because, of course, there is a trail in terms of what I want to discuss with you going forward. But before we go there, 2 more aspects of the artificial intelligence and technology that I want to showcase. And these videos are slightly longer, but they are very, very interesting. They were spoken at the RSA conference, which is the world's largest conference for cybersecurity. And it is attended by more than 100,000 people in San Francisco. And the entire city is buzzing with cybersecurity and all of these products. There are 2 videos that you may want to listen peacefully to, and then we will try and open up our discussion.
Thanks for bringing your friend.
Mr. Spaghetti is
Mr. Spaghetti, okay. Why, can I touch
Oh,
it?
please, yes, he likes being touched.
All right, let's see.
There
Is
are
it
touch
bite,
sensors. If you put your finger in its mouth. maybe.
Okay, well, yeah, that's reasonable. Wow, so tell me about this guy.
So this is one of my favorite robots. It's a Pleo. It's basically a toy. They were made, I think, in 2007, and I'm not sure if they even still make them. But what I really love about it is that it mimics life really, really well. And the design is just brilliant. Like, instead of trying to be like a cat or a dog or something that you would immediately kind of compare it to and be like, oh, that's not quite right, it's a baby Camarasaurus. Which, I don't know, Hugh, have you interacted with a baby Camarasaurus before?
Not to my recollection.
Yeah,
no,
so it's like really easy to suspend your disbelief and treat it like a living thing.
Wow, and it's making these little like cooing sounds, and yeah, that is very interesting. And so let me ask about that. I mean, as we get more into AI coming in the form factors of things that we grow emotionally attached to, what are the implications of that? I mean, and not that this is a personal therapy session, but I'll tell you, I'm having a problem with it, with Siri on my phone. Not personally, not me personally getting attached to Siri, but my 5-year-old is like in love with Siri. He actually tells her, he's like, I love you. And if you tell Siri that, she says like supportive things like, I love you to the moon and back, or you're the best. And so there's like this relationship, even though she can't see. So I'm really concerned about that. We'd probably talk about that offline. But what are the implications of people assigning human or dinosaur attributes to these devices now?
I think there are quite a few implications, but first of all, I think we're really entering into an era of human-robot interaction right now. Like artificial intelligence, robots, these technologies are creeping into people's lives in ways that we haven't seen previously. And people are interacting with the technologies. And the thing that I think is really, really fascinating about it is that we're primed by science fiction and pop culture to want to treat these technologies like they're agents, like they're alive, and like they have personalities. And I would say we're even biologically hardwired when it's like a physical thing that's moving in our physical space to want to assign agency to it and intent and so forth. So, people are suckers for these types of design, and I think as more and more creators of this technology catch on to that and start designing interfaces where people interact with the technology.
Okay. Just to kind of save some time, this goes on to the fact that this lady who's a scientist is asking that person to actually pick up this small machine, not even a robo, which was like, she said, I don't know, produced in what, 2007, right? And these are toys which are available. They are made to do some actions. They just repeat those actions. Wag the tail, keep the head down, and this robo actually goes to sleep after some time, and they're talking. What the lady is trying to say is, and what they're researching is, that you would start to develop emotions for robotics, even though you know that these are machines that are there. This gentleman knows that there is a machine. He picks up that machine by the tail and hangs it, and the baby Camarasaurus starts, whining, and it says that it is likely to be in pain. After the 4th or the 5th or the 6th round, he actually drops the machine. You know why? Because as a human being, you're feeling that you're putting somebody else to pain, but you know it is machines. So the US is actually trying to describe and discuss That are we going to be in love with a robo, for example, in the future? And these are the topics that are actually open up for discussion with some huge amount of research, money going in, and scientists coming up, right? So that's the level of discussion that they're trying to do, and they're trying to probably get ready for a humanoid robo, which is likely to be kind of similar to human beings. But what she's trying to say is that, forget about a human being. There are so many use cases that you could actually make a pet at home. The pet can actually help you to overcome your grief, etc., because, you know, all of these robots are of so much of caliber. That's the first thing. The next one is talking about, and I'll also play this for a few seconds, that are we likely to be out of jobs because there are so many use cases? I don't know, do you understand use cases? What do you mean by use cases? What a use case means is a particular action can be used for what? It's a use case. Say, for example, reconciliation is done because I want to maybe tally my business account, or I want to tally my Nostro account or something. It's a use case that there is a function which is Nostro account. It has to be reconciled because at the end of the day, the foreign exchange has to meet. Say, for example, if you're going from here to home, it's a use case that you have to travel from A to B, and you may want to use a bicycle, which is electric, non-electric. So when you break down any problem statement which you are using on a constant basis, it becomes kind of a use case for you, right? And I'll describe that more and more. So again, be patient for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and then maybe we can take up the discussion.
My next guest is just an absolutely impactful force in this area. He is the founder and president of Udacity. I don't know if anyone here has taken one of the courses or gotten one of the nano degrees from Udacity, but absolutely fantastic resource online. He's the CEO of Kitty Hawk, and he was the founder of Google X that did some of the very, very early work in autonomous vehicles. So excited to have Dr. Sebastian Thrun.
There's literally like 40,000 people sitting in the auditorium there.
Thank you. Hey, it's my twin. It's my twin. Oh, okay. Good to have you. Thanks for coming.
I want to say this, thank you for the work you're doing, and thanks everyone in the audience for the work you're doing. It's so incredibly important. I could not do my work without you.
Thank you, Sebastian, around for this audience. And, you know, speaking about great work, what you guys have done at Udacity, I think, is fantastic. I mean, it really is opening up educational possibilities for people in ways that at least I haven't seen before. And in fact, you know, RSA Conference was so thrilled by the work that you're doing. I am happy to announce that we are donating $50,000 in scholarships for your new cybersecurity nano degree that you're just launching.
No, we've been so blessed. Udacity's mission is to double the world's
What you'll probably
GDP
learn from this in the next 2 minutes
education
is
available everywhere.
why do people
Most of
even
us students
think
don't
about
pay a dime.
creating what they're
We are
creating
very
today?
big in the Middle East.
In just
where we
maybe
try
the
to
next 2 minutes. It's a
teach young people how to
fundamental
code. We are
foundation
in China,
of
India,
why people
Brazil,
don't
many other
want to,
places.
why people want to think
And
about
we've
an
been
artificial
fortunate to
intelligence.
team
right?
with
So-
top-notch companies like Google and Facebook and pretty much everybody in the tech space to build these curricula. At this point, actually, if anyone in the audience wants to be a part-time instructor and teach millions of people and take your DNA into the world, send an email to thrun@udacity.com. And we also
Are you
look for partner
recruiting?
companies.
Are you recruiting?
We are, yes.
Here at DMM? Okay. I just want to be clear.
It's
fine.
an
I just-
amazing experience to go over any airport in the world and people recognize you.
All right. Well, thanks. Yeah, I encourage everybody to check that out. And Sebastian, you have had a pretty incredible career. It's like taking a normal, amazing career and then running like a compression algorithm over it, and that's your career.
Don't believe what the media says.
Okay, well, I read on
great PR
Wikipedia.
people.
I read on Wikipedia,
Yeah,
so I know
that's
it's true.
it.
But honestly, you know, if you did some of the very, very early work in autonomous vehicles, AI that powers those vehicles, you know, you're continuing to kind of push the ball ahead in this space. But I'd say the thing that I love about what you've done is you have such an inherent optimism about the future of AI. Right? Because a lot of these discussions that I get into with, you know, my fellow security professionals when we're talking about AI, it's like, I'll tell you a dramatic reenactment. It goes AI, 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 Skynet, and then that's the end of the conversation. I mean, that's a summary, but that's, you know, it's like concerned
I'm glad
about
your
it.
conversations are short.
They're short. Well, I'm just,
God,
you know,
I
just
want
for the
4 minutes.
interest of time of this session, I just really tried to distill it. But tell me, how do you think that the widespread use of AI will change society?
So I'm incredibly excited. And to express my excitement, I want to take you on a mental journey. Something like about 300 years ago, roughly when the steam engine was invented. Back in the day, your equivalent self would have worked in the field as a farmer, in all likelihood. And your definition of who you are was tied to your physical strength and agility. But we never built an automated farmer. We then built force amplifiers, machines that let a person supply food from 4 people to about 400 people. And as a result, today we have less than 2% of the population working in farming. Now, what happened to us? Most of us moved into offices and do the stupid, mind-numbing work over and over and over again. Okay, so truck driver is obviously one, which I've worked on in Google. Or taxi drivers, the same task day in, day out. But even highly paid jobs, like medical doctors and lawyers, end up doing the same stuff over and over and over again. We had a study recently at Stanford where we looked into skin cancer, trained deep learning to detect skin cancer based on about 129,000 images. We were able to be on par or better than the best dermatologists in this country. And those guys were paid, these guys and girls were paid $450,000 on average a year. So I find it degrading for humanity that we have data entry clerks, account.
So just imagine he gave an example of a doctor. He's saying that, for example, a doctor, a skin cancer specialist, etc., is able to look at the reports and is able to look at x-rays and whatever, and he's able to decide whether this person has skin cancer or not. But the AI ML tools or algorithms are able to ingest millions of these records and quickly tell you what is wrong with you even before you know or the doctor knows what is wrong with you. So he keeps talking about, and this is available on Google, and anybody who's really interested and wants to listen to this very, very quietly, because this is the foundation. The foundation is that do not attempt to do something which is repetitive and waste your human energy and brains on that subject. That is the foundation of where innovation happens, and that is the foundation where AI, ML, and all of these technologies that you're likely to see. Do not even waste more than 5 minutes trying to do something repetitive, because the human brain are capable of doing 100x of what it actually does today. However, most of us spend a significant amount of time trying to keep doing the same thing again and again every day in the morning when we go back to office. So what he's trying to say is that while it may take away routine jobs from you, but the future is so bright because these human beings would be able to innovate a significantly larger portion of technology where it's going to serve us, society, human beings, and so on and so forth. And probably go and find maybe a cure for cancer, because to find something or to innovate something is all the essence of time, how much time you have. For example, when you go back to your office on a daily basis, do you even have half an hour to think through, how do I improvise my own process? Do you even have half an hour to think through, can I change the way that I do what I do in my own office? Most of the time we don't have. Why? Because we are firefighting on a daily basis, picking up the calls in the morning, client calls in the morning, and so on and so forth. So the entire foundation of innovation actually comes from the fact that, hey, can I do the same activity in a very different way, faster, meaner, and better? So I just wanted to demonstrate these to you because they are far ahead in the game in terms of AI ML. What we speak about today is nowhere close to what they're trying to research, is nowhere close to what they're trying to achieve. They're talking about humans having emotional attachments to a robo, etc., and the robots are just coming out and so on and so forth. So the level of discussion is very different, but the fundamentals continue to be the same. Now let's try and understand how is this likely to, let's try and understand how is this likely to hit us.
And thrive.
So I'm saying past is no longer relevant. We had compulsive use of technology in the past. People had to be forced to use technology. Today, we are in an era of obsessive use of technology. What does obsessive use of technology mean? When you get up in the morning, what's the first thing that you want to catch on to? Phone. So you had compulsive use of technology. Today, you are in an obsessive mode where the use of technology has become so obsessive that the first thing you get up in the morning and you want to check kiska SMS aaya, email aaya, WhatsApp message aaya, and you want to quickly respond to those WhatsApp messages. Even if it is well wishes, even if it is Happy Diwali, you want to do it very, very quickly. What is likely to come is very interesting. It's the immersive use of technology. Have you heard about the immersive use of technology? If you do get a chance, because it's still not coming to India, but if you do get a chance and if you're traveling abroad, please go to the Apple store and try and buy a Vision Pro. It is $3,500. It's expensive. But if you really want to understand where technology is going, you would love this piece of equipment. Because the moment you put it on, you're actually into an immersive use of technology. And what are the use cases for immersive use of technology? Say, for example, you're redoing your house. When you want to redo your house, whom do you call? An interior decorator, right? Or when you want to buy a piece of furniture, you ask 20 people, where would the furniture be right? How do I keep it? And so on and so forth. Just wear these glasses, go to a marketplace within those glasses, because now you're in an immersive world. Go and choose the furniture, drag and drop it into your house, because you're able to see your house also, and put it at the place where you think it might look good. Or just let the AI do it. And the AI will put it at the place where it looks the best. Why? Because it does permutation combination, millions of them, and say that this is more or less the best place for this piece of furniture to look at. Why? Because of the color, because of the position, because of the size. Would you even probably need interior decorators in the future? Maybe not, because it becomes so easy for somebody to do something like this. In our office, we have a team. I have innovated some products on cybersecurity. And of course, I do risk consulting practice as a chartered accountant, but I mentor technology, I try to understand it, and I am passionate about every day coming in the morning to the office and trying to kill one business process. कि कोई भी process को faster करेंगे, better करेंगे, that will give us more value. Why would somebody want to do that? Any idea? And I want to take you now in the next 5 minutes to the commercials of what you're trying to do as a chartered accountant. Why would somebody want to do that? What is the mandate rate that you get in Jaipur today? Any idea? As a chartered accountant, what is the blended, okay, how do you charge a client? Any idea? How do you charge a client? When a client comes up to you, how do you charge a client? कि आप कैसे charge करते हो कि बाजू वाला 1000 charge कर रहा है तो मैं 500 में दे देता हूँ आपको? I mean, is that the way that we do it? How do we do it? What's the fundamentals of charging a client? Man-hour basis, mandate basis. Do you really do it like that? At times. Fantastic. Well, most of the time that I've heard when I was in the council, कि वो कोई tender आता है और कोई लाख रुपया भर रहा है, कोई 1 करोड़ रुपया भर रहा है और कोई 1 रुपया भर रहा है और उसको tender चाहिए. So anyway, there are various ways to try and evolve a price, but the best way to evolve is the opportunity cost, and the best way to evolve is a mandate cost or a mandate rate or whatever. Do you have any idea what your mandate rate is in Jaipur? Anybody wants to just kind of calculate and tell me what the average rate is? And this is a fun session, so let's just discuss, right? I mean, at the end of the day, in the evening, I'm not here to teach you technology. I'm sure you all have access to YouTubes and Googles. We should use these conferences to take just maybe 1 or 2 items out of this conference which are super useful, something which you may like to do. I use international conferences for those reasons, and I spend a lot of money trying to travel there because you typically get one good thing out of the conference. So anyway, anybody here who understand what's your average mandate rate here? Less than? 10K, you get that in Jaipur? We don't even get it in Bombay, for example. For internal audit, I don't even get a 10,000 blended rate. Do you get it here? How much? 2,000? Now, first question is, why do we live with these blended rates? Any idea? Why do we have 8,000 or 10,000 as a blended rate? because your cost of article is 500 rupees, 1,000 rupees, or 2,000 rupees, or maybe 7,000 rupees. So the labor that you get is more or less free. So you have not put any cost to that labor, whatever it be. Labor is the wrong word to use, but of course they are training, but you know, they're coming at a cost. Bhai, at least calculate the opportunity cost, na? Matlab, theek hai, you're paying 10,000 to somebody, after somebody becoming an inter, has got a significant value in the market. So at least catch an opportunity cost. So if you try and go a little deeper, I would try and give you this exercise. Go back to your office. Take all your, I did that very recently in my office, so that's why I'm trying to tell you. I just put down all your projects on an Excel sheet, right? And try and understand the mandate rate that you're getting. And try and use the correct rate of the resources that you want to do, right? You would realize that 80% of your projects don't even make money for you. Literally. And you know what? Interestingly, this is true for everybody, all the way to a Big Four. I repeat, this is true for everybody, all the way to a Big Four. 80% of the projects that you have would not even make money. And interestingly, if you look at the projects, you will realize that most of the time the internal audits or the fieldwork projects that you're doing actually don't make you a lot of money, most of the time. And very soon, you will start to realize that a statutory audit is likely to have more liability than the money that it is going to make for you. I also happen to be on the appellate tribunal appointed by the MCA, so I understand the disciplinary cases coming to us in the court where people are not even investing a couple of hours trying to even keep the records right. And if you don't keep the records right, you're going to be shot down by somebody or the other, because that is investment of time, energy, money, technology, etc. So if you do this little bit of exercise, you will realize that you don't make too much money out of any of those. Now, what is left in that 20% is where you're creating outcomes for people. You go and get a loan for somebody, you do an M&A transaction for somebody, wherever the requirement of your mind and brain is better, larger than what you're doing on an ongoing basis. This is the normal thing that happens all across. So we did that for our own firm, and we realized that दूसरे की कंपनी चलाने के लिए उसको हम बता रहे हैं कैसे चलाना है, कैसे प्रोसेस बेटर करना है. Eventually, we are also paying him to get that contract. Because we are losing money, we are actually paying him to get that contract. And believe me, it is true for even cybersecurity. It is true for vulnerability assessment, because the clients have become demanding. There is so much of regulation. You need to do so much of activity at home. If you are faced constantly trying to understand whether this really makes money for you or not, what would one want to do? One would want to and should take a step back and try and figure out, is there a way that I can innovate or crash the process and try and come out with something which is replicable much faster? And innovation is replicable much faster because a machine is doing your work. And if you're able to do that, the value proposition of what you're doing here is 20 times or 100 times than the value proposition of what you do as a firm. So just to end this conversation and debate, if you do valuation of your firm, you will not even get more than 1 time the total turnover if you go to the market to sell your firm today. I repeat, you will not even get more than 1 time. You'll probably get a 0.6 times or a 0.7 times. So अगर आपकी करोड़ रुपए की practice है, तो कोई आपको 70 लाख रुपया देगा, या ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा करोड़ रुपया दे देगा. But करोड़ रुपए से ज़्यादा कोई नहीं देगा. Now take the services industry like TCS and Wipro, they will not get more than 1.25 times. Even a TCS and a Wipro. Of course, their turnover is larger, that's a different story. But even they would not get. Now look at a small product company or a small innovation coming out with something which is useful with just 10 people working for them. If you look at that, if their turnover is 10 crores, people are willing to give them 10 times the turnover, 20 times the turnover. Why? Because the potential of using that piece of work, whether it is algorithm, whether it is technology, is so high that the valuation becomes very, very interesting. And this is likely to happen more and more in our country. More and more. As we expand as an economy, this is likely to happen more and more in our country. So I think what one would need to do is be able to make sure that the past is not relevant, don't even think about it, and let us try and see if we can evolve even a small piece of innovation in whatever you're doing. And if you're a senior chartered accounting firm, my suggestion would be to try and invest money in younger chartered accountants to be able to evolve this, because you have a huge set of data which is available, and the younger set of chartered accountants may not have huge set of data which is available. So the fundamentals of AI ML or technology is achieve high performance automation for tedious work, optimize business processes, streamline data science, surface near real-time insights, and facilitate better decision making. Now, having said that, these are some very interesting, again, I will leave the presentation out here. These are some things which are likely to happen in professional services, which is going to transform professional services. Let me not take too much time here. You could probably dwell upon this. There are some technologies available in the market. You could probably look at the presentation going forward. But this says that the accounting and the audit is likely to be hit the most because of all the technology innovations which is happening in the market, right? Now let us see, and for the next 10 minutes, try and destroy what we have. I've done a little bit of discussion last time when I was here, but I'm saying let's use this next 10 minutes to destroy what we have today. Only when you kill something, you're able to generate something which is of value. Is statutory audit likely to be not there? I'm a strong proponent that it may not be there. Let's say, chalo, it is there. Let us bring it down to a fact that maybe people will come back with limits of statutory audit, 50 crores and above, 100 crores and above. But I'm telling you today, and again, this is 2024, and assuming that we are all there for the next 10 years, I'm saying actually that the statutory audit will be embedded in the accounting and technology solutions that an organization has, and you will not derive the value out of it in terms of what you need to derive, because the liability is going to be larger and the time and effort that you're going to be putting is more. May not be a right place for us as chartered accountants to talk about, but believe me, if you don't destroy and don't think through this, suddenly you will be faced with a huge challenge. Already you're faced with a challenge. You're already faced with a challenge. NAFRA wants to come out with some 20 standards. Institute has got 20 standards. We are probably struggling with what somebody wants. SEBI wants to do something. RBI wants to do something. Everywhere in the world, all regulators want to do something, and they want to micromanage. So if you want to look at what statutory audit really is, I want to just describe it in 2 lines. Right? It is a set of standards which has got probably 3 or 4 variables for you to think through how the accounting which has happened is to be viewed as per your standards. There are just 3 or 4 variables. It is not very difficult for technology to be able to kill those variables and say, this accounting entry, it'll behave like this. And if technology does not do it, I'm telling you, all the governments across the world will do it. They will actually micromanage, come back and tell you, this is exactly what you're supposed to do. If it is A, put it in the bucket B. If it is B, put it in the bucket C. If it is C, put it in the bucket D. End of the story. Why? Because they want to simplify this and make it faster for smaller companies to evolve over a period of time, right? Now, similarly, when you go and look at accounting, accounting also has only 4 or 5 variables. And if you look at technology injected in your invoices and everything, it is too simple to actually come back and say, depreciation accounting goes there, X accounting goes there, Y goes there. But you will still come back and tell me, how do you write a balance sheet? Any idea how somebody can write a balance sheet? You still come back and say, closing karna hai humko, balance sheet banani hai, profit and loss banana hai. I'm saying that opinion has already gone away. How do you even make a balance sheet? What is a balance sheet, by the way? What is the balance sheet and profit and loss account and financial statements that you're generating? It is only visualization. I repeat, the accounting entries are the foundation. Marrying it to the standards is the second layer of foundation. The third layer of foundation is where somebody reviews it and says that this is right. And the fourth layer of foundation is to say, this is how it should look like. RBI wants to see it in a particular way. SEBI wants to see it in a particular way. A non-listed companies, you have to show it in a particular way. It's only a visualization layer, which means it is only a reporting layer, right? So can you imagine a piece of technology which will be able to be on the top of all of these accounting solutions to say, oh, you are in United States, which means, the visualization works like this. Take the same account, bring it back to India. You're in India, the visualization works like this. You're in Russia, probably the visualization works like this. How difficult is that for a technology to do that? I'm saying it's not at all difficult. It's the simplest of the task. Because there are huge solutions in the market which do data mining, analytics, come out with, we are talking about robots coming up. How does it even make sense for an accounting system not to be able to evolve in something like this? So I'm saying it again in capital letters. that if today, now there is likely to be a change. Where is the opportunity? Where is the opportunity? In growing your own professional firms. Where is the opportunity? Somebody probably getting up from here and thinking that I will destroy this world to try and be able to create a visualization. Just create a small innovation in visualization and you will be worth $100 billion. I've taken this example last time when I was here. You know how much is QuickBooks worth? Anybody? Intuit is worth how much? Anybody? It's an accounting solution company. How much is it worth? $170 billion. It's worth $170 billion. So if you're able to just get the visualization right, you will be worth $100 billion. And I'm not joking. These are numbers which are easily achievable. The only thing is somebody has to take a step back and figure out how do I get it right, or with a set of team. Inventory audits and reconciliations are completely finished. Do you even do reconciliation today? Is it not all auto? So we don't even want to talk about it. Accounting is something that I spoke about. Internal auditing. Now, I spoke to you just 10 minutes before that we were sitting in the firm and trying to figure out, do we do risk advisory services? Should we be doing internal audit? We're doing it for some of the largest entities in this country and across the world. Our entire firm has come up that 700 people we have in the firm. We are one of the champions in doing internal audit. I want to kill internal auditing. How do you kill that? How do you kill that? Anybody here? There are a lot of chartered accounting firms and young chartered accountants come up to me and say, sir, I want to get into internal audit. I'm saying, guys, it is time for you to move out of internal auditing. You should have got into internal auditing maybe 10 years back. And there are lots of them. Anybody, how do you kill that? Sorry? Make it system, use tools. Anybody else? Just tell me the fundamentals. See, the only problem with us chartered accountants is, I don't know whether it's a problem or not, engineers are very good at breaking the problem statement and thinking through logically. I don't know, chartered accountants should actually be able to think through logically very well because we've been trained to do that. So, you know, we normally put a lot of our mind on financials. You know, chartered accountant, the first thing which comes to light is, I'm more a financial guy here. I'm more a number guy here. Just take a step back. It's logical. How do you take this and break it into logical pieces? Internal auditing, which you do on a daily basis, how do you kill it? Sorry? No, SOPs are available in the firms and they are generating what they're supposed to generate as a business process. If you want to kill internal auditing, how will you kill it? Again, come on. No, what is AI in the internal controls? Tell me, fundamentally, how do you kill it? Let's keep AI discussion a little behind. I'm saying, what do you do as an internal audit? The first thing that you need to visualize is, I'm a human being. What do I do when I do internal audit or statutory audit? What do you do? Sorry? Process. What do you do? What's the first step? No cost, nothing. I'm saying, I have given you an internal audit. You come to my company. What is the first step that you will do? I will do the business walkthrough. Perfect. I will do the flow charting. Perfect. What would you create? What you would create? What can go wrong scenarios? Hold on. You can create what can go wrong scenarios. It's already there in your book. If you read the Institute book on the internal audit, they have got a fantastic book which can actually write what can go wrong scenarios. If this happens, what can go wrong? If this happens, what can go wrong? So if you have an SOP, you have got what can go wrongs. Now what do? Evaluate the system. How do you do that? So the first thing that we do as auditors is always request for data. Right? I look at what can go wrong scenarios and I go back and say, hey, you know what? I'm a statutory auditor, give me your ledger. Hey, you know what? I'm looking at a process. I want to analyze this process, whether the process is working or not. So at every step, you want to analyze data. You want to first get data, right? So you want to drive data, you want to collect data. So if you want to kill internal auditing, the first step should be what? First is what can go wrong scenarios. If you're able to build what can go wrong scenarios or pull them from a marketplace, it becomes easy for you. The second step is you want to collect data. How do you collect data? आप मुंह से बोल सकते हैं, email भेज सकते हैं, और क्या कर सकते हैं आप? What else can you do? correct? So आप manually क्या करते हैं? SAP का access लेते हैं, report download करते हैं. Now, for example, if you were to teach anybody in your office to write a small Python script to be able to connect to the SAP system and bring out the data, you've created a data pipeline, right? For maybe ledger accounts of a particular aspect, for maybe HR module, for maybe the manufacturing module of SAP, for maybe, I don't know, SCM module of SAP, or whatever, or it could be anything else. Maybe the inventory module of SAP. What does it do? That Python script is able to get you data. Once you have data, what does a human being do? What does a human being do? Once you have it, what do you want to do? Analyze what is wrong with the data based on the what can go wrong scenario, right? So you do analytics of it. So you're able to write a small bot, or you're able to write a small Python script to say that, hey, you know what? Let me try and understand the data and bring exceptions out of it. Don't you do that on Excel sheet today? Is this what you not do on an Excel sheet today? And then what do you want to do? You want to write a report, right? Broadly, I'm saying there can be 10 other things to do, but broadly, these are the 3 items. So if you want to kill the entire internal auditing as a service, as a profession, when I say kill means automate it, make it faster, better, and probably we do something else. The only thing that you need to be do as a human being is collect data, analyze data, and visualize data. Nothing else is required to be done. Is that too difficult? If you were able to bring it down into smaller pieces for we to construct a technology around it, it's not too difficult to do that. So what are the Americans doing? If you go to US, if you go to San Francisco, they're coming out with a lot of tools and technologies to be able to do something like this. So in our firm, for example, we did a research, we invested a lot of money, and we said, let's create something which has the capability of a human mind to collect data, analyze data, and visualize data. And if I'm able to do that for one process, tomorrow I'll be able to do it for the second, day after tomorrow I'll be able to do it for the third, day after tomorrow I'll be able to do it the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. You know what? We have done this for the largest entity in Abu Dhabi called ADQ, which runs Abu Dhabi Airport, which runs Emirates Airlines, which runs a nuclear power plant, and which runs 20 other entities, FMCG and all of that. So now when you go to a customer, how do you kind of evolve this innovation? Can I do everything today? Can I do everything today? Maybe not. But can I do 200 things very nicely? So I said, okay, try and give me 200 use cases. Can I kill those 200 use cases for you? Then next time you come back with 200 use cases, and I'll kill those 200 use cases for you. So what I'm saying, people have already started investing, and these tools are not expensive, unfortunately. So people have already started to put their time, energy, money in researching something like this to create data pipelines where you have analytic and visualization solution on the top, such that the organization is able to run seamlessly. Why would you need an internal audit department or an internal auditor? Why would you need one? Actually, the problem is that the risks are so dynamic that you need constant evaluation. Unfortunately, the use case is that risk is so dynamic that you need constant evaluation. Can a human being do a constant evaluation? No. Can a 50 people team do a constant evaluation? No. Can 100 people do a constant evaluation? No. Which means you need to have, there is a desperate requirement for technology. And so is the case for statutory audits. And so is the case for systems audit. Can I go and look at all technology? Just not possible to look at all technology. And so is with legal and regulatory stuff. So if you were to just maybe dissect all that you're doing and try and put it in a proportion where you're making money, not making money, do you have the ability to invest money in trying to come out with something innovative, maybe a small use case for some people in Jaipur, you would realize that your ability to serve is faster, better, and your ability to make money and profits out of that is far, far better, rather than concentrating on the fact that, we continue to do what we were doing in the past. So I think there are a lot of use cases that one can talk about. Now let us come about AI/ML below all of this. Just imagine now below these data pipelines, I start putting an AI/ML engine. I know exactly if that company has got offices all across the world. I know exactly what you bought from where, when did you buy it, what is the trend analysis of that, whether you're buying it right or wrong, is there a fraud in the system or not. You can do 500 use cases in all of this. So I'd love to have questions after this, but what I'm trying to encourage you is that I think you would need to break the entire spectrum of the process and think through as a human being what you want to do. And the moment you're able to visualize as a human being, you will realize that all of these technologies and AI/ML is actually very simple. It's not too difficult. Half the time, the tools and technologies are already available in the market. You just need to pitch into it. So what do we do as cybersecurity, for example? Somebody came and said, I have got 10,000 firewalls. I want you to look at my firewalls. Can I do that? Maybe yes. I would have said I'll put some 20 articles, I'll send them with a checklist, and I'll log on to the system. It would have taken me 2 years. By the time the firewall would have changed and the rules would have changed. Every night the rules of the firewall change. So there is no way that somebody can do something like this, which means you have to go back and try and figure out, does the world have any innovation, or can you innovate something? Now, we said that the world does not have a solution which is there. Can I write a small script to maybe hit 200 firewalls, 5,000 firewalls, and come out with one day and create an Excel sheet out of it? Faster, better. Only then people are willing to give you good jobs. Only then people are willing to give you consulting engagements and even technology engagements today. Even the cybersecurity or systems audit that we all want to do so desperately is becoming very tough because it is going right down into technology where you have to use technology. There's no other way to do that, right? So I think there are a couple of things that I just wanted to highlight from in the interest of trying to figure out, can we break something? Can we innovate something? And the world already in the first 4 slides is actually moving so fast that you'll probably have a robot doing this work. The robot doesn't even want to take a holiday, doesn't go for exams. The robot is taught what is supposed to be taught, and it continuously keeps doing it on an ongoing basis. So I think this is the power of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and technology. I strongly believe in what I'm talking about because there are people in the world trying to kill this. When I say kill this, what I mean is people want to change it. I don't really mean kill, but people want to change it. And you can only change it when you kind of think through this. So the last slide for you, before maybe if you have any questions, is I don't know if you're familiar with this, is kill your business to give you the next best, and give it to the next best person that you have. Think product. Anything and everything that you do in your business, in your profession, should be thought through from a product perspective. It should never be thought through from a service perspective, because then you only keep repeating what you're doing. Automate it as much as possible and productize it, because then you're able to sell it a little better and market it. But the biggest problem that we have as chartered accountants is our ability to sell, which means you have to learn how to be able to sell something like this. That's very important. So those are the 4 pieces that you may want to remember at any point in time. The top one being the most important, because if you're not able to articulate the use case well, if you're not able to try and tell people exactly where and how it will be used, people will of course not buy it. But if you get that piece right, then I think the world is at your doorsteps, because you understand business very well. And if you're able to pinch in the logic, you'll understand the logics very well. So I think this is what I thought, let me just, kind of present to you towards the end of the day. But if you have a couple of questions, I think we may have maybe 5 or 6 minutes. Happy to take these questions and see if, we can do anything around that. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, please. Just pick up a book on Python. Look, nowhere did I say that you have to become coders. Nowhere am I saying that I am a coder. I'm not saying that. I don't even want you. If you want to become one, very good for you. You should. But I'm saying getting a 10,000 or a 20,000 engineer is very easy today in the market, because there's so many engineers. And writing a Python script is like a kid writing a Python script in the 4th standard. You know why? The kids in the 4th or the 5th standard or the 7th standard are now taught how to write a Python script in a code. They'll be coming back and becoming chartered accountants. They'll be more powerful than you are as chartered accountants. Why? Because they're not going to look at Excel sheets. They'll be just writing a small piece of code and exercise it. So if you want to start somewhere, take some basic fundamental classes, 5-day, 6-day classes. You will really understand how you can inject it. Just try and learn how to inject it. Don't try and learn how to write it. Try and learn, मैं इसको कहाँ पे use कर सकता हूँ. That's very simple. And you have so many open sources available today. You don't even have to worry about it. But somebody has to be able to use it. That's all. Anybody? I know you've heard, I think, GST before this, ESG. I don't even know what it means any longer now, future of the profession. But I think the future of the profession is set right if you're able to think through what would be the next generation chartered accountants likely to do. I think they're likely to be embedded within the processes. I think they're likely to be evaluating the processes and the algorithms itself. I think they're likely to be part of this journey where they're going to be injected themselves as, they'll not be internal audit for finance, they could be internal auditors for the algorithm that you're writing, which is likely to cause more damage than anything else in the world. So the kind of work which is, likely to come up is going to pay you a lot of money, it's going to have a lot of margins for you. It's just that you need to start somewhere and maybe start early, because the later you start, you're already out of the race in trying to do that. So thank you so much, Jaipur, for inviting me here. It was a pleasure to come and have a chat with you. Look forward to have this chat again, and I hope you have a wonderful tomorrow. And I hope, and I sincerely hope that you do try and adopt technology to the best possible manner, because if you don't do this, I think we would become extinct. We are almost close to becoming extinct as a profession. It has to change very, very fast. Probably government would be even thinking tomorrow, why do I even have an act, right? So I'm saying as chartered accountants, just take a step back and try and think through that, your business, you understand business very well. So let's hope that we make good use of it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful session. Your perspective on the future of AI and its impact is truly enlightening.
As we conclude this session, it's clear that AI is a force that cannot be ignored. It presents both opportunities and challenges for businesses and professionals alike. By embracing AI and taking a proactive stance, we can protect our future and ensure that technology remains a positive force for good.
Thank you all for your participation. We hope the discussion has been informative and thought-provoking. As we prepare to conclude day 1 of the 2-day national conference, PRAGYOTSAV, we hope you have had an enriching experience so far. But there's so much more to look forward to tomorrow. We are excited to give you a sneak peek into the upcoming sessions.
The day 2 will commence sharp at 10 a.m. with technical session on new income tax law, bold initiatives needed, followed by global horizons, exploring new opportunities, fraud prevention and detection, a forensic approach, regulatory expectations, raising the bar for professionals.
And most importantly, the session From Deadlines to Lifelines, a professional's health blueprint with the esteemed Dr. Trehan, where we'll discuss the critical importance of health and wellness for professionals.
The day will conclude with a captivating cultural evening featuring the esteemed poet Kumar Vishwas and the talented singer Ravindra Upadhyay, who will grace us with their performances. Passes for the same are included in your kit, and additional passes can be purchased at the ICAI help desk.
With this, we mark an end to the first day of the 2-day national conference, PRAGYOTSAV, the Festival of Wisdom.
We would once again like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our knowledge partner and all our sponsors. Your generous support and commitment have played a pivotal role in making this event a resounding success. Our knowledge partner, our Souvenir Associates Jaipur.
Our platinum sponsors, AU Small Finance Bank, Avas Financiers Limited.
Our diamond sponsors, State Bank of India and Central Bank of India.
Our gold sponsors, KDK Software, Bank of India, Haim Securities Limited, and LIC.
Our silver sponsors, NAV Back Office and Holani Consultants Private Limited.
Our technology partner, Tele Solutions.
We'd also like to thank Kogda Financial India Limited, Relion Softtech Limited, Punjab and Sindh Bank, New India Assurance Company Limited, Vidya Sagar Career Institute Limited, Wonder Cement, Computax, SIDBI, BOB Card. Thank you all and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
Over the course of the years, we have been lucky enough